The RGB shields are online, unable to stop the crams, it seems, even though they did indeed miss. Looks like the Gimli is behind in terms of percentages so far. I wonder if the Crabulon will go and try and perform some melee. This is obviously an unofficial battle because the Crabulon does not reach the requirements for the official battle, since it's using intentional melee and it's using water pumps, I believe. I didn't check it too much, but it's an older ship, so it's just so beautiful. I wanted to show it here, so yeah. We're just moving back with some unofficial battles just for the great looks of it. Oh, DTA builds have churned. Looks like the Gimli is now in the lead. Crabulon is down to 94 percentages. I mean, it's really sandblasting here. It's a very even battle. Red cooked meat is exposed. It's using some old checkerboard armor. Very nice. It has natural floatiness. Maybe it doesn't use water pumps. I don't know. We're not lagging yet, at least. Oh my god. That looked like a painful explosion. Oh, it's going straight towards the Gimli. Is anything seriously damaged on the Gimli? The lambs are working. The crams are working. Ew, it's trying to get in close. Not good for it. The crams are quite powerful. Oh, it's spamming shots there. Look at that, it's trying to shoot at the incoming cram shell, which got deflected. That's a lucky one. Alright, what's gonna happen here? Best of 3 it is. Lobster copter and emotional support plane. The emotional support is disqualified. Lobster copter is still online. Good for it. It's not being the bravest over there, but well, it's doing its part. Our decoys, the decoy is definitely attracting some of the anti-missile missiles. Oh! Yeah, I believe we wasted some diff rods against the VLMs there, the vertical launch missiles. Lobster copter is damaged, I see on the stats there. Crabulon is down. Crabulon, I guess, is down to 86 percentages. It's not getting in close to do melee damage against the Gimli. Gimli is up at 93 still. Where do we aim here? Are these flags? Alright. Alright, okay. Oh no, it's not stuck. Would it be really sad if one cram turret got stuck there. One of these support sabot snipers are dead. How do you fire without a barrel, I wonder? It can't be very high speed shots there. Look at that. Are we firing diff flak rods? Yes, we are. Well, it's working. Those VLMs are not reaching us yet. It's only been 2 minutes in game battle. One thing I do kind of want to know, that's kind of what shells we got here. So this is a hash, isn't it? Probably hash. And this one is a tiny flak rod with a armor-piercing head? Alright. Well, got a mix there. Seems to be a lot of flaks going on here. Both of us are having flak. Look at that. Wasted one. Goes against the decoy. Well. Another cram shell incoming. Bam, that's a painful one. 80%. Gimli still at... Ooh! We even got some mortars popping in or exposing more meat. We have stone armor in here. That's a good cost saver. Alright. That's a decoy cram, wasn't it? That was definitely a decoy cram. Here comes a real one. Bam, did some damage inside. Well, at least the RGB shields are working. Gameness at 91%. So it's on the upper, it has the upper hand right now, but man, it has indeed taken damage. Bam. I think the Crabulon is looking a little bit sad now. It's starting to sink a little bit, it seems like. Look at that. Oh yes. Oh no. Well, Crabulon is down to 74. I do believe it will lose both the lobster copter and the emotional support plane is offline. So I do believe that is not the most fun day for the resurrected Crabulon. It's looking splendid though. Look at that. Right. Here we have a like 45 cal. That's probably flak, isn't it? Most likely. It's doing a lot of surface damage, it feels like. Definitely. Oh, look at that. One of our crams is actually has it barrel or firing piece shot off there. No? Yeah, I don't think that's very effective anymore. Not sure it even fires. Wow. Oh, it does fire somehow. Well, that's good for us. The barrel length doesn't decide the shell speed for crams, because crams is a different beast. For APS it really matters how long barrel you have. You need to have enough length in the barrel. It's in my tutorials if you want to know that, but yeah, if you don't have enough barrels, your shots will be real slow. Yeah, if it's gunpowder, of course. But for the crams it doesn't really matter. So there we have it. Crabulon, 66%, but I have to give it. It's a strong fighter. It still continues fighting, even though it's like soon to despawn. Even though it's almost dead, it fights to the last breath. Its power is online. It's going forwards. It is trying some melee maneuvers. It has a few guns still online, even at 64%. Really feels like a resurrected thing indeed. Does indeed make me happy, because it reminds me too of the Draconia, which is like fighting while despawning. Which is, you have to appreciate the spirit. But this is best of 3, so we will of course need to have another round. That's obvious. This round has only been 5 minutes in game time. So yeah, it might go either way, who knows. The Crabulon might get a really lucky hit that will indeed change the tide of the battle. But the Gimli is still above 90%, which is great for it, but less good for the Crabulon. Cool indeed. Well, we'll have to say that the Crabulon's interior design really is something else. It's one of the most intricate and nice looking interior designs I ever seen. So I highly recommend you check it out at the workshop too. It's a really cool thing. Well, seems like we had worse days at the sushi bar here. It's still reasonably fine, isn't it? It looks pretty nice still. Man, the like 45 cal sounds for the APS is like really World War II harsh one. If you want to know how all the APS sounds like, I made a video going through all of them. I think it's like 21 or something. If you want to check that out, there is that walkthrough of each and every sound and which caliber intervals they appear at, because it's only linked to caliber. 56%, it is despawning in like there. So next battle, see if it goes the same, or if the Crabulon will do a resurrection return and win. Next round. So we're gonna hang around here with the Gimle a little bit, just to see what's happening with the first volley. Bam! It killed the diff gun. It's a nice blast. We got some packs going on there. It's pouring in flax. The lambs have a hard time keeping up. More packs popping in there. It's really sandblasting. Not sandblasting, it's like flak. It's more annoying than dangerous, it feels like. The packs went from top here. I do predict they are in the... Oh no! Look at that! The entire cockpit is gone! Oh no! Well, I do believe that we'll have to call up Captain Y, who is... No! Where is... No! Captain Y is missing in action. There is no second in command here. None of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST seems to be present right now on this ship. It seems that the AI systems need to take over. Well, damn. Anyways, I will give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. Your help helps a lot, and if you want to join there, check the links in the description. Right, let's get... It's like... I love those RGB shields though. It's trying to flank in there. Looks like the lobster copter and emotional support plane are both DQ'd already. I don't know exactly what happened to them. I wonder if it will get in to do some melee combat now. It's actually closing in though. This might be this might turn the tides of the battle. It's not really closing in, is it? I think it needs APN guidance there. Ew, it got hit by a couple of mortars too there. Nah, it's missing the mark. It's like it's using its tail to turn, but sometimes it's twitching in another direction just to make it look a little bit more organic, perhaps. It's getting in behind. Smart. The Gimle has a pretty good turn rate, but not like the Crabulon. Still struggling with that name. It's not easy, man. Alright. The cram cannons popping in there. One hit, one miss. The sniper cannon is 2. It seems to not really catch up with us, does it? One thing. Oh no. Okay, it jumped. Never mind. Alright. Seems like it's not getting to deal much damage towards us at all. It just doesn't get close enough. It has the wrong maneuvers for that. And the Gimle is made to be decently fast, so it's also hard. Ships of these sizes can be a little bit difficult to make really fast because you want to focus most of your materials on firepower, of course, and if you don't do that, you'll probably just die. So the Crabulon is down to 81%. I think it's unlikely by now that it will win this battle. Things might still happen, of course, but yeah, that's my assessment. When there is this large of a difference, it has been very rare that the tables would turn. It has happened in tournaments, you can see on the channel earlier times. So I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it's unlikely. Which makes it all the more exciting when it happens for battles. Alright. Oh, those crams do some pretty scary damage, man. I do believe the Crabulon is pretty well protected against lasers. Its smoke seems to be pretty darn efficient. You can see we are really struggling with burning away blocks there. So it seems to have very proper smoke. Does it have lamps? Probably doesn't, right? Oh, that's a bad cram hit there. Gimli is at 94 while the Crabulon is at 74. So it's a 20% difference, but you can see it's starting to sink, man. Oh my god, look, it's lost its forward propulsion. This crab is dead in the water, ready to be cooked. We're actually cooking a crab live here with lasers. Look at that. Ready to serve. Man, that's dark. In any case, oh no. Did my game crash? No. It's just lagged a little bit. Holy! Look at that, 70. Did we kill the AI? Oh my god, what? Damn! Okay, that was a magazine of some kind exploding. That's... Bam! Going out with a bang. I'd call that. That's insane. In any case, there we got it. The Crabulon resurrected is defeated by the Gimle in this best of 3 battle. It put up a good fight and it's an absolutely stunning design. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and the bars and the interiors and everything of that ship is just so darn cool. We have a golden hole here, of course, but not the bar like that. That was nice. This is the Emperor Fenrir battleship, which is front-sider, I can pretty confidently say. I haven't tried it at all. It's of course going to go against the Gimle, which you already knew from the title of this video. But anyways, this is made by Xenodragon, who has participated in a lot of our earlier tournaments actually. So you can see that Xenodragon, I think Xenodragon won a design award back at the Fylke battles or something like that. It looked super cool anyways. And this thing does too. It even has a cool logo and stuff like that. So we're here in designer mode at maximum quality to take a little look at this beast before we start the battle. So we won't be checking all of the weapons like that, but we can see we have a lot of different types of shells. We have a Doom flak. Well, that's interesting. We have a diff shell. So we have some hash there. Okay. We got loads of different shells there. We got a repair unit. I do wonder if it's gonna spawn drones. This is, by the way, one of the unofficial battles, because this was made earlier. I just thought that the Emperor Fenrir looked so darn cool that we have to pitch it. against the Gimli for sure, 100%. It looks quite fantastic. So this is a meme sabot, which is super cavitation. I don't think that's a meme sabot. If you want to have a meme sabot, I think you need to have tracers and no... Yeah, anyways, we probably are going to have some instant tutorial about meme sabots. I got taught in the Discord how to make meme shots. I haven't used them yet. But anyways, let's see the interiors here. The interiors is this little spawn pod. You can see that the interiors are very limited, but they also look absolutely fantastic. It's like some AI textures. It looks like this is a space game all of a sudden. We have a lag screen and yeah. I wonder if, I think this might be, this is not the interior design ship. It's pretty compact, uses wood efficiency, it has era, stone, all sorts of stuff. So you know what, I think we're gonna do, we need to do some cutting here. Just go through it a little bit quickly, okay. Left to right cutter is what I actually wanted to see here. So we got a lot of wood in the front. And if you didn't know that, wood is the best armor in this game if you care about efficiency. It's the most amount of armor per materials actually, which is kind of insane. Especially health points. Of course it's weak against explosions and stuff because it has very low armor, but it's also very cheap. In any case, we can see we got a lot of wood. It's probably pretty efficient here. It is an APS based system. By the way, it has a cost of 2.155 millions. So it's very similar in cost to the Gimli. And if we just do a little front back cut, we can see here. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a front-sider. One thing that I absolutely love about Xenodragon's ship here is the lamb nodes. These look so cool. Look at them. I adore these lamb nodes. They look super cool. A design I haven't thought about. Looks super retro at the same time as futuristic. Well, it looks very robo-like. So I guess this is this. We got some torpedoes too. I want to see if these are torpedo interceptor or if these are... Nah, that's interceptors. So it protects itself against torpedoes, more like. Well, I guess that's that. Let's get into the battle. There we are in the battle. Gimli is here and the Emperor Fenrir battleship is right here. So let us start the time. Oh my god. We're having some fast fire guns here, alright. The first oh, it actually took out those crams here. Alright. This may be a battle that the Gimli will not win. Which would be a first. Alright. Alright. The Emperor Fenrir is at 99 point. It's barely scratched. Ladies and gentlemen, it's barely scratched. Look at that. Detection tower is gone. It just spam shots, man. Wow. Did we fire a blank? It sounded like a blank. No, it's just lagging. Holy moly, so many shots. Oh, I do believe they are targeting hot blocks. And they did find that hot block. That was a decoy. Alright. Emperor Fenrir. Oh, it seems we gotten its first hit here. It's now equal. The Emperor Fenrir and the Gimli battleship is at equal footing. Emperor Fenrir seems to be going in close. Man, those doom flags or whatever we're using are really taking out my cramshells here from the army of GMODISM's Gimli. So, oh, but some get through. Look at that, they're trying to really... That bounced though. The Emperor Fenrir is doing some weird maneuvers. Well, thought so. The crams are still being able to penetrate here. The Gimla is a bit scratched, however, but since the crams are getting through, I am confident. Oh, now we took out Fenrir's like detection tower. Alright, it seems that the fire rate from the Fenrir has severely decreased. Now it starts again. Does it have belt feds? Is that what's going on here? Seems like the lasers have a hard time keeping up here. I wonder if the Gimli has some engine problems here. Who knows? I do believe our LAMS system is not really working very much. Not good enough. Oh my god, look at that. The Emperor Fenrir is down to 86%. Bam! The cram shells are melting through. Whoa. We're starting again here. Bam! That's some scary shots there. Okay, the turrets are taking damage, that's for sure. Alright. Just gonna check in here a little bit quickly. I'm just curious. Because when we had that AI crit the other day, many weeks ago, that was scary. If you haven't seen that battle, make sure you go and watch all battles. They're cool. Wow. About the Army of GMODIST, I just want to give a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting us every month at Patreon. I'm gonna list their names in the description if I will remember that. So if you wanna see all the officers there, I will list them, including the cadets. Anyways, if I forget, remind me. But in any case, let's see here. The Emperor Fenrir is down to 81%. It has these cannons here on the side. Rail assisted. That really helps. They're out of the center of mass, so they have a less likelihood of getting hit by a big cram. But man, it's speaking. Okay, this thing is speaking some AI language too. That's pretty insane. Oh yes, 76%. But will the Emperor Fenrir be able to get the Gimli down under 90 before it's sinking? I wonder now, because I do not believe the Emperor Fenrir will win this first round. It looked it had some good chances. The initial damage it dealt was pretty good. But then the Gimli took the upper hand. I like the armor though, a lot of wood there. That's smart, I believe. But it has too little bulk. That's the issues of the Emperor Fenrir. It's a very compact design despite all the wood. It spends its money on Dakatu, which is a good choice. So actually seems like some of the cram turrets are not offline but damaged. This sniper is sad, that's for sure. That's why we need many turrets. Everything for redundancy. Bam, 67%. I'm pretty sure the Gimli has already won this battle. I think that... Oh, that was a lucky strike. The Emperor Fenrir will not be able to recover from this. 65%. Does it fire anymore? Sometimes it does. Yeah, well, it's just shedding turrets and parts and stuff. Now even the mortars hit them to add insult to injury, as they say. Because these mortars are not very... they're mostly there to distract enemies' lambs and stuff, but yeah. Under 55%, it is now despawning, and it's not looking too good. Gimli is still at 91%, which is nice, but we'll see how it go in the next round. This is best of 3 after all. We're here for round 2. So, let us spawn. Start the timer, I mean. We're gonna stay here with the Gimli just to make sure and see how it looks when the first volley comes in. Looks like the lambs are trying to take the shots out, but there are so many. It's like wasted effort. A few of them get popped, but ain't much. Get into broadside angles. The lasers are not lasing because the lambs are too busy with the swarm of shells. So the lambs drain all the laser energy. They seem to have a little bit like a higher priority somehow. It's just how it is. The Gimli's lambs and lasers are, if you remember, on the same system. It's the same thing. Bam. It's just chewing up that superstructure, man. That was my heat decoy. Well done. Now it will start aiming at the shields and stuff. Man, I should have more heat decoys on the Gimli. It's worth it. Alright. The Gimli has lost more percentages than the Emperor Fenrir, and that was the same case the last battle. It seems that the first volley of crams, the Emperor Fenrir, she's able to take him out, yeah, but then they start getting through. Look at that, it's backing off, trying to save its skin a little bit. Now it has one of the pauses. I do believe it's like a burst gun of some type. It fires most of the shot in early rounds, and then it kind of slows down a little bit. Bam! It's pretty cool that the crams are possible to take out, though. That's pretty crazy. Alright. Now, some crams, if you remember, are more like decoy crams. They're not hard to take out. They're just there to waste interceptors and stuff. They're like literally firing. Oh, that was a mortar, wasn't it? That got zapped. That's some doom flag right there. Smart. Best way to take out cram shells, that's for sure. Alright. I must say that I'm extremely happy about the Gimli's performance in the battle so far. I think I really made the best ship I ever made, because it's obviously much better than my other ships, and that is a lot thanks to you, my community over at Discord, who give me some tips, as well as some of you in the YouTube comment fields who also gave me a lot of tips when making the ship. If you haven't seen the series where we actually build the Gimli, that can be a fun watch if you like building videos, see how it was made. And in the comment section there, some of you have really helped me out with good tips and methods of improving the effectiveness of Gimli. Oh no, my my pack is packing itself now. You know, when I built this pack cannon, I made sure to not put it above my own AI or something like that. Of course, I don't want it to pack something important downwards, but I put it deliberately that it wouldn't crit itself if the pack got damaged and started to pack itself. Pretty smart, eh? I think that's kind of baseline smartness, but anyways. Emperor Fenrir is down to 85%. So, it looks like the battle is turning the same tide as last time. But again, I just said that, like, thanks for all the tips in Discord and YouTube. It really made me be able to make a better ship, for sure. The Gimle is a very strong battleship, but all that cred is not mine. Even though I built it myself, the knowledge and tips is of course collected knowledge from a lot of different players over at our community. But it seems that the Gimle is stronger than the Emperor Fenrir battleship by Xenodragon. It is a very formidable ship, it's very cool, and I just love these aesthetics. They're so different from what I make. Now it's speaking again, isn't that quite cool? I guess that's made with some type of ACB something, but I don't know, it's a really funny thing. I don't know how that's made. Maybe we need to go into Discord and ask Xenodragon. Or if Xenodragon is watching this, you can write how you made that in the Discord. Could be fun to see. Fun to know. Oh, and do remember that this is an unofficial battle for the Gimle, because the Emperor Fenrir is not checked for the rules. It's just a super cool ship from the workshop that has a very similar cost. But the Gimle Open is an open submission battles, so you can still submit in ships that meet the rules to officially battle the Gimle using the same set of rules that they must adhere to. And those rules are mainly there for us to ensure that it doesn't lag. Yeah, and we're much more liberal in terms of block count. A lot of people have pretty low block count. We have a pretty big allowed block count, but yeah, it's a little bit different. For me, block count doesn't lag, but water pumps does, so those are banned, for example. But anyways, the Gimle submissions is open submission, so you can submit whenever you like. Within reason, of course. I can't promise there will be any Gimle open in like 3 years, of course, but who knows though. Emperor Fenrir down to 69. Starting to shoot again there, but I think we all see where this battle is going here. So yeah, that is it. When we built this ship, we made sure that Captain Y sat in this chair here. It seems that Captain Y is MIA right now. That's too bad. What's happening? Is the feast still going strong in the Golden Hall, I wonder? Hey, most of the table is fine. Maybe the air conditioning is a little bit over the top right now, but otherwise than that, you know, some of the partygoers gone somewhere else, but yeah. The chef is still chilling. So that's good to see. Anyways, Emperor Fenrir. No, Emperor Fenrir. I don't mean Xenodragon. Your Emperor Fenrir is a really cool ship. It's looking great. But it seems that in this best of 3 it is indeed despawning in a tiny little moment. We're here in this beautiful little armored cockpit, which it's not a cockpit, it's just a box for storing rambots. They're pretty useless, so I just not store them. In any case, this is a build from Danny 1722, and this is the Haragnor. I don't know what this means, because my Old North and English dictionary is from English to Old Norse and not the other way around. So I don't know, maybe it means something. When I googled it, it just came up some ships from some other games. Anyways, it's a cool name. Haragnor sounds Old Norse, I don't know if it is. Bridge outside the ship. Now this ship is a little bit different than many other ships. I do highly appreciate these interiors here. It's pretty cool. Getting a little bit burned here. Okay. So here we have the little bridge. As you may or may not notice, this is a ship that's, well, a ship, an airship, not a naval ship. Which is a little bit unusual. Are you kidding me? Do you only need 1 square meter? I thought you need 2 square meters for ladders. Okay, well, you learn new things every day. So this is an airship that is an official submission to beat the Gimle. We will of course check it out that it meets the rules a little bit quickly. And if you want to do that, because it was some time I did do this, I can just show you a little bit quickly using this ship. So we have a block counter, and that means we can sort them by name. And if we sort them by name, we can go down and check one of the requirements here. I can just show you. We'll just see repair bots. It doesn't have any. Well, you can have 2, but it doesn't have any. So that's for example. And some of you also asked me in an earlier video. I know I already responded to you about that. Excuse me, but whoops. What is this? Ew. It auto drops boys. Buoys. I don't know how to pronounce that. But in any case, I already answered some of you this thing, but you wondered how we do the cutaway menu. You go into build mode, worse in build mode, and you click end. And on end, you have the left-right cutter. And just cut above, cut below, whatever. And you can just... and remember, you can resize the menus if you think it's in the way. You can just check what it has, what it's about. So for the Gimle battles, you could have had airships, as you probably know, with some certain rules for that. So this is our first airship, and it's an official submission too. So that will be really cool. We can check the blocks here, not too many blocks either. Meets their cost requirements. Seems to be absolutely a-okay. So we're gonna put the Haragnor to battle with the Gimle using our rules. And for all the battles, I have maximum quality usually, but for all the battles I go to boost my performance, so literally the lowest ones. So yeah, it's like, that's why it, but it looks kind of the same from long distance, but if I don't do this, I don't get nice FPS. But what you do if you want to have battles like this, just click boost my performance, then you click use recommended light settings. I sometimes actually increase the ambient light a little bit. Then if you want nice colors, just enable color post process and it looks a tiny little bit nicer. All right. So when you're having a custom battle, you of course goes to the custom battle, and what I usually do is I have loaded presets. So I have loaded AOG Gimle battle open, and for those we have they spawn 3,000 meters apart. You get 500,000 materials per team, and we have a 0.05 salvage per materials destroyed. The rules are like this: use maximum altitude of 600, minimum altitude of -30, so that we don't have subs. But you know, some ships may go low. I think the altitude depends on where the AI is, so if you have an AI really high up and you have a ship that goes pretty low, that's why we have some playroom with 30 meters. Then we have use maximum distance, 6,000 meters, which I actually think is a little bit too long. After having the battle with a certain ship that was going out very far. Won't spoil anything if you haven't seen the episodes. But well, anyways, these are kind of the rules we have. We have some penalty points going on there. Maximum distance. Should probably, I don't know. But these are the rules. I'm not gonna change the rules, of course, by now. 900 seconds is 15 minutes, which is the time limit, which we have enabled. So yeah, that's kind of the rules if you didn't know that. So let's get this started. Another way you should know is that you see we have tiles east and north that I have selected, and that is because if you leave them at 0, 0, you will spawn at the edge of the map and it looks super stupid. It's like you see the end of the world, it just looked really shit. So put these numbers somewhere in the middle if you're setting up battles yourself. So this became a tiny tutorial, but oh, I just remember we need to spawn this airship at an altitude. Never mind. So there we go, altitude 200 it is. And now we can start. So what I usually do when I start battles, you can see here, we need to let things load in a little bit. And I'll just click on pause for like half a second to make sure that the ships are kind of ready. There we go. And at this point, I usually start the actual, like, recording with presenting the ships and stuff. So that's a tiny little tutorial if you want to make some custom battles yourself, and you need to unpause it for just like 1 second, and then you can kind of check out the ships so that, you know, the decorations and stuff load in. Well, that's basically that, a little tutorial on setting up the battles and checking out the ships before them and see if they adhere to the rules and all that stuff. But anyways, let's go. Danny 1722 Haragnor versus the Gimle. Let's go. Oh my god. Best of 3. We're firing shots here. Bam! We are penetrating! I should be lucky. Look at that. Our decoys are going towards what? Exactly. Oh my lords! Was that a hit? The Gimle is not in the lead here. Oh my god, that's scary for the Haragnor. It's dropping blocks. It's shooting missiles. Those missiles ain't got much health, boy. If Danny's Haragnor is going to be a little bit smart, it's gonna get on the other side of the Gimle. This is like the only advantage, I think, with airships, is to go to a side where the Gimle has problem shooting, because that's something that will need fixing. I'll most likely update the Gimle, but I want to, of course, not change a tiny bit until all battles are recorded with things that want to send in against the Gimle, because it wouldn't be fair to update the Gimle on the fly. So maybe we'll do a Mark 2. Are you kidding me? Okay, the Haragnor does not have evasion, so the mortars actually hit. The mortars actually hit. Are you kidding me? That's cool. That's cool. The interceptors are having trouble to get out there in time. The Haragnor is down to 89%. So it's just dropping blocks. I don't see it firing much. It's like it's trying to laze the Gimle, but I don't know how well it's doing that. It seems to not have any type of evasion, which is a little bit problematic. It's very good for the Gimle that it has flak diff sieves, because when we fire a flak rod in the close proximity of those missiles, both of them take damage. Alright. We can see mortars are popping down there. Oh, damn. You know what? I think the Haragnor needs some evasion. It could easily go to side by side or up and down when we're having incoming cram shells here, because now it looks like the Haragnor is sinking on the first battle. The Gimle hasn't really been scratched. We're gonna check that out a little bit more, of course, but as you can see, this thing for the first battle ain't looking very good. It has some pretty scary sabots. I do think it can be lucky, especially from the front / above. The Gimle has some weaknesses when it comes to that a lucky shot can snipe the AI. We can see we got a hole here. This turret is wrecked, so it has done something. But as you can see, the Haragnor is trying to submarine and thus gaining penalty points. You can see we have some really penetrating stuff here, but well, Well, we're trying to aim there. There we go. The Haragnor is DQ'd. So, let's just have a quick damage assessment of the Gimle. We can see that nothing had a lucky shot on the AI. You can see if you shoot, if you kind of, in the start of the battle, if you shoot like this a little bit from above, right down here, you'll just crit the AI, no problem at all. But that's of course extremely lucky. I think most ships have a similar problem that you can like crit them like that if you're lucky. Well, in any case, I suppose that's that. So let's move on to the next battle. Round 2, let's go. We're firing everything there. Missiles popping along. Railguns railing. Ooh! These lambs ain't no joke, man. But I think they are a lot of storage lambs, so I think they can take out the first crams pretty easily. And after a while, yeah, you can see they start to leak through. And and when they start to leak through, the Haragnor is real sad because, well, obvious reasons. I think the Haragnor would have gained a lot on getting closer. Probably. Whoa. I didn't see. I didn't notice. It just looked like the Haragnor was shooting a cram. Was that a bounce back or something? Well, it's taking a lot of cram, that's for sure. We're dropping railgun parts here. When it starts to bleed APS, it's usually a bad sign. I do think we are going to have a similar end to the second battle as well, which means that the Gimle will most likely very much win this best of 3. Look at that, crams keep popping in. Those crams are no joke. That's for sure. And it doesn't help, it's lazing a bit too. Especially ships that don't have much to distract the Gimle's lambs with something. That means the laser will deal full damage. So, and that's of course bad times for anyone, because these lasers, they're pretty big. Well. It's sinking, caught penalty points and stuff like that. Let's just check a little quick damage assessment. AI is untouched. It seems that the Haragnor has not been having a chance against the Gimle. But I will say this, I think it's really brave of Danny of sending in this ship, which is untested and stuff, because I know some people, won't name names, who have built like, I don't know, a lot of different ships to try and beat the Gimle, has done private testings, and they were unable to beat the Gimle, so said person don't want to send them in. Actually, there are 2 persons like this, as I know. I think there are more. But in any case, many people want to beat the Gimle. They build ships and try to beat it, don't beat it, and they don't send the ships in. Instead, Danny 1722, I believe, built the ship, tried to beat the Gimle, didn't test it against the Gimle, so Danny didn't know, probably, if this was gonna beat the Gimle or not, and sent it in for public trial. And I will say, that courage deserves an applaud. Thank you. Now, we're going to pitch the... now, you might look at the size of this ship and you're saying Gimle is very outmatched. And this is not really the case. The Gimle has a cost of 2.2 million. And this thing, which is the Secret Advisors / Cobrax Hollowwood class Super Dreadnought, anti-lag version, we have to have it. It's only 1 million. So this beast has half the cost. Half the cost of the Gimli. But this design wins over, I don't know if all, but basically all ships of a similar size. Like this thing is pretty insane. Like not similar size. It wins over most ships of the similar cost, of course. This is just a humongous amount of wooden tetras. It's completely insane. It's equipped with a shitload, if I may say so, of diff guns, and it's absolutely terrifying. So I will expect that this beast will win this battle. It is like how long is it? It's 1.3 kilometers long. So yeah, you can see the Gimli is tiny in comparison. So I didn't mean to take that screen. Let the battles begin. Game speed is 0.2. Oh my god. Wow. We're at half speed, so we have increased speeds. Look at that. I'm hoping that the laser can cut it in half, kinda. Oh my god. We're having some lag here. Man. And the crams. You can see these are doom crams. And they deal so little damage. I think the non-doom crams can deal almost equal damage. No, they can't. They only deal a tiny damage even against this. It's crazy. I don't know why it's not aiming yet towards the Gimli. It's so bad at turning. Like, I don't like to spawn ships with the side towards the enemy. I don't think that's reasonable to do, but I wonder if it's required in this case. The first volleys are fired. Oh yeah, we're having some extreme lag. Because now it starts to fire shells. Look at that. It's crazy. The lambs are trying to defend. But the amount of diff rods that are popping in here are infinite. They're not, but there is a lot. Look at that stream. Man, this is a proper slideshow. I'm kind of surprised that I can... When I recorded this recording last time, I had a slightly worse setup. I have a NVIDIA 1080 Titan GTX, which is better than the 970 I had before. So that helps, but man, it's still lagging a lot. The Gimli is at 91%. And the Hollywood class, it's at 93. Look at this thing. The only thing I have that would deal reasonable damage against this thing would be the laser, and it's not active right now, is it? No, here it is. It's lasing sometimes. It just has so much bulk, and its health points are so spread out. It's like literally hard to deal damage with anything that's not sandblasters. Look at that, another swarm. Gimli's down to 88. Oh man. Look at this. They're like completely chewing up this. This cram turret is completely offline. It's absolutely chewed up. I think we've never seen the Gimli in this as a state that's this bad. We're lucky that the AI hasn't been targeted or killed. But I don't know anything that beats the Hollywood class Super Dreadnought at a similar cost. That thing is absolutely scary. I think you could design a ship to specifically beat it. I would think you would like to use something like hollow point shells, really quick hollow point crams, hollow point APS, thumper missiles, and impact packs. And then I think you could crush the Hollywood using that. But a setup like that would make it almost useless against any other ship. Look at that. More rods. Like they're really chewing us up here. The lambs are trying to defend us, but they really can't. Look at that. It's only equipped with diff rods, by the way. It's down to 89%, so I think it's doing better than perhaps the Draconia did, but I think with the Draconia battle it lagged so much I couldn't complete the battle. We could probably ask the secret advisor or perhaps Suzu, or maybe even Dr. Kreutzer to help us and record a battle of this size with better FPS. Let's see here. We have a game speed of 0.5. It's only half speed, that's not that bad. I wonder if the battle is turning here. Why doesn't it move? Did we somehow AI kill it? No. Now this one activates. It's hard to understand here. So the Gimli has quickly and swiftly moved behind the Hollywood class. This is a tense battle, man. And for some reason, the Hollywood class does not activate its guns here. I don't know why. This is aiming and all. But it ain't shooting. It also have a block count that's, I don't know how high it was, maybe it was like 200,000. For the official Gimli battles, the max amount is 100k, and that's just to get some type of sensible limit. I think block count is usually not a big issue, but I set it to a level I thought was high, but I already know 2 people who was a little bit unhappy with that block count and wanted it even higher. One of those people may have been a certain individual called Kobrax or Korvax, also known as the Secret Advisor. So yeah, he advises you to build bulk, and he tries to prove that point with building these monstrosities that usually win over any design that has a cost that's remotely close to it. It seems its guns are hard, doesn't really line up. It's so laggy we can't see the explosions of the crams and stuff. It starts to fire again. Interesting. One thing I noticed is that the Secret Advisor's Hollywood class does not have... Oh man. Oh man. It does not have any materials left. It's kind of amazing that the crams are still working. I don't know how it doesn't have materials left. We must have hit a storage box or something, because the ships got the same amount of materials at the start of the battle, which is maximum 500,000. Bam. Look at that, we're aiming at the superstructure here. The pack gun isn't dead yet. Interesting. I think we're gonna follow one of these. Which isn't the fastest trajectory. Here we go! Bam! Look at that! It's a hollow point, so you can see it removes a chunk like this. You can imagine if half our budget for the Gimli instead was these types of mortars, I think we could win. Yeah. I think a mortar shucker that shucks hollow points at this thing would be a winner here. Now, I think the Hollywood Super Dreadnought can win over the Gimli. I probably think it can, but right now it looks like the Gimli is winning. But this battle is so slow that I normally do best of 3, but we're only gonna have this battle with this particular ship because it's a little bit too laggy. I think it's too many diff guns, too much block count. It lags too much for me. So we'll do another battle with the Secret Advisor's other ship, Woodinator Gigantua, in the same video right here, right now. So after this battle is done, which it's really looking like the Gimli is gonna win this, and I hope it does, then we're gonna do that. I'm actually very happy that it seems that the Gimli indeed can win this battle, because I really didn't think it would. Look at the laser go! Look at that. Seems like the engine is really sad. It just sits there in the water. I don't know exactly why, but man. I think this is really cool. Now, I'm very happy about this win. I'm sorry for not sounding more excited. It's just that this battle has been a while. I've been pausing it from time to time just because it's been a little bit slow. Like the recording, I just, edited out parts in a live way just to make it a little bit more effective, because as you can see, it's pretty boring right now. Nothing is like happening, but it was really cool to see. We're gonna stay with it a little bit more and see if anything changes, or that we can conclude that the Gimli is winning, because right now the Secret Advisor's Hollywood class doesn't have any materials, it doesn't really move forwards, and it doesn't shoot back. The Hollywood class just passed by the health number, that's the best number there is, they say. Well, we're down to 67%, we're slowly making a bonfire of this Hollywood class using our laser. So it indeed seems that the Gimli is a winner of this battle, or I will conclude it so, because I don't want to sit and wait here anymore, and the Hollywood class hasn't shot at the Gimli in a while. We must, however, say that this was the closest battle, I do believe, that we didn't know who would win here. I think the Hollywood class can win. It can punch upwards into a ship that's so much more expensive than it. Look at this beautiful redundancy. It's damaged, but it still fires. Anyways, we're gonna stop it here and just look inside here. You can see we have a lot of damaged parts. What could have happened is that the Hollywood class, she could have been really lucky and aimed towards the general direction of the AI, and then I think we would have been pretty obliterated. But it didn't, so yeah. As again, I think the Hollywood class can win. If we do a best of 3, I am open to the possibility that there might be other results. But it's only been 8 minutes in game, and I can tell you it has not been only 8 minutes in in my life for this battle. So we will suffice with one, and I can definitely say that Gimli is winning this battle. So let's move on to the next one. Here we are. Let's turn on the battle. This is the Woodinator Gigantua, and it's a tiny ship. It also costs 1 million only. It's only 100,000 blocks, but it's like half the cost of the Gimli. So this has a huge material disadvantage. It is, I think this thing is kind of solid wood. It is, let's see here, only 590 meters long, so it's half as long as the Woodinator. Gigantua is half as long as the Hollowood class. This thing is built mostly with proper wood blocks and not with what is it? Tetras, wooden tetras. Oh my god! Oh my god! Already? Man! Wow! Okay. The Secret Advisor's Woodinator Gigantua is outmatched, it seems like. It's very outmatched. The Hollowood class we looked at before, that thing is so laggy because it's so big and has so many diff cans. This is another type of build. It's using railguns and stuff like that. So if we look at it here, it has much armor to the turrets too. So it's a lot denser than the Secret Advisor usually likes to build. But remember, this thing is big, but it's only half the materials of the Gimli. That really needs to be remembered, because, well, the Gimli has a big advantage here. The Gimli hasn't taken much damage, actually. It's having railguns like that. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. But I think we both know that the Hollowood class, it lags too much for me to do, but I do think that 2 Hollowood class, the previous ship, would be able to defeat the Gimli without breaking much of a sweat. Because they're just so big and take so long to kill, but yeah. You can see it lost. Is this turret functional? It still stays there, yeah. But is the turret functional? There it goes. I believe that's the last of them. I think it doesn't have any weapons left. You know what? This ship lags a lot less than the Hollowood class. I think. The game speed is almost full speed. So I think that we can actually try and pitch 2 of these against the Gimli. I may be able to record that. Okay, here we go. We got 2 of them here. They're so much smaller and so much less laggy. So it's really nice. You can see, only 1 million cost. Wow. These are some scary guns though. I do wanna check out what we have here. Is that armor-piercing frag? Armor-piercing frag explosive, right? Well, let's do like this. Look at that. And they got caught by the era. Good for us. Bam. Scary shots. Let's see, I think the different AIs we have will probably target different ships, I'd suppose. Look at that though. It really lags when the crams hit, because, oh yes. When the crams hit, it lags so bad. Because it has to calculate all those fragments. Look at that tiny turret neck. Why would one? Why? I never understood tiny turret necks. See where it got. It has a weak connection point in the bottom, it seems like. There aren't very maneuverable either, these ships, so they really have issues with turning and maneuvering. Just like the Hollywood class. By the way, the Secret Advisor has built a official submission that adheres to all of the rules. This is of course one of the unofficial battles. We haven't had that yet. It's been submitted, the ship, for a long time. But I want to batch up so that I can look at more of the official submissions in a row, so we can get like a streak like that. We did 2 battles already that are official, and you should check them out if you haven't seen how they went. I won't spoil you, so look at all the Gimli battles in the playlist. But in any case, I want to bunch together. Look, another one goes. I want to bunch together in any case a lot of the official submissions so we can have a more of a tournament feeling. So we've been looking a lot of awesome, very cool, big unofficial ships. But it really looks like the Gimli is able to beat 2 Woodinator Gigantuas, which is very cool. I think it has. I think it doesn't have smoke, so it's very weak against this laser. And what we can see is that. God, the lag. Yeah, what we can see is that the crams really pop off these turrets. Let's just pause the game here. I want to see. Because it doesn't seem to be at a turret neck, it seems to be at a base where there is a connection point that's a little bit too little. So yeah, how does it... I'm just gonna pause it here to avoid the stuttering. Look at that. It doesn't have turrets left, does it? It only has tiny turrets. This one also doesn't have. Okay. Okay then. That's pretty cool. So basically, the Gimli is able to defeat the Woodinator Gigantua. I think this is against the Woodinator, this ship here. I think it's pretty conclusive evidence, you know, best of 3. One of the battles we had 2 versus the Gimli, so it can definitely defeat that. And it can probably defeat 2 of these again. As for the Hollywood class, I do believe that the Hollywood class can win if it aims at the right spot of the Gimli from the start. But that battle is so laggy that we will suffice with one of them. I think it's available on the workshop if you want to check it out. It's an absolutely cool and crazy design. If you can beat the Hollywood class using less materials in it, you are... you have made a very cool and customized design to do that, and that would be cool to see. So contact me if you do that. But in any case, the Hollywood class is a lot scarier than the Woodinators, but, well, it was really cool to run these battles, and you're gonna see the Secret Advisor's official submission in the future for the official battles. And we're gonna see how that goes. I haven't checked it out yet, but it has less than 100k blocks. So I know it will be a little bit different from the Secret Advisor's preferred normal building style, which will be very interesting to see, because I know he's a very skilled builder. This time we're going to pitch the Juno class super battleship against the Gimli battleship. Now this build is an enormous thing. It's absolutely insane how big and expensive this is. This is indeed a super battleship. It has the cost of 8.7 million, so almost 9 million. I guess that would be able to fit us a couple of, I don't know, is it 4 Gimlis versus this? To kind of get it to have the same material value. So, since we did pitch the Gimli as a, well, against a lot of cheaper designs, just to see how they performed, compared to the Draconia, I thought it would be funny to pitch it against something that is severely outmatches it in terms of materials. Now the Juno class super battleship is built by Azusa, and it's available, I think it's available in the workshop, not 100%. But in any case, Azusa has said for a while that she would like to upgrade this battleship because it is very outdated. Or not very outdated, but that it can be improved on many places that it was built a good while ago. And that might be so. But that hasn't happened yet. So until then, I thought that maybe, because the Gimli is so much cheaper, but that it's kind of fine-tuned, maybe it would be able to survive the Juno class super battleship. Now this is very unlikely, of course, but I thought that, like, why not? Why not try it? Could be a fun thing to see if we can try. Oh my god, the lambs! They took it out! So close to it, man. So, almost 9 million. So it's 4 times as expensive as the Gimli. So as we tried it against some stuff that's less expensive, it's also 315 meters long. Yeah, I thought it would be kind of cool to see if what happens if the Gimli would really punch upwards. No. I'm just trying to check the length of the Gimli here because I don't have it in my head. 374 meters long. That's cool. So the Juno class super battleship is very... It's a very big thing, of course, but they are like similar in length. They are also similar in block count. It's just that the Juno class super battleship is a lot more expensive. 4 times as expensive, approximately. Yeah, kind of very close to 4 times as expensive. Those lambs, of course, take out the Gimli's crams here. But one got through. That's pretty almost surprising there. So, the Juno class super battleship is down to 96% and the Gimli is at an 89. Yeah, there is no chance that the Gimli will be able to win against a ship that's 4 times as expensive. I would have liked to pitch 2 Gimlis against the Juno, and maybe then we could see what type of damage it would deal when it comes to a opportunity where it's punching upwards for 2x, so things that are 2 times the expense of itself. But I don't think, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to record that. Oh no. Look at that. That doesn't happen very often. So 1 cram cannon is completely gone. Gimli's bad down to 81%. This laser is really drilling some holes there. Wow, interesting indeed. The Juno is at 95%, so the Gimli has dealt some damage, but you can see we lost one of the main turrets here. That's not good at all. This is a decoy cram, by the way. We're just following it to see what's happening over here. Gimli is at 79%. The Juno is kind of running away here a little bit. 4 times as expensive as the Gimli. That's a big difference. Oh my lord. This is a lot of vertical launch missiles. See if our interceptors start popping in here. We have several of them, but these are a little bit too much. Better have some diff rods popping in here to clean this up. It can clean up some of them. Oh my god, but there are so many. Look at that. There is so many. Ah! They are going for the Arkebalista. We got an entire turret missing there. How is it going for this laser to drill here? Maybe our smoke protection is actually decent enough. Is the AI damaged? Whoa. That looked worryingly. Seems that the AI is... Oh, the main AI compartment is untouched. There is another secondary AI compartment, by the way, but yeah. Let's see here. Juno class super battleship. 94%, Gimli 76. Not looking very bright for the Gimli, is it? Civ Systems and Lambs are trying to take these out. It almost went through, but not quite. So I don't know if we have anything that can go through. Our laser is trying to zap some stuff here, but I don't think that's quite enough. Here we got another cram shell popping in there. It somehow managed to ish get through. Didn't deal a lot of damage though. Oh, another one's popping in there. That seemed to deal some better damage. Look at that. Is that turret disabled? Yes. It doesn't have barrels anymore. We successfully took out that turret. Oh my god. The Juno class super battleship has 0 materials. I think it has a good couple of repair bots. So I think it might have used its materials for repair botting. That's crazy. Because it didn't have so much material storage. I think it only had like 200k or something. So probably the Gimli dealt so much damage that it kind of decreased. Oh my god, that's interesting. That can really turn the tide of this battle. That's absolutely insane. Because as said, the Gimli is like 1/4 of the cost of the Juno class super battleship. I would love to see, I know that Juno is an older project from Azusa, and she's more proud of a recent project, or not recent, it's pretty old too, but a lot newer and a much more developed version, which is the, not version, ship. And that's, what is it called? That is her Saturnus class battleship, and that ship is 16 million. Of course, the Gimli could not take on a 16 million ship. That's also modern and much more advancedly and better built. But it would be very interesting if Azusa would, or someone else could be able to help us to do a recording with, like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 Gimlis versus that one. Could be really interesting to see how that would go down. See those lambs there, really popping. Big fat lamb nodes, am I right? Gimli is at 71 percentages. Whoops. What is this? This is heavy head. Alright, that's kinetics. Heavy head sabot things. Our only hope, I believe, is that the Juno runs out of materials and will not be able to reload its gun. Since it doesn't have much materials, I do believe this laser isn't dealing too much damage anymore, but it still seems to have shots in its magazine, which really is giving us a hard time here. Oh, look at this AI. It's still kind of intact, but we're just waiting for an unlucky reload point. Alright. Here we go. This is one of the Doom crams. The Gimli is down at 66 percentages. And the Juno class super battleship, she's still at like 92 percentages. So it's pretty unlikely that the Gimli would be able to salvage this situation and not die. But we did take out that turret, so look at this armor. It's like really thick. It's like really thick. So yeah, that's why the Juno isn't so much longer than the Gimli, but still 4 times as expensive. That's a reason. All right. It hasn't fired in a while. Ew. Oh my god, I do look. Oh, and these lambs. Oh, of course, they don't have a lot of firepower left. Oh yes, they don't have a lot of firepower left, so they can't reload and he can't shoot. Are you kidding me? Will the Gimli be able to beat the Juno that's 4 times as expensive? That would make me very happy with the performance of the Gimli. I felt like the Gimli has been winning a lot of battles. Darn laggy. Is this a helium pump? That's a helium pump, that's not a water pump. Well, we're having stuttering, the water pumps are pumping. That's what's happening. That's, you know, that's what they do. Alright. Gimli is at 64.7 percentages and the Juno is at 90. But the Gimli has a lot of materials and functional weapons, including doom crams. But the Juno is sitting here like a duck, with the yellow paint precisely like a duck and just taking damage. She's taking it. Will the Juno sink? Of course, the Juno, she's lasing the Gimli and well, she's just trying to stay calm over there, having very big holes in it, but man, these lasers probably don't deal a lot of damage since the engines are probably not running very much at all because there is no materials. Unless the Juno has a lot of stored steam, but man, look at that, the Gimli is kinda sinking, isn't it? We're going really low here. Yeah, we're not using a lot of engine power. Oh my god, this is so much missing blocks. Look at that. That's absolutely crazy. Wow, I'm not sure I ever seen the Gimli this damaged, but still functional. That's actually pretty cool. Man. Okay, I'm happy that the Gimli fights until the last bits of materials. It ain't looking good. But it's also functional, which is like the world. Oh, that's really nice. The Juno super battleship is going down in terms of materials. Does it deal damage at all? The Doom Cramps are getting through. I think the Lambs has some type of engine power left, but I wonder if the Juno is like passively floating or not. Our game speed is like 0.5-ish, so kind of half speed. You can see she's trying to stay afloat. Oh, that's some parts. I think we did some EMP damage, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting indeed. I don't think, did you know? I don't think she's been dealing much damage to the Gimli in a while now. This is like a still frame. The Juno doesn't have engine power, it seems, because now every stored materials are gone. It's just sitting here, very still. See there, it's like passively spinning a tiny little bit. Oh lord, that is a lot of interceptors, man. Oh my god. Wow. And well, missile spam, ladies and gentlemen. 64 percentages. Well, we're of course gonna have a best of 3 here, but I do think we can conclude that the Gimli did win the first battle against the Juno. So let's go with round 2. I'm actually like more impressed that we are actually not lagging so much, that we actually can record this thing. I think that's the most impressive thing with this battle. I'm very impressed over my computer, and it's not that good. Maybe the Juno isn't very laggy after all. Azusa told me that, and I didn't believe her, because it is a 9 million ship almost, so well. But apparently she's right, it doesn't lag that much. There we go, round 2. Gimli is sitting here and having a good time, not really. Getting very fried by that lasers. Glad we got the smoke here. The spawn smoke in the front, but it still almost doesn't help. I don't know if this is a continuous laser or if it's a charge laser or if it's something in between. But it's pretty strong. Alright. Whoa, look at those missiles! Very scary. See how our crams, we entered the degraded mode, it seems like. Can they go through? Oh no, they bounced. They bounced. Not good times. The Gimli is at 94%, yes. The weather is bad, so we don't see very far. Look at that then. Oh no, look at the front here. Looking very sad. Alright. Laser is lasing here. Well, I don't know if it like... We have smoke still, so I don't know if it does anything important, that laser. Smoke is a good to have. No excuse to not have smoke. Here are some cram shells. I don't remember which are decoys or not. This is... That's not the decoy. Bam. Bomb. And you can see, like, if we would set up the Gimli to battle the Juno, we would probably set it up to have a lot, like, longer penetration depth fuse, like time after impact fuse, so it would like detonate a lot further in. That could help the Gimli a lot, I believe. I haven't seen our laser in a while. Wonder what happens with that. Our crams are popping in there. That's good. Look at those missiles, man. We're not having the FPS of our life right now. Our... Look, our lamps are so busy with this missile rain. Oh my god. We kind of a quarter speed game. Well, that's something. The cram cannons have changed its targets, it seems like. Let's see here. Those cannons are not a joke. They're very scary. If we get an unlucky hit, it can probably take out our AI. That would be really sad. I'm very happy that the Juno doesn't lag much more than like ships that this size, but I do believe that's because it's so compact. Even though it's 4 times as expensive as the Gimli, you can see that the Gimli is a tiny bit longer and a little bit slimmer. The Juno is a little bit more fat, but it's not a lot. Gimli is taller, of course, but there is not happening a lot up here. By the way, it seems that the Juno does not have AIs that are targeting blocks over water. So the party inside of the golden hole is unusually good. Unusually unscathed. Well, the Gimli is at 84 and the Juno is at 94, so I do believe that the Juno will probably not lose this one. They're really close to. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It kind of depends if the Juno's missiles will be able to target the Gimli even though they're so close. It seems they will be able to. Oh yes, I think this is great for the Juno. Actually, this is not great for the Juno. Look at that. They're like arcing over by a slight... Yeah. If we were like 100 meters to the left, we would probably not be able to. Yeah. Interesting indeed. Where are our crams? They're really readying their lance and stuff like that. You can see it. Boom! Got through. Is that a big turret? The Juno shedded a big turret there. The Juno has shedded 2 big turrets here. Interesting. Oh, the torpedoes are a little bit scarier. The Juno seems to have a lot of torpedoes too. I did see that in the previous battle, but I kind of forgot about them. And they're really slowing down the speed of the Gimli's forward propulsion. Our back sniper cannon seems to have been compromised, and our mortar cram seems to be severely damaged. I will check the AI compartment here. Oh my lord. So the main AI is heavily compromised. The other 2 AIs are fine this time, so okay. I don't remember what parts we lost, but I think we didn't lose the mainframe, but we lost some processing. I think there has been some incredible amounts of close calls when it comes to the Gimli's AI. Like, a lot of the time it has been damaged in the edge but not quite deleted, which is interesting indeed. I wonder if that's the placement and angles of the ERA, that the ERA protects the important part of the AI, but that it doesn't like protect all of them. So the Juno has missiles and 2 big cannons left. We're really struggling with these missiles here. We did shed a large cram turret there too. That's not good for us at all. The Gimli is down at a nice round number of 69. Oh no. It's really looking like the Juno will be able to take home this battle. But the Juno is running out of materials again, isn't she? Look at that. 23,000, 22, 21, 20. Oh my god, this is so exciting. This is very interesting indeed. They do get a tiny bit of material too for dealing damage, but not a lot. The Juno's lambs are still strong and stuff like that, but I do wonder if it has a lot of repair bots or something like that, because I don't know. Oh, it's out of materials. I don't know how it would otherwise be able to spend so many materials so quickly. That's usually what happens if you have too many repair bots. So the Gimli is down to 66%, which ain't good. I kind of want to see what shells we have here. This is armor piercing secondary heat and solid warheads, just to not die too quickly. Yeah, we have broken through the era layer here. 65%, not good. The Juno is out of materials, but you can see the lambs are still going strong. So it's probably steam, yeah? Probably has a lot of steam. I also would want to have some water pumps. Would save so much materials per second for me. would give me so much free engine power. So you can see we have some stuttering here. If you see it stops every second like that, that's because of the water pumps. For many people they cause this kind of lag. I'm one of them. So the Gimli doesn't have water pumps, just to lag a little bit less. Are the lambs? Oh. So I believe those exterior shields on the side of the ship does help with detonating the crams further out than they would have been otherwise, which is really good for the Juno there. Cram coming in? No, it got deleted. Another one? No. Look at that, it's firing VLMs now again. It has 0 materials, but man, it got away a few of them. Interesting indeed. So the Gimli is at 62%, and the Juno is still at 91%. It is really looking like the Juno is going to win this, even though it is has no materials left. Well, the Gimli is down to 60, but it seems that some of the guns have gotten out of ammo. So the Juno battleship seems to be losing its ability to deal damage. Gimli is at 59%. Oh my god. This is so interesting. The crams are still not really reaching through there. We're gonna follow one of the shots through here. Wow. Look at the interiors here. Poor Gimli. It's very damaged. Very damaged. How is the auxiliary AI doing? If we can even find it. Let's see here. Well, these engines are really sad. Is it not? Anyways, too crammed. 59 percentages. Well, let's see if we follow one of these ones. I don't know if this is a decoy or if this is a real... Oh, that's a decoy. Okay. That's a real cram, right? Did it deal some damage? Who knows? Wow. 58.9 versus 91, but this one has no materials left. It doesn't fire, does it? Very interesting indeed. We're getting in more crams here. We got some packs going on here on the Juno. I do believe it probably has some RTGs, so it can deal some slight damage using that. And it's still at 90 percentages, but it's really stopping here in the water. This is going to be really interesting to see what happens now. If the Gimli wins this, well, then it won 2 out of 3 battle, which means best of 3 is already achieved. So, very interesting indeed. I will just give a huge thanks to all of the YouTube members and all of you who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. The commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. Your support helps me a lot. I just wanted to say that. In any case, if you wanna support the channel but get something out of it that's not in the package of features for YouTube members or patrons, you can always go to our merch stores, gmodims.com/support or merch/support or /merch, and you can see some different options there and /merch, and you can find some merch there. Very cool. I have a homepage which I need to update. In any case, this battle has really stagnated, hasn't it? It fired a missile. Oh my god, that's so unexpected. Look, it fired 4 more. I don't know where it's getting its materials from. Well, finally our interceptors have something to do. Not enough of them to overwhelm the Gimli's anti-missile systems. The Gimli has a pretty high budget into anti-munitions because we had some, you know, I was a little bit scared about the Turtle Lord for obvious reasons, so I did want to spend a considerable budget of getting problems like that out of the air. Literally. 58 percentages versus 89. Oh my god, but no materials. So I don't know if it's gonna reload its gun or something like that and that it's gonna start to deal damage. If not, the Gimli is actually slowly winning against Azusa's Juno's class super battleship, which is old and needs updating, but it's 4 times more expensive. So that would be, I would be impressed. Maybe it's luck. Our AI area is damaged, so it could have just gotten its AI deleted too. I am very aware of that too. But I'm just doing a best of 3. And I would love to see the Gimli being pitched against the Saturnus super battleship, which is 18 million, I believe. It's really expensive, but in that case, it's just not fair to put one Gimli against it, because the Juno was a little bit old and a little bit unpolished, so I thought that the Gimli still kind of has a chance-ish, hopefully, maybe. I didn't really think it would win, but I thought it would possibly win if we took 2 Gimlis and put it as, against the Juno. But the Gimli really exceeded my expectations by a lot. 4 times more expensive. Quite amazing. But I would love to see the Gimli be pitched against the Saturnus, which is a much more like well put together design from Azusa. It's much better. But of course, having a single Gimli against that would be very unfair, because that would basically mean it has the same cost as, what is it, 8 Gimlis or something like that? So in such a case, it's like severely outmatched. So I would guess that we would probably want at least 3-4 gimlets to even start looking at that, because otherwise it's absolutely certain that a gimlet would not like have a single chance. Even if it's 4 gimlet against the Saturnus, it will still be outmatched by double, so even that would be an unfair battle to the gimlet, but it would get the added benefits of having like several ships, which is always a benefit. But in any case, I don't know if that will ever happen, because I know that with my current setup I can't record that myself. So that would be up to Azusa, or perhaps a Secret Advisor, or Dr. Kreutzer, or someone else with a Uber computer that would like to help. Wow! The Juno is actually able to take out the mortars that are popping in here still. The mortars aren't very scary, but they're there to distract the lambs, and I guess they do that. Look at that! The Juno has put together and gotten some 5 new missiles. Looks like our AMS system will have something to do then. The lovely thing with the anti-missile missiles is that they have a slight area of effect thing too. Well, too few to overwhelm us, so yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the Juno class super battleship has gotten so little materials left, it is now sinking. Which means that we can officially crown the Gimle as the... Oh my god, look at that! It's despawning, so it was able to reload its missiles. Can we get... Okay, man. It will DQ. It will DQ, right? Oh, yes, I thought so. Because otherwise I was wondering, are we gonna have a last second, like, turn of the tides here or something like that? Now, I don't believe these are guided anymore, since that they are probably relying on the detection system that doesn't exist anymore. But anyways, that's that. The Gimle has probably never looking this beat up ever before. Man, it's really looking very sad. But it was able to defeat the outdated, yes, but still 4 times as expensive battleship, Juno class super battleship of a slight cost of almost 9 million. So I'm very happy with the Gimlet today, and with that I would love you to like the video, because this was quite amazing, wasn't it? Haven't I built a pretty good GMODism? You're being insufferable right now. Here we have the Zenith Star by Star Reach. This is a flying creature, so that's pretty cool. And we're gonna check out some weapons it has. Now, it has the fleet colors, and it got spawned with the fleet colors of the Army of GMODism, which I have a tutorial if you wanna know how to add that as a secondary option. I can show you in that tutorial. But anyways, we should be checking out this little beast here before we get into the battle, just to see what we're having, and to of course check it abides by the rules. Interesting. So here we have tracer rounds, solid warhead bodies. Okay. Alright, AP, high explosive, and sabot. And it's just some stable stuff for the different guns. Well, we have the different guns set up here. I think we should just check out a little bit quickly here. We can do a little left-right cut. I think that can be pretty interesting, just to have a quick check. Interesting. Very nice indeed. Looks to be pretty decent, I'd say. Well, it's gonna be Sandblaster. Gonna be really interesting to see if the angles we will get are gonna be good, or if the angles will kinda not hit it. if we are not able to hit this, we're just gonna be slowly sandblasted away, I'd suspect. But if we are able to kind of hit this thing, I do think it's gonna go down pretty quickly. Anyways, we have a little hut here. Light off, press right ACB, lights on, press left ACB. Well, then we should turn on the lights so we can see it with the lights, because of course it's going to spawn without the lights, because otherwise it's not going to be very legal, is it? We have some like police feeling here. Oh, I like these guns here. That's that would be beautiful 3D print, wouldn't it? This craft is improved upon the decommissioned Hypernova hull brought from Scarlet Dawn. Nether year, well, very old. I don't know if we have more interiors. Yeah, it seems to be legal, so let's go to the bell. Alright, let's get into the first bell here. So, I think we can see the Zenith star. Oh no, I realize I need to spawn this a little bit higher up. It's a airship after all, 200 meters maybe. Light to team. And there we go. So here we have this Zenith star. I seem to have trouble pronouncing this. Anyways, it looks pretty amazing. Looks very modern, looks very spaceshipy. I think our good old friend Xavercrowd would really enjoy this design. Well, anyways, I guess we'll just spawn, start the battle, see what happens. Now it gets some colors I selected, but whatever. Oh, we have some active moving around here. We got pulse lasers too. I kind of missed those when checking it out. Bam! Something heavy died on the gim layer. Let's slow down time. See what's happening here. Oh well. Alright, so here we have the sandblastings. These are some sabot heads with a lot of fins and stuff. Oh, let's see here. It's gonna be pretty cool. I wonder what kinda killed something very much. I don't think we have any chance of look at that! We're dropping blocks, mate. Poor thing. So it is hitting pretty hard. Gonna be interesting to see in the second round kinda what did this type of damage early on. It's gonna be pretty quick. It's only been 26 seconds. And the Millennium Zenith Star does have the lead. Anyways, let's go back to regular speed here. Man, sandblasters are nasty. Oh. And I guess we can follow these clamshells, right? And they're not gonna hit because this thing has some active projectile avoidance. So, if we can shoot this thing down with a laser, it's gonna be game over for the Gimli, I believe that. Fortunately, the Gimli has a pretty decent laser, and the Zenith Star does have smoke, of course, but it's moving pretty quickly, so we can kind of burn through this, can't we? Alright. Are we firing properly here? Oh yeah, there we go. Next sand storm is incoming here. The era can't do nothing against this sand blasting through here. Alright. I wonder, do we have like... I think we have kind of... This is the fastest we can do. Game speed 0.67, 68. Right. Some decent FPS. Oh, I do think that the Vigoletta Mark IV here is just gonna be a really heavy contributor to a potential win for the Gimli's part. This cannon is pretty good. And it's like the only thing that's doing like reliable damage at this point. Look at it, we're so blasted. Luckily we have so many outputs for the laser. But the Gimli is down to 87%, and the Star Reach Millennium Zenith, she's still up at like 92. And it's moving up and down. Look at that. It's like our Vigoletta ain't hitting too often either. See that? It's like trying to target, but it's missing most of the shots since it's moving up and down. Man, we're like always aiming at the wrong spot. Look at that. They're not fast enough. It's only the laser that has any chance. I'll just want to pause this thing. Ooh, though. We're targeting hot blocks though. And hot blocks means some important things here. We're gonna dig through to the rail system powering the Sandblaster. That's a big ass rail system. Unfortunately for the Gimli, it seems that the packs are offline. Man, if the Zenith Star would be located at the Gimli's weak side, it would have like 100% chance of winning, I think. We're digging through here. We've chosen a new block. Tides may turn, though. Look at that. The Zenith Star is down to 89 and the Gimli is at 82, so the Gimli is not in the lead anymore, but look at that. I think we have taken out some of the propulsion, so now we got a hit with the cram cannons. That's just very unlucky for Star Reach here. It's definitely very formidable design, but is it formidable enough to be able to defeat the Gimli? That's the question. And thanks for everyone, especially the Secret Advisor / Korvax for again and again saying how great the Gimli is as a benchmarking ship. And that might be true. I never thought of it like that when I built it, but I'm really happy if that's like the new benchmarking ship. That's amazing. Because it's like, of course I built some years in from the depth, and if you're starting new, it can be a little bit difficult to build a ship that beats the Gimli. So yeah, and people that have played longer than me usually can make a ship that beats the Gimli. Depends how much you invested in trying to learn the nooks and crannies of from the depth. But if you kind of did, you can probably beat the Gimli if you have played more than me. I don't know if you have. Some of us share the total playtime we had in the Discord. I had more than I thought, but of course I shouldn't be surprised. It's like my main game on this YouTube channel, which is, we are doing some videos and stuff, as you have noticed. Look at that. We're actually probably gonna beat this thing. We're leading now. The Gimli is leading. We're gonna look at the poor state of the Gimli right now, though. Look at this sad thing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah. Look at that. I think it's almost a little bit unlucky for the Zenith Star here to not have sandblasted on the AI. The AI is completely intact, and that's like the only area that's completely intact. Most of the cram cannons are kind of damaged, which is pretty crazy. We don't have a cockpit anymore, and half of the dinner guests all have to stand and duck for cover at times. Well, look at that, we're going low here. The Zenith star is going pretty low. I'd be so surprised if it wins this first time. It is shooting back though, but I'll be surprised if it wins this first one. It's still trying to evade our shots here, which is probably making it stay alive a lot longer. It's only been 5 minutes in game battle, but I don't know, it felt like a lot more. But oh man, we're going dangerously close to the water surface, and we're going down to the water surface. It's probably not going back up again. Look at that, we have... I hope you didn't have anything important in here, because that was an EMP surge. Oh, look at that. Oh no! The Zenith Star has officially lost the first battle. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very helpless and is about to despawn here. So let's check out the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna start a second battle exactly right now. And we are sticking here with the game in absolute super slow motion. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I want to check out if these shots... Man, this is a little bit too slow, okay. Never mind. I want to see the first volley here, yeah? I'm just so interested what dealt that... Oh, look at that. Alright. So, this might be a charge laser. Oh, you're going straight for the AI, are you? Man, this is gonna be so interesting. Okay, and here we can see the initial blast here. Bam, going through there pretty deeply. Ooh, the laser. The Gimlet won't be able to have time to turn, will it? The AI might be sniped out here. It depends a lot on luck and how long that laser surge is staying at the same place. Anyways, that was like the initial blast here. So we kind of missed a little bit exactly what happened, I don't know. But the laser is still focusing on this area here. So I'm glad I didn't skip armor in this area completely. Because if we had done that, we would have been pretty dead now. No AI hit there. And now it's targeting something else. Oh, damn. That's... That's like our accurate detection. Well. Our most accurate detection is gone, but what the heck. We might need it, but whatever. So the gimbal seems to be able to turn kinda quick enough to not keep it on the bad side. If the Zenith Star would have gone a little closer, I actually think it could have sped the gimlet's turning rate, probably. Because, of course, at this range, it's gonna move darn fast to outpace our turning range, and if it was a little bit like closer, it wouldn't need to turn as fast, because like that's regular laws of, I don't know, physics and rotational angular mathematics and whatnot. Anyways, I guess that's good news for the gimbal. Well, and let's see here. I just want to see, does it have some type of anti-munition system trying to shoot down here? It got some missiles, yeah. Oh, that cram cannon shot was almost about to hit. And we're digging through here again. It's gonna be interesting to see if the Zenith Star, whoops, is able to... Oh lord, look at that. That's a pretty sad cram hit for... Ew, darn! We're losing a lot of power here. Man, does that mean we're going down? Ladies and gentlemen, is the Zenith star going down? No, it has enough backup power. I guess that star reach anticipated to be pretty hurt from the game, which is a good anticipation because it's pretty hard to not get very hurt by the gimlet. It is, after all, a pretty dangerous thing, I'm happy to say. Like, when we're shooting here, it's shooting with such an RPM. It looks like the barrels are like lagging or whatever. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. So we're just gonna check out here. Did we have a lucky hit here yet? Just pausing the battle a little bit. No, we did not. It's so much up to if those sandblasters are gonna sandblasters, I can't speak apparently, are gonna target the AI or not. Well, some of the cram cannons are like really sad. Well, I do wonder if our Arquebalista Invictus guns are doing some good action or not. I wonder. I wanna see if this back one shoots. Look at that. Now it's getting sandblasted, so I don't have my hopes for that to happen, really. Wait, was that a fire? I think it was. That's the Arquebalista Invictus round. And he's shooting really quickly. I would have expected that one to hit though, because that's so darn fast. But I guess we're just so far away that we're just missing here. Damn, this is a pretty close battle. I feel it can go either way still. Look at that. Just dodging all those shells. But the gameplay is so chunky and strong, it just won't go down easily. But now the Zenith Star has a lead of 10%, and we're kind of we are a bit into the battle now, so that lead is actually significant, especially considering that the laser system seems to be damaged enough. Let's actually check the laser core. The laser core ain't dead. I think it's maybe just the pump energy and stuff. Like many parts of the laser system or the engine power possibly. Can it be the... I don't know. Well. Look at... Well, anyways. It doesn't really matter. Our lasers are not delivering especially much damage right now, which means it's actually looking like the Zenith Star is gonna win this thing. And stuff is going a little bit slow, you know. I think it's all comes down to if the Zenith Star is able to survive all the cram shells popping at it. If it can dodge them all, it probably lives. If it doesn't, it might get into trouble. At such a possibility, I think the tides can turn very quickly. Well, it's taking damage too. Not much damage anymore. Since the laser went down on the Gimle, well, the chances of the Zenith Star, the Millennium Zenith Star, has just increased a lot. But damn, that wasn't a good hit for it. Mostly laser systems, so it shouldn't be too sad. You can see that at an early round, at an early point of this round, that cram shot would have absolutely possibly eliminated this ship, but because the cram cannon it was fired from is so damaged now, the blast radius of that shot wasn't as bad as it would have been otherwise. The Gimli's crams are no joke, but if they are damaged as much as they are, well, they kind of become a joke. Sandblasting system is still very much alive. Trying to jump on some of those shots. Ooh, look at that. We're targeting some engine power here, are we? Ooh! We're gonna have less power. Man. We're starting to look a tad bit sad here, are we not? Oh, but we have our superstructure left this time. The Millennium Zenith Star is gathering penalty points because it's... Oh, lords, it's sunk. Wow. Okay. So the Zenith Star has lost both battles, which means we have an official win for the Gimli. Wow, I didn't expect that. Well, I asked you in the comments a little bit before if you want to see the third battle or not, and most of you seem to want to see the third battle, so this time at least we're gonna see the third battle. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here again. And we're gonna play this battle, and of course this doesn't actually affect the outcome of the battle. The Gimli has still won this battle. We're just here to check out if we play out the third battle, if the results could have been any different for this particular battle or not. I do must say that Starreach has made an amazing submission with the Millennium Zenith Star. It is very good. I think it's a very competent design. It does dodge a lot of the firepower that Gimli comes with. Like, we're not hitting very often with our cram cannons. If the Gimli didn't have a laser, it would absolutely not win against this thing. You know, some of the ships that have won against the Gimli, like the 10 Commandments, would be absolutely devastated by the Zenith Star. I do really believe that. So we're gonna... Maybe the Zenith Star will have a return. I am thinking right now that I am going to pitch the losers against each other, and the best of the losers will be back into the battles, because I do of course want to pitch some of the ships that are beating the Gimli against each other to see kind of which one is the best of them. But that will be later. We have a lot of Gimli submissions to go through still. So if you're building on something that you want to send in, well, join the Discord, find the rules in the description and on the Discord, #GameEvents, and you can send in the submission too. There is still some time to do that. Look at that. It's just, the Gimli just looks so sad while getting a whooping from this thing. If it just had targeted the AI. You know, when we fought the steampunk turtle, it kind of almost, and I don't remember if it did annihilate our AI one turn, or if it just almost did, but that was damn scary. I think that pack is pretty important. It hasn't been sandblasted yet. Well. 96 versus 89, so it's really getting the lead of the Gimli early on. And the lasers are even trying to target some of these crams. I don't know if it really matters much. Look at that. See if our pack is gonna shoot here or not. The pack should hit, right? Every time. Oh! Or no, we're just maneuvering. I thought we were going down there for a second. I think it's pretty cool. I do really like the design of this thing, but apparently it is from Scarlet Dawn 20, like some previous. I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't check out the in-game designs yet because I haven't really started campaign, so I'm a noob at this game. I haven't really played a campaign, even though I played for so long. You know, I just got stuck in building stuff. But we're gonna play the campaign. Trust me, it's gonna be either on the GMODIST YouTube or we're gonna have it on the Twitch channel. And if it's on the Twitch channel, the VODs won't be popping up here. The VODs will be popping up at the GMODIST channel, so you should check that out. By the way, do you like my new like channel banners art and stuff? Because I designed some new stuff. I'm pretty happy with it. You might not like it, but do please tell me what you think about it in the comments. My new channel banner. It's pretty... I think it's fun. It's a little bit chaotic. But I don't know. I went for a maximalist design this time. The Gimli is down to 79% this time. So this is the best results that the Zenith star has ever gotten. I think this is the best lead it has gotten so far, actually. So that's pretty interesting. Maybe it has a chance to win this one. Look at these. These anti-missile missiles are not very well set up, though. They need to be so much faster. They need to wait a little bit before the thrusters activate. They need to... I'm not sure if they have turning thrusters, but... Let's just pause here a little bit quickly. No, they won't. They don't have that. Is that a decoy or something? No, that might be an APN, right? That's probably an APN guidance. But for this size, you should probably have some faster things with turning thrusters. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to hit ram cannons. I do hope I have that in my AMM tutorial. If not, I need to make a new one. I do know I covered this in videos before, but, well, anyways, about that, I need to make a lot more tutorials, that's for certain. Well, it's doing pretty well this time. Well, we're gonna see how the Gimli looks now. Poor thing, look at that. The Arquebalista Invictuses are really sad. The laser system seems to be doing alright. The AI seems to have not been hit anything this time at all, which is good for it, but... Look at that, we're just losing so many blocks. Gonna be pretty interesting to see. And now when we tried it, can you also tell me in the comments if you think having the third battle is worth it or not? Because this is like the first video we do that on. So the positives on this is that the user can see how much of a chance the enemy ship had. Like if it lost 2 battles and then won the third, it might as well have won. But if it loses all 3, it probably couldn't have won. That's the pros. The negatives are that the video is gonna be longer, so fewer people will kind of like watch all of it, which means that the watch time, or like not the watch time, like the retention time or whatever, will be lower. So it might impact the videos like total views, so that like fewer people will get it recommended. So this video might get fewer views because we have the third bell. And that remains to be seen, but that's kind of the pros and cons of this thing. So you'll just have to tell me in the comments what you think and what's your experience. And of course, you're going to be biased because if you're not watching in the third battle, you would have already clicked away, right? So that's not like a perfect system, but yeah. I guess that doesn't matter then. Oh, look at that. The Gimli is down to 67%. Wow. Wow, this is definitely the best round that the Millennium Zenith Star has made. Man. Well, sorry mate, but you lost the first 2 battles, so you're not winning this thing, but that was darn interesting. Because this means, like, when I see this, it's so close that I know that the Millennium Zenith Star is a competent design to be able to win against the Gimli. Now, in this battle it didn't. This last like round, it seems like it's gonna win. It really does, but, well, it's already lost. But that's kind of why I want to give the best ship in the losers bracket one more chance, because we can clearly see it is a good design, man. Look at that. Pretty cool, I think. I suppose it's gonna lose, but yeah. Well, so that's actually pretty interesting. I don't know if maybe we'll watch like the end of this battle, possibly. It can be interesting to see, but it's at 59%. It's going to lose. Anyway, huge thanks to our commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST, Admiral Scooberox, Commodore Owen, Lieutenants and/or Gravy, Pardbagreed, and Vincent Veritas. Your continued support does really help the channel a lot. And with that said, the Gimli is at 58%. It is going to lose this battle by most chances. The Zenith Star is at 77%. So, and it's still shooting and dealing damage, and I do not think that the Gimli is able to deal much damage against the Millennium Zenith Star anymore. So, with that said, here we can see, you might think that, oh man, the Gimli definitely won that first two battles, it was undefeatable, and if you have clicked off you won't see this, but if you didn't, you can see that, you know, maybe the Gimli just was lucky, because the Millennium Zenith Star won the third battle. But anyways, lost the first two, so it's going to the losers bracket. This time we're going to do a rematch with the Zenith Star, because, well, it lost the last round, but that was with some weird alpha setting updates where lasers were too powerful, which means the old results of the Zenith Star from Star Reach is disqualified, which means it has another chance. GMODIST. And here you can see the beautiful creation in front of you. This is the Zenith Star. We looked at it a lot in the last episode, so we will not look at it during this episode. It will of course be meeting the Gimli battleship as usual, and we're gonna see which is actually the strongest setting now, the strongest ship now that the fire update is actually released. And there we go, the battle is ongoing. I set it in super slow speed just in the beginning to see what is happening. In any case, I will just say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month. It really helps us a lot. And we got some new cadets that has joined too. Also thanks to all of the YouTube members, you in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST. You know who you are, and there is a little thing below the video where we can see some of the supporters, and you were probably able to see this video before anyone else could see it, because you have access to early access to videos, which is a nice feature I could automatically implement. So if you want that, well, you know where the join button is. So I just wanted to see the initial blast here, because two crams are coming in. Here we have an initial swarm here from the Zenith Star with its burst guns. Gonna see what type of damage that does. But we're gonna move back to full regular speed. We can see they penetrated very deeply. We also have a thing now where the steam engines actually will blow up. So if the steam engines get hurt, it will cause a explosion with the following fire inside of here. And the Gimli is obviously not equipped to deal with that, because when we built the Gimli, that wasn't a feature. Oh, my tracking turret! Man, we're shedding so many turrets here. Oh, the bridge, I mean, is so sad. Well, we won't be needing that anti-missile system anyways, it's not that we can use it. Alright. As long as our laser stays online, we have a chance of not dying. Now is the question if we can get a land with the cram cannons. Ooh. Or not. Now we don't have the tracking turrets anymore, which is a problem. I want to follow the Arcabalista Invictus rounds, because I do feel they have a chance of hitting, right? They missed. Well, the Zenith Star is in a good lead now. It's at 99.3%, where the Gimli is at 92%. So we'll see how this armor burns away from the laser, because smoke is not as efficient as it used to be. Though the raw damage of laser has been cut in half, so the Gimli is a lot less scary, unless you're made out of flammable blocks, like this thing. Right, we have a little swarm of incoming bullets. Very interesting to see what's happening inside of here. Here we can see we have a fire. I don't know why we have a fire here, but we do have a small fire on the deck here in the wood. We have another fire on the surface here. Bam! Well, it's obviously the lasers from the Zenith Star that is barbecuing the wood armor on this thing a little bit. Wood health has been boosted, however. But man, the Gimli is not looking happy right now. So it does currently look like the Zenith Star will be able to turn this battle around and maybe land a win this time. We're gonna see what happens. This fire is burning pretty quick though, because it's moving pretty fast. That's something to keep in mind. Yeah, that heavy armor is burning. As heavy armor should. Well, those mortars, I would be pretty surprised if they actually hit. Oh, no. No hit with the crams. The Gimli can fight quite a good bit under 80%, so the battle is not over by any means. All it takes for the Gimli is to land a super lucky hit with the crams. That's what we've seen in the last round. But in the last round, the laser was a little bit more effective. However, the Zenith Star also have a problem that Gimli has. If this, if the steam tanks get destroyed, like one did here, it actually causes a explosion, which makes surrounding things burn. So this might be a little bit sad for the Zenith Star. Here we can see we had an internal explosion of a steam engine, I believe. Or it was a pack system that might have caused that. But it shed a lot of blocks, and Millennium Zenith Star is down to 86% just now. It's really starting to shed a lot of blocks here. Oh! Oh no! The Zenith Star... Well, at least the fire is being put out. But I do not think that helps it now. It has lost power. It seems to be a dead fish in the water. Oh my lord. What is it going to do? Well, it's collecting penalty points and it's going to despawn. Now it also gets some helps with the Gimli's Doom Crimes, which will help, well, put it out of its misery faster. It was very... it was closer this round though, after the update. After the update come out, it seems that it improved the Millennium Zenith Star's chances of winning. You can see that it could have won this battle. The Gimli is looking super sad. And even the Gimli has suffered a bit of fires here. You can see from this steam engine, it has some explosion, it's burning up here. So the Gimli is having severely handicapped power generation too. I do believe the Gimle has a bit of fuel tanks among its fuel engines too, and that will of course be a fatal fire. But anyways, first battle goes to Gimle, so same results as last time. Same results, but a little bit more close. But anyways, we're going for the next round. Here we have round 2. It's really dodging those initial cram shells there. Oh, is it gonna go into it? Oh. We're kind of having a 3D perspective here now. Or 2D perspective, I mean, not 3D. Man, those sandblaster just deleting the superstructure of the Gimle. Bad times for the Gimle. I think the Gimle is very happy having shields. She is indeed. Millennium Zenith Star is taking the lead in the first of this battle, just as it did the last battle. This shell is going to miss, I believe. If it doesn't miss, I believe it is extremely lucky. It's not extremely lucky. Alright, so the laser is focusing on the same point as last time. Unfortunately, I don't see shots from the Marksman 4 Vigoletta system popping in here, which is really heavy lifter during this battle. However, we have started some fires inside of the heavy armor. We'll be joining this swarm here. It's just deleting blocks. Oh, we have a fire around here on the deck. Bad times for the Gimle. We'll just have to watch these shells because no, they don't hit. I want them to hit because I know that those shells will go through the armor. And they're really quick, the Arcaballista Invictus shot, but this Millennium Zenith Star by Storage is she's pretty quick, just going up and down like that. Smart way to dodge most things. And we're focusing on the middle here. If it just shoots a few more rounds here, I think it will start an eternal fire. The Vigoletta turret, 67mm, is pounding on, that's good. Let's see what's going on here. It's just shedding a lot of blocks, but no fatal wounds so far. Really lost something big there. That's a Arcaballista Invictus barrel, I think. For some of it, it has a lot of barrel. Here the laser has started a fire. This cram system is surprisingly alive, which is funny. Half of it. Oh, look at that. Just so much on fire here. And now a lot of people are really scared of using wood now due to the fire update. But don't forget that wooden's HP has been boosted. And before the update, wood gave you the most amount of health points for the cost. So wood was before the update the best armor against kinetics. And it's still the case when you think of costs. Because remember that 1 meter of heavy armor is the same cost as 25 meters of wood. Yeah, and after the update it's even more true. Wood is really the best kinetic armor against for the cost of it. But you probably need a couple of layers, and if you're building really big ships, you're easily going to probably reach some block count maximum limit. Gimle is at 83% and Zenith Star is still at 96%, so it's looking much better for the Zenith Star during this second round. Let's see here if our... Whoa. Wow, okay, what's happening here? I think we'll just need to do a quick pause and see what's going on here. Here we can see... Oh, yes. Very close to be damaged, this steam system there. The AI is not touched. We seem to have no fatal explosions in the... It's pretty good though that the steam engines are usually below the waterline, which will mitigate a lot of that damage. So you can see the Vigoletta is just being after a little bit, since the Millennium Zenith is going up and down using some kind of sine wave. Now it's looking much better for the Zenith Star now, but that's a lot thanks to the Gimle's laser. It seems that a laser has been successfully taken offline. Or you can see we had some internal explosions here. Oh yeah. This cannon is disabled on this side. Half of it at least. Laser is still online though. Seem to be looking pretty good still. Yeah, this might be a win for... This might be a win for the Gimle, actually. No, for this, the Millennium Zenith Star this time, actually. So it will be up to the 3rd round, probably. We'll see, though. Here we can see the laser is definitely taken offline here. All the laser nodes... Yeah, all the laser nodes are disabled. I wonder if that means that the laser core system has been damaged. No, but we do seem to have a... Oh! Somebody hit a boiler. So we're having a big fire here in the bow steam engine, which is spreading to the other cylinders. And it's gonna cause some more explosions later on. If the fire continues, it will spread. It seems that some parts of the laser system is working because the lamps seem to react sometime. Oh my god, so much blocks is missing from the Gimle here. Look at that. The Zenith Star has done a real good job. This is an exciting battle, really, between two similar power crafts, which we already knew, by the way, but it's fun to see some potential other results here. Here we can see they burn down. We missed that explosion. And now we have a big fire here. You see, this engine has started to burn. And you can see it's not quite below the waterline here. Man, that's... It's a high price to pay to keep the Gimle at the most aesthetically pleasing looking level. Because it's... wow. If the Gimle was just sitting as at a more natural position, but that doesn't look as good, so we won't do that. Those fires would have been put out by themselves, I believe. Well, can't believe that, my god, look at that superstruction really literally hanging on by a infinitely thin thread. Ha! That's crazy. Well, the Gimle should really start losing power now. I can't believe it's still fighting. You know, actually, all 4 of the Doomcram systems are still functional. So, if the Millennium Zenith didn't bob up and down like this, basically, if the Gimle were meeting any other ship, the Gimle would still be a really scary foe. But it seems it really is able to dodge everything, so I think it will be pretty safe here since the laser is offline. Really looks like the Millennium Zenith is gonna win this. Oh, are we losing power? No? Is if the Millennium's... Oh, that was close. If the Millennium Zenith loses power, it's pretty much dead. So it's a little bit scary for it. Now we are... Wow. Look at that. Are the ammos starting to burn? Almost. Gimli is down to 63%. We're closing in on despawn territory. Wow, wow, wow. We're just zooming by and not hitting. Still at 96.7%. The Millennium Zenith Star is doing a pretty darn good job here. All thanks to disabling the laser early on. Very good luck and skill by choosing weapons that actually have the chance of disabling a big backed up laser system like that. You'll have to specifically select some special weapons like swarm blast guns like this to actually have the to have a proper chance of disabling a spread out and backed up system like that. Well, battle is continuing in the predictable direction. 59%. We can soon call this over. You can see those two cram cannons are offline. It's basically only the Vigoletta doing the lifting now. It's probably dealing all the damage, if any damage, to the Millennium Zenith Star. But we can pretty much, man, I don't think, it's very rare that the Gimli is looking that beat up. But damn, look at that. And somehow the AI core just survived to the very end. I think I armored that pretty well. Very nice. Well, you can see by the stats, it's very much over for the Gimli. Let's do the third round, which will be the decisive round if the Gimli or the Millennium Zenith Star wins this second encounter. Here we are, third round. Let's go. We're gonna stay over here just to see. Oh, looks like the laser chose to target the other area this time. Wonder if we'll have any shots coming in and hitting it here. It already took off 2% of the Gimli. Some really nice hits here in the beginning. The laser is though exactly targeting the barrels, which is a little bit scary for the Zenith Star here. Also, I wonder if any of the Arcabalista Invictus shots will manage to hit it, because if one of those hit, it will go pretty deep. It can be scary. It can detonate the steam stuff. But now we just have to move over here because something happened, obviously. 5% gone from the Gimli already. The superstructure are in shambles. The anti-air gun is gone. The pack gun is gone, which is of course a great weapon against fast targets like this. But all hangs on will the Millennium Zenith Star disable Gimli's lasers, because those lasers she got, they burn. Burn, burn, burn. And I wonder if these tiny shots are reaching. They can weaken the shields, but they are moving. Nah, they don't have a good chance of hitting. Okay, so the Gimli has switched what side it wants to damage. Probably not the best idea, since those barrels here are still alive and well. The Gimli is down to 91%, but the Millennium Star is down to 98%, and the laser is still active. So it might look a little bit dark for the Millennium Zenith Star. It is in the lead by 7%, 9%, 7.9% I mean. But is that enough? Only time will tell. Oh, and here we can see we are slowly getting through this heavy armor here. We have started a fire, which is taking on a little bit. If the Millennium Star loses power, it will have some problems. We're sandblasting away here, but we haven't gotten very deep in the Gimle's armor. It seems that none of the engines... Oh yes, we have a fire here, but that's probably just from one of the fuel tanks, which was probably put there for aesthetical reasons. And these cramshells. What are the chances of them hitting? They did in the previous battle. This is the rematch, of course, but in the previous battle, they hit and they hurt. Gimle's side laser node is offline, but the two turret nodes are still online. If you're wondering how I'm filming this, like how I'm locking on to shots and whatnot, watch the tutorial in the instant tutorials, which is about screenshots and camera movement and stuff like that. And I'll teach you everything about that there. Alright. Look at that. We had an explosion here inside. That's probably one reason behind the fire. The Millennium Zenith Star is down to 89%, and I think that might be a problem actually, because it needs to be more in the lead. Because when it wins, it usually disables the lasers faster. So this will be a very even battle. Impossible to tell which one of them will win so far. Really focusing those lasers. You can see, oh man. Oh no, look at that. I think we had a big explosion here in the back. I think this fuel storage somehow got... Maybe one of the Arcoballista shots hit, because the fuel back here obviously burned down. Oh, we missed the bulk of that fire, but that's looking like the Millennium Zenith Star might, after all, not win the rematch. The Gimli is down to 77%, that's true, but... Oh no! The Millennium Zenith Star is backing away. It is exceeding the maximum allowed distance. The Gimli is trying to slowly close in, but it's not going to happen. Maybe because it's damaged. The protocols for controlling the proper distance to the enemy seems to be offline. It is trying to be too far away. And we're of course having this rule of, what is it, 3,000 meters or whatever? I don't remember exactly. Is it 4,000? It's in the rules. We looked at it before. It was in the rules for the submission of the Gimli ships. But anyways, we have a maximum limit to just not have too long range battles, because long range battles will be boring, because the targets will often not be able to damage each other very efficiently. Like, we can follow this swarm of bullets, and you can see, even though they're pretty accurate, at this distance, you can see a lot of them is just missing. But the Millennium Zenith Star, the third battle, it disqualified itself by keeping too far away from the Gimli. Which means that the Gimli wins this second meeting with the Millennium Zenith Star. Star Reach will then stay with the Millennium Zenith star in the loser's bracket and meet some other ships there. But we can conclude that even after the fire update, the Gimli is marginally stronger. But this was a really even battle, and I do firmly believe that the Millennium Zenith star could have won this as well. This is the North Edge. It is a considerably cheaper craft than the Gimli. But this thing is oftentimes listed as one of the strongest ships there is for its cost. And it's a very it's a very effective design. We have cram cannons here, and it's just good. It's also covered in repent or perish, in mostly I think Old Testament messages. So it's like that. We're going to test it against the Gimli, and this the North Edge is much cheaper than the Gimli. But again, this design beats a lot of ships more expensive than it. Because Setup and Kevin are both really good and advanced builders, and they can build some absolutely stunning things. Now I'm sorry, I just don't remember if was it that Kevin built it and that Setup did the decorations on it? I don't quite remember. It's some type of teamwork. It has too many screens, so I should have turned them off before the battle. But in any case, here we go. It's a very strong and effective design. The North Edge is most people put it in the oh yes, we took out many of those cramps. They're scary. Most people put it with one of the better designs there is. Oh my god. In the price range it is at least. So it is of course a oh no. Look at that. Look at that. That's scary. I'm just checking the insides a little bit here because it just melts through. So I want to check if the Gimli can beat the North Edge. It is, as said, a very formidable design. So I haven't tested it myself, but I do believe that the North Edge, despite its low cost, does beat the Ragnarok and the Titan Slang any time of the week. And I guess I shouldn't say that if I haven't done the tests, but I have some memory that somebody tried and it does. It's in any case put there as one of the stronger designs for the price class. So it's a good one. It is a good one. That's probably some battles that can come up in the future. But right now we're gonna test the North Edge against the Gimli. Gimli is at 98% and the North Edge is at 92. Which is very interesting indeed. I think the North Edge is normally red, but I selected some other fleet colors for it. I love the camo though. And like all the details, it looks so cool. Setup is so skilled with detailing stuff. The fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vile. There is no one who does good. I see. In any case, so we'll see how the North Edge deals with the Golden Hall of the Gimli. The North Edge is down to 80%. That makes me really happy, because that means that I do believe that the Gimli is able to beat the North Edge, which would make me, oh my god, did you see that? Holy moly, that's a detonation. This is a lot of heavy armor, man. Any case, you know what? I think we're gonna do like the steampunk turtle battles. If the Gimli indeed wins this one, we're gonna put it against 2 north edges. That would make the Gimli outmatched by Ish. Oh my god, it's sinking! It is sinking! I'm very happy. We're gonna make it pitch. We're gonna pitch again 2 north edges against the Gimli, because then it means that the Gimli will have a material disadvantage of 400,000, I think. Let's get back to that. Look at that, 1.45. Wow. So that's basically, man, that's 2.9 million. That means that we're outpaced by, what is it? It's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, that's 700,000 materials. The Gimli will have a disadvantage of 700,000. Yeah, well, there is absolutely no chance that we're gonna win this. Alright, here we have them. Look at these boys. They look much better in Scarlet Dawn colors. I don't have Kevin's fleet colors for the RN faction as a pre-saved thing. I actually only have my fleet colors as a pre-saved thing, even though I have a tutorial on how to teach you to add the Army of GMODIST fleet colors as a secondary. But anyways, I guess that's my content creator privilege. It's of course optional, but if you're enjoying some GMODIST, Army of GMODIST stuff, you should probably have the Army of GMODIST as a preset, shouldn't you? You should. You absolutely should. In any case, I'm gonna try and be a little bit quick here. Gonna see wherever, just see what comes in here. Let's see here. I wanted to see them fire because I wanna see. I wanna go to slow motion and see what happens. Ooh. It kind of only penetrates halfway. Well, that's disappointing. Let's go back to full speed. I wonder if the north edges have collision avoidance. I'm sorry, Kevin. Your ships doesn't look the best in Scarlet Dawn. I know you have more white and stuff. They look much more. They look more angry with your colors, but I just don't have them. Looks like the north edge is lining up in 2 lines here. Now it's hard to see the shots because it's so like we are in, ladies and gentlemen, we have entered a degraded mood. Just kidding. I think we had degraded mood kind of from the start. Well, let's follow these crams here. They're really competent crams. Both Setup and Kevin are excellent builders. So I do expect us to take some heavy damage here. Look at that. I hope our AI doesn't get sniped. That would be kind of unlucky, but definitely possible. There is like a reason that the Gimli has mostly crams, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. What? Did we follow this? Oh, they went through. Look at that. Ain't that cute? We have torpedo decoys here. So then it means that my interceptors have something to do, which is great, I guess. Alright. Repent or perish, they say. But will the 2 north edges with the material advantage of 700,000, that's like half a BBS 5th season, be able to beat the Gimli? The Gimli is severely outmatched in terms of materials, but also in competence. Setup and Kevin are very good builders. So I still expect the Gimli to lose this battle, which we shall see about. But I'm very happy that the Gimli can beat one of them. Like, one north edge, the Gimli beats the north edge, which is good. But beating 2 north edges is probably too much to hope for, isn't it? Alright. Let's stay here in the golden hall. Look at that. The chandeliers and everything are ready. And we have some holes in the wall, but whatever. They missed. They too. That's good. Wonder if they're targeting hot blocks and that they are trying to target my heat decoy, which stands around there. What's... Oh, it's a bit sad, isn't it? Isn't my civ system going to do something about this? Hard to tell. I think it's time to check. Oh no! I think the weak point of the Gimli is actually its AI. Let's just check it out a little bit here. See that it hasn't taken... Seems to be intact. They seem to be okay here too. Yeah, seems that the AI is intact, but yeah. Who knows? My packs are packing. I do believe that my disruptor conduits, these boys, do provide a lot of firepower in terms of just disabling the enemy's shields. Now, I'm not 100% that the North Edge uses shields, because I don't see them. Maybe they're invisible, but I just assume that every good battleship uses planar shields, because planar shields are better in general for most things. I mean, you can deflect like 30% of cram shots that are incoming, and if you can just like, if you can deflect the first volley of like doom crams coming at you, you have a considerably higher chances of winning that battle, because yeah. All right, we got some small caliber stuff popping in there. Look at that. They're dealing tiny damage against the sides here. Oh no! That was some... Oh, look at that! They've exposed the interiors of the cram cannon. Not good for the Gimli. Oh no! Is it just me or... Ah, ha, 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 ha. The AI's exterior layer has taken a lot of damage. Makes me not happy. Gimli is down to 90%. Team North Edges, they're at 85 and 92. It's actually pretty even, maybe. Whoa! Ah! No! Poor Gimli. I wonder if this cram is gonna fire blanks now. It's not looking too happy, is it? Ah! More shots incoming. I think it feels like they're targeting the AI. I don't like that. Neither does Captain Y, by the way. Let's see if Captain Y is... Captain Y is still chilling, so that means that nobody is on the bridge. Any case, let's just continue and see what happens. One North Edge is going far away. Ah! More crams. No. Well, one North Edge is far away. The other one is heading on a collision course. I hope they don't have ramming AIs. Oh my god, I'm not looking forward to this FPS. Not looking forward to this. Oh no. Can you just not? Why? Like, no. Get out of my face. No. Stop. No. You're just opening up. Not okay. No, not that part too. So, for the Gimli battles, intentional melee is banned. Unintentional melee isn't. This is, however, not an official battle, because I haven't, like, the north edge is a lot cheaper, and now we're having two of them. And having two ships face the Gimli for official battles is not something I've agreed to. Really, it's just that since we win over one north edge, I want to see if the Gimli can beat two of them. And I expect it can't. But, yeah. What? Oh no. This laser is looking sad. That's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, so... our AI is very exposed here. So our main AI is very exposed. The other AIs that were here a second ago are gone. Which means we will not be able to utilize our laser anymore. And yeah. So that's not great at all. Alright, yeah, I was starting to hope that we would win this battle, but I do believe we are definitely not winning this battle against two north edges. 77 versus 86. Look at those. Ah, no, no. They're dealing so much damage. We need to be able to deliver some real crit hits in order to turn this battle around. But I do suspect that's quite unlikely at this point. The cram shells keep coming. It's not like the diff guns where you at a certain point can stop worrying about getting shots at you. I wanna see about my Arcobalista Invictus. Look at that. This is like sloped heavy armor. We're still almost able to kill it, but not quite. Yeah, that's some sleek calculations. Now the north edges decide to collide with each other instead. Are you kidding me? Why? Well, they weren't close a moment ago. Man, is that just lucky or what's going on here? Kill him! Kill him! No! It has EMP too. Why is this part of the ship missing? Oh no. Is it despawning? Is it completely AI dead? Look at that. This ain't great. Yeah, well, as said, this ain't great, but it's not great for the north edge either. We should probably check their... This is my 64-pounder. Yes, I have one functional 64-pounder. No, it didn't hit. Well, never mind. The North Edge decides to collide with itself. I don't know if it's breadboard or something, but it doesn't seem to have the best collision avoidance. The Gimli has reached a nice number of 69 in terms of health. The game speed has decided to go down to less than half speed, which ain't great. This one is shooting blanks. Not that one. That's the wrong thing. Somehow the lambs are still online. Alright, this can go either way. We had some unlucky damage taking from the Gimli and some unlucky like maneuverability from the North Edge. Look at this thing. It's absolutely sad. 68%. Oh, what's going on over here? We need to follow these cram shells. Ah! Our fast fire cannon is completely offline. So it's up to the remaining guns to see if they can deal with this situation. It doesn't look too good. Really doesn't. The pack is at least online. That's one good thing. Wow. They have stopped colliding with each other. It's good for the North Edge. And very bad for the Gimli. Oh no. Oh no. The Arcaballista Invictus is not very Invictus anymore. It looks seriously sad. Interceptors are trying to deal with those. Yeah, that we don't have access to the laser anymore is really bad. That's really bad. Oh no! Big damage! It's like a question of time before the AI gets an unlucky frag at it, isn't it? Yeah, it kinda is. 65%. Ah, that was just at the sweet spot. No kill, it seems. This is painful to watch. 64%. Does the Gimli even shoot back anymore? This one is firing blanks. We have loads of crams popping in there. We're shedding turrets. Yeah, we're having a situation here. The Gimli is actually sinking. Oh no. Is it just me, or are the North Edges, while losing, going on a very bad collision trajectory here again? Wow, okay, we're gonna see where this leads. The Gimli is at 62%. Oh no! Okay, that's not that dramatic, but it's not looking good. Alright. I wonder if we're able to even deal damage anymore. I don't think we're like... Our laser AI is offline. So we have lambs, but that's about it. Like, lambs is something. Better than nothing, but... I don't see us dealing damage, to be honest. Well, I guess it was a little bit too much to hope for to actually be able to beat 2 north edges by 2 of from the depth sharpest builders with a 700,000 material disadvantage. It would have been unreasonable. But perhaps it could have happened, who knows? This time, however, the Gimli is definitely losing this battle. But I can say that the Gimli can beat 1 north edge pretty reliably, probably, but not 2 of them, not at a 700k material disadvantage. And it seems that the flaw in the design right now is that the AI can get exposed because it's only protected by double era and heavy armor and some stuff in front of it, which just isn't enough. It's like a red flood just coming forwards. We're getting down to despawn territory there with the Gimli. So yeah, the Gimli can't beat 2 north edges in this particular battle, but I would say it probably beats a single north edge. So that's not nothing, because the north edge again is a very competent design, and it would have been unreasonable to think that the Gimli could have taken on 2 north edges with that 700k material disadvantage. It's actually a lot. Half a BBS 5th season, to be exact. So here we are looking into a build again by Kevin Try. This is another Onyx Watch fan build. So we're gonna check this out a little bit. I already checked. It doesn't contain any repair bots, it doesn't have any water pumps, and yeah. The rules are met. It's a official build, it's lawful and everything, and it looks pretty darn amazing. So previously we've seen some kind of rebuild of a fan build. So before Kevin Try made a fan build of a fan build, basically, or an upgrade to a fan build, which was the BBS 5th season, which is an Onyx Watch fan build by Bungalow Bill, and Kevin Try upgraded it to fight Gimli. It died. No spoilers. Sorry. Check the previous playlist with all the battles and you'll see. But here we have a design by Kevin Try that's original, I believe. Onyx Watch fan build original. So this is not something we've seen before. This looks pretty darn cool. It has much more details and stuff. I think I accidentally controlled the turrets here. And as you can see, they got stuck. So this makes me understand that the turrets don't really have a set up limitation of how much they can move, which isn't great, but that's how it is. It's under 2.2 million, so there we are. It doesn't have too many blocks, so there we are. Looks pretty splendid, so there we are. In any case, 433 armor, piercing high explosive, AP, HE with some EMP and stuff. We got some EMP with some extra frag. We got some diff guns. We even have some, look at that, we have some EMP diff guns. Don't worry, I won't save this. I just accidentally click all over the place. So these are some screens. They are playing my YouTube videos, which are cool. Or something. But in any case, I like that. Look at that. Going on to there, we have some storage stuff. And one thing I just have to say, look at this thing. 60 meters per second? Darn, this thing is pretty quick actually. That's some stacked Azipods. Well, really stacked Azipods. The Gimli tries to do that a little bit more sneakily, but yeah, it's basically the same deal. So anyways, it's a little bit hard to actually walk through this when we're moving at full speed. But we have some pretty cool interiors here. Here we can see we have some storage space and actually real material storages. And the huge man moving around boxes. That's how large you have to be to move around these boxes. In any case, here is some beautiful lore to the crew. Poor things. Which you can pause and read. Really nice. Lunch. Oh, I think I remember someone getting stumbled and flying all over the place. This feels like it has a lot of interiors. It's like an entire story or something hidden beneath it, inside of it somehow, which is really funny. So we have some stone metal checkerboards going on here for some HP armor. And man, that's pretty cool. So here we have I like those ammo bands. That's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. We can just move around and check out. Yeah, there's some nice columns going on there. We have another large man moving around staff. We have patrolling all over the place to the next floor, which will go here. I love those windows, really Onyx watchy. We have so many patrols. Yeah, this is well guarded. Not that Gimli cares. Gimli is busy with doing its part in. There we got the emblem too. That's nice. Nice touch. And here we have the throne room. Indeed, we need to rest a little bit if we're guards. They're standing with their huge lollipops and just chilling around there. Yes, let me sit here. Anyways, so here it is. Beautiful little build. We have many floors of interiors, which is pretty cool. We got command centers. Yeah, there's so many people on board this ship. I think that's pretty cool. And we got a little maneuvering room going on here. I like that. That's a lot. That is a lot. That's pretty cool. So many tiers, so castly. Use of stone does really fit well in here. In most builds, when you use stones, it looks kind of half-assed together because stone isn't supposed to be there. But yeah, in this particular build, it works really well because stone just feels kind of Onyx watchy. This poor thing is clinging to this bell. Yeah, and here we have the bells. Very nice indeed. And if we just look a little bit quickly here, we can see we got a lot of... Okay, we have alloy and stone checkerboards, some staggered era. Should be pretty good float and pretty good HB trade-off mix there. We got some steam going on here, we got some fuel. And if you didn't know, the game development is kind of working on something that will be like fire on ship fire, and stone will be a great isolator on fire. Yeah, by the way, keep subscribed / tune into the channel, because whenever there is news about the flamethrowers and incendiary ammo, or whatever it's called in English, we're gonna do some channel video updates about that. Why is this thing sad? Well, whatever. Loader needs 3. Okay, it's a little bit slow at reloading. Well, whatever, that happens. Well, railgun based. This is a railgun based system, and already I will say my bets are on the Gimli. I think the Gimli is gonna win this battle because anything that has not been a half sheety sandblaster has, like anything else that hasn't been a sandblasting thing, has not been able to defeat the Gimli with APS. And that particular build was, yeah, and not within the official rules. Otherwise, we have stuff that's within, not within the official rules by like the secret advisor, which just spams diff guns. That's technically APS, but in my brain, diff guns are a little bit of a separate entity than regular APS cannons, kinda. I don't know, maybe it's just that's just in my head. But we're gonna go on to the actual battle. And sorry if any interiors were missed, but they were really beautiful, and it's a lot of them. Well, we're loaded up, so let's get some best of 3 action. I think this is gonna be pretty cool. Alright, so here we have the ships. Man, the Gimli is a lot larger. I almost didn't expect that. Well, anyways. Ooh, we get some deep penetrating railguns going on there. Damn! Let's just pause here and see what damage it has dealt in the first blast. Damn, we have some propulsion damaged already. And EMP surgers. Alright. Laser is going on there. Prams are locking in there. This is gonna be interesting. Man. They're definitely penetrating deeply. Alright. It's like we're not targeting it. Oh, it's trying to go. There we go. Let's see what damage we deal. There we have some proper EMP surges. They're just flying all over the place. But man, here we have some proper EMP insulation. Yeah, that's really good EMP insulation. GMODISM approves of that EMP insulation. Right. So the obelisk gate is indeed in the lead. Ooh, it did indeed take out those crams coming in there. So here we have another round. We were not able to take that out. Oh, damn! This turret is super sad. Man, there we had some fragments really cutting off some important stuff. Ooh, here we got some mortars. Well, they don't really deal a lot of damage, but you can see they nicked off some of those firepower in the side. And here we got another one. Bam! That is some explosion. Alright, we got some parts here. We're coming in with another one, and bam! We have some proper defenses here. Those diff guns are not joking around. We're dealing some proper damage here. Let's see how the Gimli is doing. Oh lords, the Gimli ain't doing super good. Look at that. So the Gimli is going really low into the water. We'll just have to pause and check out what happened here. So those guns have really penetrated deeply. I must say, in the beginning, I think I underestimated those railguns. It seems they have been able to deal some proper damage. Look at that. This is just cut off. We have really penetrated deeply there. Let's check out what's happening with the AI. Oh lords, look at that. This is like minutes, or like not minutes, like inches away. No, I don't understand inches. Let's not pretend. This is centimeters away from like a proper AI kill. With just some luck, I think it would have sniped out that AI. And look at this. Our secondary AI compartment is basically completely wiped out, which means, this is like the extra compartment, but that basically means that we don't really have a proper altitude control anymore. The Gimli is basically gonna sit at whatever level it's kind of floating at, thanks to all these wood. Anyways, let's continue this little battle. We are playing this at full speed. Alright, let's see here. Game speed is basically full speed. But most of our cannons will not be able to target ship here. Now, the obelisk gate by Kevin Tries is fast, but it's not like insane fast. So we are going to be able to target it anyways. All our defensive measures are basically wasted now because we are not facing missiles or other cram systems. So since we're not facing those systems, we will not be able to use most of our diff defenses. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting what happens here. I just wanted to pop in. Hello. In any case, we have some exchange of cram shots here, but those cram shots, when we're dropping in here, we're like dealing some serious damage. That indeed has to be said. Very interesting indeed. Well, well, well. Look at that. The Gimli is in the lead now, however. The Obelisk Gate is at 88%. I think it did a really good job. I must say that Kevin Try really upped his game since the last submission, the BBS 5th Season Mark II or something it was called. This is a much more serious opponent. It really looks like it has the potential to beat the Gimli. Like, if it's just a little bit lucky, look at this thing. It's basically just sitting here. Really looks like it has the upper hand right now. But percentage-wise, it really doesn't. And now it's going to get to the dangerous side of the Gimli, which ain't too wise. I wonder if this is like smoked. Looks pretty sad, to be honest. It's also possible one of our AIs is kind of wasted. Look at that. And here we have our railguns is trying to get a aim. And it's kind of designed to shoot underwater as well. But I'm not sure it has whatever it needs to fire. I don't know what it needs. Maybe it doesn't have energy. Oh, I think it fired there. Anyways. Well, it's best of 3. We're gonna see if the initial volley in the next round will be more beneficial to the Obelisk Gate or not. But here we have this turret is a little bit sad. Man, that's a lot of detection on the turret. And smoke. Looks like our main damage dealing systems are in a quite a sad state here. We have a pretty serious LAM systems going on there, but it seems to be semi-fried. Well, the Obelisk Gate is now not really on the right side of the Gimli, so I think it's gonna be pretty difficult for it to turn around this battle. You can see it doesn't fire anymore. And the Gimli is definitely damaged at 91%, just with some serious shots dealt to possibly some of the AI systems. Yeah, the Gimli is a little bit in a sad state, that is true. I think one of the AIs that the Gimli has is kind of taken out. And I don't know what happened with the laser here, but I will say it ain't lasing. Oh, these turrets are just wiped out too. So we have some serious damage, that's for sure. I wonder if it's even the laser core, possibly. Here we have the connection. We can see we don't have any connections going on there. Yep. Yeah. The laser control core system is actually down on the Gimli. That's why we don't see any laser action. But the Gimli is surviving pretty well here. But I must say the Obelisk Gate is very impressive. I really love to see that the Kevin Try has really upped his game and learned a lot about the game, because this is a seriously sophisticated ship that would possibly be able to beat the Gimli, whereas the previous submission it wasn't a very fair fight. And this just with a little bit more luck in the initial volley, it could have won this first round. Anyways, I'll see if anything changes, but right now the obelisk gate doesn't fire back. Which gives me the great opportunity to thank the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM who are supporting us every month over at Patreon. And that absolutely helps tremendously. So thanks a lot to Admiral, Skurox, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Ant-O, Cravey, Powered by Greed, and Vincent Veritas. And of course, to all our cadets. Also thanks to the members in the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODISM via YouTube memberships. And then I will also say there is a third option, which is the Ministry of GMODISM. Yeah, we're really doing this. And that's over at Fourth Wall, link in description. It's a site that also has our best, most high quality merch, which I am going to receive and review properly very soon. High quality is based on other people's reviews. Anyways, the obelisk gate is at 65%. Yes, it hasn't fired back in really a while, so we can go and actually go for the second round. So, first round's victory goes to the Gimla. Very scary. GMODISM, that's not really scary. Here we are in the third round. We're gonna chill a little bit here. And we're just gonna play this battle out. We're gonna see how it deals with the first volley. We had some heavy smoke in the front, taking out the initial bite of the laser, which is lasing all over the place, shredding random parts for sure. We're launching out some really high velocity shots going there. Good angles on those turrets here. Laser is looking at hot blocks. I don't know where the hot blocks may or may not be. Looks like we have a good couple of like altitudinal, what is it? Not rudders? Yeah, rudders. But this is like what are they called? These are like not azipods. They're called something else. Hydrofoils. Yes, that's something. Ooh, we got the first cram shot going through here, so the crams are kind of going through sometimes, but a good couple of them is able to be taken out. Now we're getting to the Gimle's weak side, so the obelisk gate is really trying to launch itself to the really unprotected weak side of the Gimle, and here we have some golden opportunities to basically just kill that AI. It ain't very well protected from this side, so yeah. Oh man, that's some EMP damage from the Gimle here via crams. Man, these turrets are just not very resilient. Just a little cram shot with some frags, and most of the barrels are just not working anymore. All right. Let's see what happened here. Oh, that cram got taken out. That one exploded there. Something happened here. 95-95. Yeah, the Gimli is down to 94, so the obelisk gate is technically in the lead, and it is indeed residing at the weak side of the Gimli, which is pretty interesting. Here we can see we have some armor-piercing high explosives. Look at that. And here we go. That's where some staggered era comes in. But wait, it exploded on... It exploded. Okay, so we used our staggered era to not make it hit like the side that we don't care about, but whatever. This time our AI didn't die yet, but you can see some of those little era pads here on the front is actually dead. So this does really witness that we had some really scary damage coming in there. Our lasers is still online, which is really good for the Gimli. Ooh! A Arqueballista Invictus is down. And the other Arqueballista Invictus is kinda down. It doesn't have a barrel anymore. which is a huge deal. The obelisk gate is actually still in the lead somewhat here. Now we haven't taken out oh no, it's not in the lead anymore. That last cram shot did do some serious damage. We got some cannons zooming in and dealing some damage there. Oh man, that was a large cram shot. Did it shed any important parts? Maybe it didn't. That's just a turret. Small turret. Well, it actually is looking like the Gimli will be able to take this home. It's very much up to if the obelisk gate gets a really lucky shot at the Gimli's AI. In the first round, it was so close of getting the most lucky shot, just taking out the entire AI completely. This time, it has not been able to scratch the AI yet, which means that the... oh, and it also managed to take out the laser core, like the actual laser block controlling both the lamps and the damage lasers. It actually took him out last round, which was super nice. That really was super close of flipping the table. It also took out the AI almost, as said, not quite, but almost. So, first round was a really close call. But this round, it's much closer to something I would expect from a APS-based build going up against the Gimli. Really need those crams to deal some damage. Diff guns works too. I guess you could deal with the Gimli using some torpedoes. That's a little inside tip, by the way, if you want to. No. The Gimli has some torpedo defenses, but they're not great. So if you do a torpedo-focused ship, I think it could break through the Gimli, definitely. Yeah, so now we lost one of our main turrets here on the obelisk gate. And that is indeed... You can see this has armor on both sides. The Gimli only has focused armor on one side, which you probably know, and if you don't, you probably want to watch Building a Superior Battleship. A building series where we bit by bit construct and refine the Gimli. Can be very helpful if you're looking to build a battleship, just following the process that I went through building the Gimli, and if you watch that series, I think you would be able to build something that's similar or better to the Gimli, because the Gimli spends a lot of its resources on looking darn cool, which I do hope people agree it does, because I think so. Well, that's up to taste. It's a weird style, I will give you that. I build in a weird style, but I like my golden Hornet. AOG Invictus. Indeed. So yeah, looking at Kevin Try's second submission, I think it is, the Obelisk Gate, that is darn cool. However, I don't think it is really able to get up to the Gimli standard in terms of firepower due to its focus on APS systems. I do believe that if the Obelisk Gate instead focused on cram cannons, man, I think this could have been a much closer match. Indeed, crams is just more bang for your buck, like it or not, but if you're gonna face big ships like this, it's only fair that the cram cannons are actually a good bit better. Because if we're having really small and quick stuff, we can't have big slow cannons like the crams, so it's only really fair that the cram cannons are more bang for your buck. I know that limits everyone's options when building ships that are larger than the game is even intending, like costing from 2 million and above. But when we're dealing with ships from 2 million and above, well, if we're gonna meet ships of a similar size, it seems that right now cram cannons is just the way to go. Paired with lasers is a great combo. Some call it even meta, pairing lasers, pump lasers with cram cannons. I don't know if it is, but it's working for the Gimli. I'll say that much. So yeah, Thanks a lot for the submission there, Kevin Try. The obelisk gate is unfortunately going into the losers folder. Yes, indeed it is. Because we can see it doesn't fire back anymore and it's getting slowly eaten up by the Gimli's weapon systems. Anyways, pretty cool fight, and the first match was darn close, I'll say that much. So, some of you have maybe thought, why is spamming diff guns prohibited for the official submissions of the Gimli battles? Well, let me demonstrate. This is the Secret Advisor's paper Naginata, and it's a front side ship. This only costs 580,000 materials, so below 1 million, but below, like just above 500,000. And you can see it's just a super thin wooden shell, has huge of bulk, and inside all of this bulk, you know, it's wooden tetras anywhere, and we have small boxes where we have ammo and stuff. It's absolutely insane. And you might wonder, okay, diff guns, loads of diff guns, okay, it's forbidden, but why? Because you can fire like a couple of volleys of them, and they'll deal a lot of damage, and it's a little bit broken. So, of course, this is 500,000, this is 500,000. Together, they are over 1 million. The Gimli is 2.2 million. So, the Gimli should absolutely win this, but I'm not really sure it will. Because these things are brutal. Whatever the Gimli does, these out-Gimli the Gimli. It's just pure bulk. And by the way, Secret Advisor is one of the persons who's really inspired me to change my building style of not being compact and instead being bulk. The Gimli, as you can see, is much smaller, even though one Gimli costs about 4 of these ships. Now, I can't load in 4 of these ships to get an even ground, but I think this is gonna be close enough anyways. I've even spawned the Gimli at an angle, which I never do for any of the official or other battles really, just so that it might have a chance of outrunning the initial volley. Because if the Gimli gets hit by the initial volley of the paper Naginatas, it will die. And I'm just gonna show you the entire reason behind this. God damn it, the Gimli has to start moving forwards now. What our game speed is a third. Okay. Man, this is slow. So of course, the Gimli has already dealt damage to the paper Naginatas. Oh lords, the terror, the terror. Can we just have a quick moment of appreciating the terror? Look at that, look at that. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, look at that! Oh, it misses the first. Many of the shot missed. Okay, so it has a chance. It has a chance. If that would have hit, we'd be dead. Lambs are trying. Let us sit in here just to appreciate the view of the diff rod telephone pole cloud coming in here any moment. So having hundreds of diff guns will make you be able to deal 5 times whatever amount of firing piece you have. That number of shots, you need a couple of them, and then you can deal a pretty darn hefty alpha strike 5 times until you run out of firepower. And for many ships, it's enough to take out your enemy vessel completely. It's gonna be really interesting and see if the Gimli even has a chance of beating these 2 paper Naginatas with... You know, these paper Naginatas together are like half the materials of the Gimli, pretty around those numbers. The design that the secret advisor / Kovrax comes with really punch upwards. It really punch upwards. Look at that. Look at this. It's terrifying. It's just hash upon hash upon hash. And it deletes turrets. Oh, we still fire that one. Oh no. This is about where the AI is located. It can drill through anything. You can see it lags so much. Are we done removing blocks now? Somehow, this turret didn't die. I think a lot is thanks to the era inside of there. Could take out some of those rods. And you see, these telephone poles, they're no joke. It's like hash poles. It's pretty insane. Look at that. We're getting out of view a little bit. I think this is going to be a thumbnail. So the lambs are desperately trying to clean up these rods, but with mixed results. Look at that. We did a real hit. We did a real hit to one of these. And you probably understand how insane these type of weapons are if I begin with spawning them at half the cost of the gimlet. Also, I can't spawn more than that. But begin with just spawn at the half the cost of the gimlet because they are so darn powerful. It's not even funny. Alright. It seems that the gimlet can maybe outmaneuver them a little bit. Gimlet is at 86%. One of them is at 87, the other one is at 89. So the gimlet's cram surely does some damage, but... And if you wonder why this battle is slow, that's because the game speed is like 0.01 at best. And these are like some tiny shots. What are those? That's like 60mm cannons or something? It's just completely insane. So yeah. You can build ships in many ways. The reason why tournaments have rules and stuff is because having a papier-mâché construction that just delivers infinite diff rods is gonna be a good strategy. Oh my lord, the lag is insane. I'm wondering if the paper naginatas are... Yeah, they're colliding with each other. See the health numbers going down there. Oh lord, we also have another death cloud incoming, which the lambs are desperately trying to deal with, but to no avail, I believe. Will not be able to take out even 10% of this damage. I think we need to pause the game a tiny little bit just to see what's happening over here. You can see, I'm pretty sure you can build a ship, specifically set it up to deal with stuff like this. And I did spawn them with the max distance in between them, so it was hard to avoid this. But in any case, I think you can set up a ship that just spams hollow point crams and at like low packing and like impact packs. Maybe a hollow point sandblaster with APS could help too. Well, any case, we'll see how it goes with this little... Man, our game speed is sad. The gimlet is ticking down rapidly in health. 80... Oh man, it's just so many rods going off at the same time. Together with the collisions between them, it's a pure lag fest. Okay, we're down to 79 despite the game speed. Remember, we're like at 0.1 game speed. Oh, look at those holes. It's absolutely insane. We're down to 78. And the Gimli even got help with the paper Naginatas colliding with each other. Like, I'm pretty sure a Gimli can beat one paper Naginata, but yeah, not two. No way. We may need to try it against one paper Naginata, since the result of this battle is pretty clear by now, I think. Look at that, we're just shedding turrets and stuff. And the block count of the paper Naginatas is, of course, like, the paper Naginata, they break all sorts of rules. This is obviously an unofficial battle, if I didn't say that already. But look at it. The lag is here, and it's not leaving us alone for a while. Yeah, so game speed is like 0.1. We're getting in more clouds of death rods. We're gonna switch to the Gimli versus one paper Naginata, which I think the Gimli may win. I'm not 100% positive that will be the case, however, seeing how it's getting very critted by these clouds. Now, the scary thing with the diff clouders like this ones, the papier-mâché diff clouders, is that they basically shoot a cloud of damage, and if that damage is remotely aimed at the part where the AI is, it will be deleted. So that's why I even gave the Gimli the benefit of spawning at an angle, because otherwise it would just have died. But against one, I think we'll spawn them with the normal spawning rules instead. But this FPS is too sad, so let's move on to one Gimli versus one paper Naginata. Okay, there we go. Maybe a little more even, who knows. Oh lord, look at this cloud. Now we're getting some game speed that's actually... And remember that the flak divs we have as active defenses, they're not dealing damage to these types of clouds. They're not even targeting them. Ooh! I'm glad we have shields, but look at that! Man, that barely helped. Holy cow, look at this. The AI was about to be critted even. Even with great tips from the secret advisor, he just makes the better job. The paper Naginata, she's absolutely terrifying. And there are so many of them. Of course, you only got for like 5 shots of actually taking us out. But look at that, man. Oh, lords. Yeah, we have a more sufferable FPS with only one of them, but... I'm wondering though. Look at that. Paper Naginata, firepower is like this. Armor costs so low. It's pretty insane. Look, it's taking down blocks pretty quickly here. Of course, I believe our laser may be trying to burn it. More diff rods popping in there. Again, if they go for the AI, it's game over. It's just drilling through, man. It's like no way to defend against this, so that's a little bit... That's a little bit thing with From the Depth. There are different ways you can kind of cheese your way to make things better. And when it comes to deliver alpha strike damage, diff guns is pretty much your only option. Short lasers can be pretty good against compact targets too, but I don't think anything beats diff gun spam really. I don't know really how to deal with this, because I don't like to set up rules like you can't do this and you can't do that. But, like, I seriously think that the ship design that's just diff rod spam is just the best way to build, actually, in terms of effectiveness. Look at that. I'm glad we have this huge engine compartment in front of the AI, but if it aims remotely in this angle, we're gonna be so dead. I didn't expect one single paper Naginata to be a very scary match for the Gimle, actually. I didn't really think so. I think it would have a fair chance at fighting like 2 of them, but I didn't think it would be about to lose against a single one. Which honestly does surprise me and really underscores the point I was trying to make. And all our penetrating shots are basically just hitting at our... There you could see the damage that our crams does, our our mortars. Look at that. Oops. Oh my lord, look at that. Oh. And this is also the reason why the secret advisor got a little sad that I said no spamming of diff guns for the official submissions, because, well, it's pretty OP. The block count is insane though. And having 2 of them, it's a little bit too much for my system. Look, here comes another swarm. Are we going for the AI? No. We're going for that laser. Man. We're like, this superstructure is hanging on a thread. The paper Naginata is down to 77%. This is like the only vessel where my decoy crams are dealing remotely some damage. Our laser is of course grilling these blocks so quickly. If it shoots, because they're busy with dealing with rods coming in too. These are like machine guns. These are no, these are tiny diff guns. I wonder where the machine guns are. Oh, they're up here. Yeah, there's just simple cannons like that. 74 versus 74. Well, one thing is pretty sure. The paper Naginata will win this battle with only a single of them if its barrage is aimed towards the Gimle's AI remotely. Like in that direction, it will just win. Looks like one of our crams, yeah, this poor thing is firing blanks. That's bad. But now I do believe that the paper Naginata has ran out of its main shells. It's probably fired more than like 5 times now. And its engine power seems to be lacking a little bit, so I think my assessment that the Gimle would take on one of these is pretty true, as long as the paper Naginata isn't critting the Gimle in the first shot, of course. But of course, this battle in general, we were not really interested by the results. If you're using this papier-mâché tactic and having loads of diff rods, you will win when you are given an equal amount of materials. And thus we had special rules, of course, for this tournament. But we don't really, like, we don't care too much about the results of this battle. It was just more to show a point. I'm pretty sure that a papier-mâché diff gun spammer will win over any craft, basically, if it is allowed the same material capabilities and are of course not limited by block count and all those common rules that people put up. And again, the reason why the rules exist is that this is OP and super laggy. 72%. If the Gimli wasn't so darn like resilient and redundant, it would actually have no chance against this thing. Not even a single of them. Things that are not redundant will just instantly die from this. Just instantly die. Well, it's very hard to miss your cram shots. This is like big. Look at that, 64%. 4 minutes in-game battle. So the cram have of course a constant reload time, but all these diff rods, like when they fire their 5 shots, they're like reloading at least a minute. So it will be a little while before they will come back online. And until that time, I think that the Gimli may have won, which will seal this victory. So yeah, as said, we're not too interested by the results. Like, this was more to prove my point. The paper Naginata and such similar designs will win over the Gimli if it's allowed a similar material percentage. This is like 500,000 materials versus 2.2 million, and it's a close battle. Yes, the Gimli can win, but again, a quarter of its own cost. It's insane. We're really having some heavy lifting lasers there. In any case, record. I'm gonna schedule this recording for real late, so this recording is like prehistoric. But I will give a huge thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM that are supporting the channel at the time of recording this video. So this list may have changed when this is released, because I'm gonna schedule this like really late after all the other battles, even though I record it now, which you have no idea about. But anyways, huge thanks to Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Powered by Greed, Tyler Russ, and Vincent Veritas. Also, huge thanks to our new cadets and any potential new higher up commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who might be on the list now. Also, huge thanks to the YouTube members. This is a ship from Nova Galaxy, and this is the Police Super Cruiser, which is going to go against the Gimli. And what I understand it's actually made to go against the Gimli, but it doesn't quite meet the rules. So it is in the bracket of unofficial battles, because, well, for once it's too expensive, but it's a great cool ship, and we're gonna throw it in there in the unofficial branch, and Nova Galaxy said it'll probably come back with another submission that does meet the rules later on, whenever that is done. Wow, this is a lot of stone in this thing. In any case, let's check out a little bit what type of stuff we got here. So we have, wow, what is that? Armor piercing frag. Okay. Right, so we have armor piercing frag, and then we have some Civ shells. So this seems to probably all these turrets are probably AP frag in that case, yeah? I suppose. I believe so. So we got some pretty big APS guns here. And to go with that, we have some beautifully crafted custom missile with active radar seekers. Look at those. Look very realistic. I like that rack. It looks pretty nice. Right, and that's basically, I think that's the weapon systems, missiles and APS. Very popular choice. We have a bulbous front here. And we got civs, of course. So in any case, we're gonna go and do a quick little thing here. So we can see what type of armor we have in here. Oh, look at that. We have a little interior too. That's nice. So we got stone and alloy. Stone and alloy. Lots of stone and alloy. And wood. So it is floating too. Very nice. Looks pretty cool. It doesn't seem to have water pumps, which is absolutely great. That means that our FPS are likely to be pretty good. So it probably almost meets the rules. But in any case, let us get into the official battle. Or I mean, technically, unofficial battle. And there we have it. Here we have the police supercruiser, and we are met today with extremely bad weather. And I just realized that we need to lower the graphic settings, otherwise we will lag. There we go. Alright, let the battle begin. This is a low rider. That's probably because it per my request does not use water pumps. The Gimli is using a lot of power for up props to stay at the most aesthetically pleasing level. To make the Gimli a little bit better, you probably would want to sink it around 5 meters. Then it gains a huge boost in engine power. But that doesn't look cool, so we don't do that. Here we got the crafted missiles, looking modern and everything. Why does it look like the missiles are halved? Who knows? Wow, okay, we got some lags there going on. Gimli is material-wise in the lead. I do believe our era belt in front of the important bits does help a big bit. Right, we got missiles incoming here. I wonder if these are medium or like large or something. Oh, bam! I do believe they went for the radar decoy, didn't they? Yes, they did. Bam! We're even starting to use our flags there. We don't see too far because of the bad weather, but we're gonna follow this cram shell here and see if we are hitting. Big pen, big boom! Oh my god, it's an ammo compartment. We got an EMP blast close to that. Probably nothing of EMP worth to kill right there, but man, that was some damaged. It seems that the police supercruiser from Nova Galaxy is not able to take out the cram shells that come in there. It has some civs. I don't know what this civs is doing right there, but it's not shooting at the cram shells, that's for sure. More missiles are popping up there. This superstructure is so flat. It's like the opposite to the Gimli design. It's like very low, low sat and flat. Gimli is like a tower. Oh lords. We got a big explosion inside of here too. Bam. Down to 85%. That's some big holes, man. I do believe the police supercruiser seems to have some issues moving forward at the desired speed. Gimli is at 97%, so it's not doing too bad right now. Civs are trying to take out the crams, but not able to do so quite. Alright. Interesting. More crams are popping in there. We got some damaged barrels here too. Seems that the police super cruiser does not really shoot back anymore. It seems that something important got damaged. So for the first round, it really looks like Gimle has the upper hand here. 77% versus Gimle's 97. Yeah, it doesn't seem it shoots back at all. Well, it hasn't shot back yet. Well, we're not shooting back, it seems. The Gimle is still lasing and blasting on, and Nova Galaxy Super Cruiser, Police Super Cruiser, is down now to 66 percentages and dropping. So, since it doesn't shoot back, we have to conclude that the Gimle has indeed won the first round. I do wonder in the next round if the Police Super Cruiser can perhaps, if they are lucky and trying to aim against the Gimle's AI, it might get a lucky shot and win that way, but we shall see. But yeah, first battle goes to Gimle for sure, as we can see. Anyways, next round. Well, there we go, second round is online. What was that? Okay, that was some really fast frag popping in here, I believe. Alright. We're gonna stay here a little bit with the Gimle and see what the incoming shells... what happens with them. Our lamb seems unable to take out the shells when they pop in there, so that's for sure. Well, we're launching shells and launching shells. Let's see, are popping in, launching the crams. The lambs are trying to take him out, but the Gimle's crams are designed to be hard to take out too. So yeah, there is probably that. Other turret gets into range, starts firing rail-assisted gunpowder. Right. Seems that the Gimle's lasers are not activating. That is most likely due to they are busy with being lambs. Many volleys or missiles are fired. They kind of look small, but I do believe that these missiles are large ones due to the launchers they come with. Now they have a full shape, that's good. So I believe the missiles are what, the lambs are cleaning up those missiles. Most of them. The Gimle actually has some pretty powerful lambs because the damage laser, which is a main system, and the lambs are connected to the same, as you probably know. Well, so far it doesn't show any signs of getting any lucky hits on the AI or anything like that. We can see we got some damage leaking through here. The AI looks absolutely untouched there. Not too much interior damage. I do believe a lot of the damage is either absorbed by our era belt. Ooh! Here we have some serious damage to the bottom of the cram cannon. So yeah, that could have been a lucky strike for sure. But it only did some damage. Oh, now it did some more damage. But of course, the cram cannons, they have a Tetris, so that you'll need to damage them a lot in order to actually take them out. I think the most likely way to completely take out these cram cannons are to damage the weapon controller that's somewhere there. Which is of course EMP insulated. So it has to be done with lucky shots. I think on these big turrets too, I think I may have a backup local weapon controller too, in case one gets sniped out. So the only weak point is really the barrels. You can see the Cram is still firing. This shell is of course weaker than it would have been otherwise, but it's strong enough to get through the super cruisers, police super cruisers, damaged LAM systems. Mortars popping in there too. Yeah, well, I do believe that the Gimli is having a pretty good chance of winning this one too. It's almost certain, because we are again in the situation where I don't see the police supercruiser shooting back much at all anymore. And some of the turrets are indeed offline. So even though this police supercruiser is about 200,000 materials over the allowed budget, and thus more than 200,000 materials more expensive than the Gimli, it seems that it's not able to tackle the crams, the very strong crams of the Gimli. It does not take them out using its sieves or anything. So they go through and they'll deal a lot of damage. Those cram cannons are not a joke. The Detonator Super Davidos variant, very strong. Quite expensive though, but very strong. So yes, indeed. Nova Galaxy, if you do submit a ship that officially reaches the rules, then, well, best of luck with designing that ship, and better luck with that one, because the police supercruiser does indeed not defeat the game. This time, Project Broadsword from Scrubbus is going to meet the Gimli. Will it meet its destiny, or will it create a new destiny by, I don't know, bisecting the Gimli as you do with a broadsword? This truly looks like a bastard sword. Really big, really thick, really clunky, and very utilitarian. I would love to see some paint slapped on it, even though if it's just another shade of grey. Anyways, otherwise it's looking very intimidating. And you might think these are cram cannons. You're wrong. They are APS. All of them are APS. It's APS. And that's Advanced Projectile System if you're old. Also known as Advanced Cannons. In any case, let the battle begin. We really got some packed shots here, man. Alright. It's like launching shells like an archer. What do we have here? We have frag heads, fragmentation, warheads, emergency ejection defuses, and not 100% of the last back part. Maybe it's a timed detonation thing? No, it's not. So, we are raining down fragmentation. The Gimli's Lamb is trying to kill some of them, why I almost thought it was some kind of time fuse. But you can see we are trying to just overwhelm the Gimli with a lot of fragmentations, which is probably a really good strategy. Now, I wonder though, we're keeping the Gimli's lasers offline due to the laser trying to shoot these shells down. That's a really good strategy from the Project Broadsword. We can see they are digging through. Gimli has pretty light armor. Thankfully we have a layer of ERA, making, not that it makes big difference, but whatever. How is it looking on the Project Broadsword? It is in the lead material-wise. It has a lot of hydrofoil. No, not hydrofoil. Yes, hydrofoils. By using these rudders here. And it has jet engines and azipods spammed all over the place. Now we need to pause and see if this... No, these cram shells grazed right on top of it. A very good luck from the Project Broadsword, unless it may actually be moving up and down to dodge the enemies. I don't know if the Gimli is just very lucky with the weather, or if this is the Project Broadsword's natural movement pattern. Here we got one explosion with Cram, however, but I think that might have been a decoy Cram. Man, Gimli is down to 87%. It's getting absolutely shredded with frags. Man, we don't have much barrels left for most of those Cram cannons. Good we are at close range for the Gimli, because otherwise it would have no chance of survival. We are going to see though if it has a chance of survival or not. And I think we should be doing that by following this Cram shell, because I do believe this is a hit. It is not a hit. However, its friend... That's the friend. That's it. But it didn't do much damage. It detonated in an area where there is not much to kill. Bam, these shells are just flying in here and they're really keeping the Gimli's lasers busy. Well, this is one of those ultimate APS vs Cram showdown. The Crams are of course shedding off a lot of armor, but man, look at this. This is so much spaced and thick armor to really protect itself against those Cram shells. Look like the Project Broadsword, being pretty fast as well, are going to go back on the back side of the Gimli here. Seems to be really hard to disable these guns. I just love this little radar tracker decoy looking and rotating up there. It just adds so much. 70%, it's looking pretty bad for the Gimli. Here we had of course a lot of fuel which has started to burn after the update. I do believe the Gimli is probably having more than one internal fire. Ooh, I think they're aiming for the AI area. That is crazy. Only 2 minutes in the battle and the Gimli is looking pretty darn sad. Where did we even hit with a pack? I didn't see that. Alright. It doesn't do much of an attempt at even targeting the Crams, but it doesn't matter much. Keeping the laser offline is doing a pretty good job itself, but now it seems that we got one turret. The detections is off. It's really crammed with APS turrets here, it's crazy. I wonder if we're getting even the mortars popping down or not. The thunderous sound of 500mm, I think it is. If I know my APS sounds. Wondering, like, does this do any damage? No, we have so thick armor here. Even though it penetrates a bit, it's aiming the wrong places. We really need to be super lucky in order to take out these turrets, because we are well armored here. We're super well armored. And the broadsword is a two-sider, so I do think it will switch its side towards the enemy if it is too damaged too. It almost looks like the Gimli's Crams are not penetrating deep enough, which is very rare. Look at that damage, man. The AI is about the only thing that's not dead. Our Cram cannons just can't reach it. The broadsword has been able to move behind the Gimli, which is absolutely genius. That is fantastic. The Cram cannons, they're trying as hard as they can, but not even a third of the broadsword's cannon seems to be disabled yet. Yeah, that's a good punch for some good old gunpowder based frag. 59%. Gimli is dying. We are behind in health a lot, and we are even getting stalked from behind by the broadsword, which is trying to cut off our rear by now. It even aims for the general AI area. Oh, you can see here. We got an internal explosion. The engine started to burn, which means explosion in like very few seconds. It's looking bleak for the Gimli, at least the first round. We'll see if this changes the upcoming round. Or not. We didn't get the explosion I promised. Well. Anyways, the Gimli lost, so let's move on to the next round. There we have it. Round 2, let's go. We're gonna stay with the initial swarm here, just to see what happens. Unfortunately, the Gimli can't use its diff flags to take these out. But the initial swarm is of course dealt with by the lambs, but man, that material is better spent on the laser. Against the Project Broadsword, I believe that having lambs is a really bad thing. Both of the shots bounced off. Are you kidding me? That's some good luck for the broadsword there. Its extreme speed and agility just makes sure. Oh, though, that's one turret going down. Those have really thin turret necks here. I do believe it depends a lot on where and how the crams hit. I think it looks like the Project Broadsword is aiming on specific points for a long time, so it's a lot up to if it's aiming at a place that makes a big difference or not. Another shell bounced. We probably have shields on this thing, maybe? Not sure, I can't see them. Oh yes, now I saw them. We have shields, deflecting shots. Good choice from the broadsword. Bad news for the Gimli, of course. Pretty good hit with that cram shell. But there are so many turrets. We'll have to hit a lot of really good shells to not die. Yeah. Even though we're hitting a lot of good shots, there are so many other cram shells missing and so many turrets surviving. Oh, that's one turret down though. I jinxed it. With not the laser helping here, it's a really bad news for the Gimli. It really needs its lasers. Just not worth it to spend it on taking out those fragmentation rounds popping in here. Wow. They are so close of starting a fire here. The broadsword is down to 87%. Looks like we landed a good hit here, because now another turret is missing. The shells keep hopping in, but too many turrets are still alive. Now the broadsword is aiming for the superstructure, which might be a good thing for it, because I think if it can take down the tracking turret, the Gimli's accuracy will be worse. But of course, shooting at the cram turrets is probably a better idea anyways. I wanna see what the Arquebalista Invictus can do. Oh. Now we kind of lost it, but it won't... Maybe it died here. I think it died here. Well, didn't reach anything important, it seems like. But the Gimli is down to 78%. So it's looking like the broadsword has a good chance of winning this. Man, those mortar crams almost thought they would pop in to save the day. But alas, they will not. It's only 10% difference. Yeah, it depends a lot on lucky shots. But I do really think that the Project Broadsword is probably gonna win this. You can see it's pounding on happily still. And the Gimli is only landing the occasional cram shot now, because I do believe that basically all of its cram systems are pretty much very damaged by now. Look at that. Can't believe this cram is still firing. 3D cram, yay. The Vigoletta is still blasting on. It's a good fighter. This cram is completely out of its range. Gimli is still pretty quick, but man, it's a good idea of the broadsword of trying to be behind it. If it's trying, but it looks like it's trying to do that. I think the Arquebalista system shot some blocks underwater, because do remember that those snipers is shooting mostly for blocks underwater. So the broadsword is actually not keeping a lot of its bulk underwater, which might be a problem when it comes to fire, but it already solved the laser situation, so it's fine for it. However, yeah, 67% versus 81%. The broadsword looked a little bit weak a little time ago, but the back turrets are just continuously pounding on, and Gimle's front crams are not really in range. Those missed also. We're looking pretty strong from the back here. It indeed looks like the Gimli is probably not going to win this, which would land the Project Broadsword in the winner's bracket, if it wins this battle. Very interesting indeed. Oh, almost looked like that mortar hit somehow. Here we have a cram shot that is... That's a decoy cram, I believe, because that was easily taken out. Or our crams are just so damaged by now. Now that this pack turret is still somehow online. Wow, the Project Broadsword is really providing some good continuous frag damage firepower there. Frag damage is pure and strong. Can definitely be relied upon. A very good bulky design. Most of the crams are detonated in an area where it doesn't matter so much. And this back array of turret is absolutely saving the day. For the broadsword, or destroying the day for the Gimli. She's a very sad ship at this point. But it is a fair and strong fight. Look at it. We don't have a golden hole to sit in. We have the roof though, that's something. And now we're just shooting at useless blocks. 60 versus 76 percentages. I will be very surprised if the Gimli manages to win the second round. But you'd be surprised. We have a AI system some stuff, so it is of course possible it gets hit. Oh, now we got the mortars popping down there. Not that they deal that much damage, but they're dealing some damage. We have a fire, however, now on the system here. So I want to keep track on this fire because it can happen. Oh, it's safe. It can happen that if that AI box started to burning, things could have changed very quickly. Wishful thinking, I know, but that's the only thing I can hold on to by now, because the Gimli sure ain't much to hold on to. Look at that thing, getting shredded by Cram as we speak. Every second. New health is gone. Wow. Really powerful. We're aiming for the superstructure here. Okay. One of the last cram shots that we're able to land probably. That's a pretty good hit though. The Project Broadsword's engines are slowing down. Gimli's at 55.9 percentages. It would be absolutely insane if this doesn't lose. Of course it's gonna lose, but anything can happen with cram shells. Wishful thinking, I know. But now we are officially below 55 percentages, which means that the Gimli lost both 2 first rounds, which indeed means very much congratulations to Project Broadsword. It will be picked up and slapped into the winners folder. We're gonna watch a third battle, of course, just for fun, since I think you requested this. Here we are. The battle. Third round is back. The results will of course stand nonetheless. The Gimli did lose this battle and the Project Broadsword won this battle. So Scrubbus, congratulations indeed. In any case, I will just want to take this initial terrifying blast to say huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting us every month at Patreon. Most notably then, Admiral Scooby-Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Powered by Greed, and Vincent Veritas. And of course, all our cadets. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month, making this YouTube channel with its creative games a lot more plausible and doable. In any case, also thanks to all of the YouTube members, and you can probably thank yourself because you were probably able to see this video early, because I have given you early access to the videos if you are in the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. And if you're feeling a bit eclectical and want to join the Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM, the join button is below this video. We have different tiers, they have fun names. Anyways, this battle, it seems that the Project Broadsword is doing an extra good performance. It's so much moving behind. The Gimli has so little chance of just shooting most of its guns. I just want to see how it goes for this particular shell. Oh. Did it shoot anything important? It didn't. But it could have. It could have shot off a turret, which is the fun thing with that. Something seriously took a lot of damage there. What happened? Crams are coming in. Yeah, the broadsword is getting a real nice angle today. The Gimli is having such a hard time dealing with it when it's... Now the broadsword is really on its A game. That's very nice. Nice to see. Ooh, and we're shedding turrets. Like skin. We'll have a kind of a thin layer on the outside, so that makes a lot of sense. Man, and it's targeting the cram cannons back here. Look at that. That's so good for the broadsword. Because now it really can deal so little damage. This is probably going to be the hardest win so far. Bam. Oh. Crams can still hurt. But look at that. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the strongest win so far indeed. But anyways, this is pretty fun to see, because now we can actually see one of the few examples where a APS-based chip is able to hands down beat a cram-based chip. Of course, Skravus, I do know that I do think that he knew when he was building this about how the armor of the Gimle looked like, so we went for pure frag, and that's of course an excellent counter. Look at that, we're having explosions in the backside of the Gimle. This is gonna mean fires from all those fuel tanks getting destroyed. Pretty big fires at that, because many of the fuel engines are back there. And now something interesting is happening. The broadsword is coming up on Gimle's left side, which is very interesting indeed. Wonder if the lasers have a juice left in them. 65% chance. It's staying behind here. So we're gonna see if the turrets, if the cram turrets and stuff will start shooting at it now. Or if it's just gonna die before that, because look at all that fire. Gimle has basically no armor at this side, so you can see it's just melting through instantly. Wow. That's some insane damage. And this cram cannon is looking pretty healthy, but it's actually very unhealthy, and now it's even completely dead. Look at that. I do wonder. Do we have a dead AI? No, I don't think so. But we have pretty dead turrets. The Arquebalista Invictus are fighting hard to not die. But of course, we are so chanceless. This is funny though. Bam! Oh, look at that! It sniped that propeller off. Lucky, but not that it's gonna change much. Most ships have something important underwater, which means that the Arquebalista Invictus will do a lot of damage, but ships that don't have a lot of important things underwater, well, the Arquebalista is mostly deadweight for the Gimle in those cases. And the Gimle is below 55% and despawning rapidly. Look at that, we had some explosions. Wow. And there we have it. The third little battle we could take a little look at, so hopefully that was pretty interesting. And if it was, you should definitely leave a like. You know how to support us in the links in the description if you would like to do that. The time has finally come. We will do the battle between the HMS Ragnarök and the Army of GMODISM Gimle. So this is the Ragnarök, which is built originally by Swedish YouTuber Robas, who I don't think played from the depth very much anymore, but his legacy lives on. And this is the HMS Ragnarok, which has been upgraded and fixed by Brenzo to a version 2.0, where it's actually a formidable target. The HMS Ragnarok does easily beat the Draconia without even thinking, the Titan Slang, and loads of other formidable vehicles. It is a good battleship. It's decent and works very well. It also looks very cool. So we'll take a little quick look at the ship's looks. We looked a lot about on its features in earlier videos and stuff like that. I think we dive into a little bit its guns, but we can do that a little bit quickly. But mainly, we're going to look at the aesthetics of it. In any case, Brenzo has made a great job of taking the design to its full glory and making it a really formidable ship. So, HMS Ragnarok, looking splendid. We can just have a little look, whoops, cutaway look. Thank you. So we have some steam engines, we have some regular engines spread out on all sorts of places. We have a lot of these pretty quick fire civs cannons that works as damage saws whenever they're not needed. We can see we have some turrets here, APS turrets that are highly adapted to deal with like kinetic shells coming in to kill it. So it's a very sturdy design. Right here we can access it. We can see we have a sabot head, so we have super cavity sabot ones, the same that we use for the sniper cannons. And the cannons, they look like they have the same caliber, but they actually don't. They're a little bit different. And they have different ammo too. So this one is armor piercing, high explosive, a reliable thing to deal a lot of damage in the interiors. This is a dangerous one. Now you can have a sneak peek on some of the interiors. And we have more APS turrets here. It basically have 4 very strong APS turrets and a lot of auxiliary saws that are just very fast fire civs cannons that also shoot at incoming. They shoot at projectiles, but when there is no projectile large enough to shoot at, they will shoot at the enemy ship. So they're kind of sabot saws or something like that. They're called, I don't know. We have some engines going on here, and we have an AI core in the bottom. EMP insulated and everything, because not doing that would be absolutely crazy. In any case, let's check the looks of this thing. The only downside is when you spawn here in the share, like you can't get out from here. You'll have to shoot the share. There we go. Anyways, here we have a little bridge, looking pretty bridgy, very low roofed. Not at all the luxury we're used to with the Gimle, but it works too. We have a nice little viewing area here. I think it looks pretty nice to stand out here. We have loads of interiors there. And we have Schlacker captains. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I wonder what the talking was coming from. So inside here, the chef is watching all Roba's videos. That's nice, but it also lags. Oh no, I'm auto-repairing. No, don't play, thank you. Stop it. I think it has a couple of repair bots. We're doomed. In any case, down here we can go to the planning room. We got a nice little map of the Nether. Interesting. I don't know if that's a real map or not. Here we have the forbidden video screens. And if you're wondering, having screens like this in your build is causing a lot of lag. For the official Gimle battles, stuff like this is banned. Together with video screens that are active. Yeah, I think video screens may be slightly less worse, but having this, no. Having that, like, it basically makes the game render itself several times more. That just causes loads of lag. It's insane. Anyways, here we have the briefing room, as you can see. Very nice. I think they play some videos too. And then we can go down here. And we have, oh my god, maybe we should check each floor a little bit better first, because I think we should look at the Mac Valorous. This is of course the staple of any robust build. It has only trace amounts of dog meat. Well, that's nice. I don't have my camera. I accidentally equipped my pistol, so now it's like, oh look, it's a large human and a small cat person. In any case, no salad, that's good. Moose burger, blood pancakes, Mac Waters. Get thick, you skinny bitch. Well, that's super nice. We have lots of nice messages here, and nice cooking, and back pain problems. I just love this hamburger. Can we just get an applaud for this hamburger design? It's pretty amazing. Oh, don't disturb. I think he had something very spicy. So, go down here, we get to loads of different areas. Like the medical department, where someone is a little bit seasick. You can see that because it's green. We got the barracks, cozy and everything. We got Stay Out, which is some type of Cthulhu worshipping. I think we should get out of here before we get problems. Cruise launch, very nice. Showers. Don't drop the soap. Remember that. And yeah, I think that's that. We got loads of interiors here. I don't know, there is just so... Now we accidentally climbed upwards, that's weird. There is anyways a lot of beautiful interiors. We have viewing decks. It's very nice. We have a nice bar with a very tall person. I think the people in this is perhaps a little bit too tall. But anyways, we can walk around the deck. It has nice interiors. It's a very nice design. I like the time spent on looking this cool. Was a big inspiration for me to make the Gimle look as cool as possible. I really tried. Even though my interiors may be less realistic, I spent a lot on aesthetics anyways. In any case, let's dive into the actual battle. Here we are! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the Gimle is here, ready for battle. This will be highly exciting, very anticipated battle. So, who will win? Who will lose? The difference between the previous battle with Borderwise's Habs Titans line is that the Ragnarök is just under 2.2, just like the Gimle. So, we have built the Gimle according to several rules that are very similar to the rules that were for Brenzo's official Beat the Ragnarök challenge. So I wanted it to adhere to most of these rules and be able to beat the Ragnarök. Now, what really lags for my system is water pumps, so I completely banned water pumps. Now the Ragnarök has water pumps, but well, I don't, so it will be less lag because of that. I'm pretty sure it has water pumps. In any case, the Gimle has a lot higher block count. It has a block count of like... what is it? It's under 100k because that's my limit, but it's 86,000 blocks. And I don't know, block count isn't such a lag problem for me. Water pumps is, not block count, so I didn't, I think Brenzo put up a rule for maximum block count, and that we don't have. But in any case, a very anticipated battle, let's go, without further ado. What the hell, why is it shooting off the distance? Alright. The saws are really online there. The cram shots really missed the mark there, the first blast. Oh my god, it's very tight. The sniper's popping in there. Now, the Ragnarök has some insane LAMs and sieve systems. Man, the saws here, look at it. It's just sawing away the exterior shell here, just dealing some surface damage. Glad we have those shields going on there. Poor turret. They're gonna have a barrel cut off if it's not careful. It's very even so far. Let's come over here to... No? Okay, what's going on here? Ooh, we got a clamshell getting through there. Very interesting. More clamshells. That one got annihilated. Another clamshell popping up there. It got through, but it damn missed. Is the Gimli having problems with targeting? Bam! We got our first proper cram hit. It didn't hit anything important, just the superstructure, I believe. Alright. Let's check it out here. We got the cram shell. Oh! Bam! We got another in the middle hit there. I think the LAM systems is damaged now. Okay, interesting. The Ragnarok's LAM systems are a little bit beat up now. Probably. Oh, we got another big cram coming through there. Some of the crams get deleted, but that's probably the cheaper crams. Man, that's a real miss from my mortars. More crams popping in there. Bam, that's some damage. The Gimli's cram shells have a detonation. God damn it, what we're missing. The crams have different detonation levels, so some of them will detonate deeply and some of them detonate surface level. Alright, now the Gimli has one big advantage. That is, if the battle does not go on for so long that the Ragnarok will start to turn and switch one side to the enemy, the Gimli has all of its armor on one side, so it can't turn around and be protected, but its surface of armor, all of the armor is put to the enemy from the get-go, so the internals are more protected just by this factor. And the other big thing that the Gimli does that the Ragnarok does not is that it mostly relies on cram cannons, and cram cannons are of course super dangerous to deal a lot of damage. Now I really wonder, why haven't I seen the Gimli's lasers popping in here? That's really worrying. Well, the crams are doing some damage there. The Ragnarok is down to 82%, but its big guns are still firing pretty reliably. But looks like my lambs are able to shoot it out a bit. The lambs are still online. But what happened? What happened with the laser? Is it too far away or something? It may be too far away. Oh man, what happened to this cannon? I just need to check that. Are we damaged inside of here? Oh no, don't tell me. The compute, okay. Oh no. Wow, okay, this is interesting. I think that our AI system may be damaged. Oh man. Look at this. What's happening? Oh my god! The Ragnarok has successfully sniped one of the AIs. Look, the AI that's controlling the fast-firing weapons. Man, that's really bad. The laser and fast-firing weapon AI is completely offline. That's the reason. So the other extra AI is back here, that one is safe, but one of the AI is dead. That's why the laser isn't firing. Man, that's a super lucky hit for the Ragnarok. Good job, man. I protected that thing with 2 layers of era. I didn't expect it to be sniped like that. Man, that is scary, man. That is truly scary. Oh well, will the Gimli be able to beat it still without any of its fast fire weapons? The snipers, they are on a separate AI, so I don't know what's up with this one. Alright. Man, we're really getting the stutters here. I think that's the water pumps on the Ragnarok doing this. Well, not much we can do. So the lambs are ignoring those small shells. Okay, we're really shooting high orcs here. The Ragnarok is down to 77%. So I think it's still gonna lose. But man, that it's sniped out. Look at that. They're really trying hard to kill those crams, but they still kinda get through. But man, that the Ragnarok was able to snipe out one of our AIs, that's really bad. That's really bad. Ooh, we got the turret there. We got a turret kill. Bam. I just love crams. Crams is the crap. It's the shit, man. You should do crams. If you're having big battles with big ships, crams is the way to go. More internal blast for the Ragnarok. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna lose by now. Its auxiliary guns are mostly shooting, but man, that the Gimle's fast fire guns are taking out that doesn't sit well with me. Bam! This one then? Yes, a hit. This is how the Ragnarok looks underneath. So that's some damage. But yeah, we're just chilling here. This battle has started to become a little bit boring. The Ragnarok, of course, has ways to deal damage, but this is a best of 3. So we need to put them up against each other. Maybe the Ragnarok will be lucky and shoot out all of the AIs early on. Then the Gimli is very doomed. But right now, 62%. Yeah, it's not gonna win this. More of them are coming. And it just continues. Well, not much is happening for a while there. We're just getting more damage and damage. So I think that by this point the Ragnarok is pretty sad and the Gimli is still at 93%. So I think we can move over to the rematch now. None of the main batteries are dealing any damage, and these auxiliary things shooting at the incoming crams will just not be able to deal damage against the Gimli. So, first battle is won by Gimli. Very nice, I'm very happy because this was one of the main points, but let's move on to the next battles and see if we're winning again. There we have it. Rematch, let's go. Oh man, let's see what's popping up there. We got some damage popping in there. They're shooting, oh, they killed both of those cram shells. Man, these civs on the Ragnarok together with the lambs are absolutely insane. The budget for those systems is huge. It's completely insane, but you can see they work. They can actually shoot out a lot of the incoming shells from the Gimli. Let's see here. 2 more popping in there. One is shot down, the other one missed. The Ragnarok is actually in the lead slightly. This is worrying. Alright, we got new shells coming in. They're getting zapped there. Crams popping in there. Did we have an internal explosion there? I think we may have. More cram shells. Ooh! Did I see a big explosion? It seems it didn't take out those ones. And there we have. And by the way, the stoner cram mortars, they're actually there mostly to distract the enemy civs and just do big detonations or just remove chunks of the deck armor. But mostly to distract the civs, because the time that the civs cannons spend shooting at the cram mortars, ooh, instead of shooting at the actually dangerous crams, are time well spent. And the stoners, they have 2000 millimeters, and the regular crams have 1970 millimeters. So if they prefer bigger shells, all civ systems will actually opt for shooting at the stoners instead of shooting at the detonators that are much more dangerous crams. Anyways, it leads that the Ragnarok has finally lost its advantage. What's happening here? Popping in shells there. Boom. And there we go. Now the Gimli spends a lot of resources on taking out incoming cram shells or big missiles, and the Ragnarok has neither. So the Gimle actually has a big budget on flak sieves that are not used at all during this battle. So that's a big material disadvantage. But for ships that use more crams, which I'm actually more scared of, that is completely necessary. Seems that the AI isn't sniped this time at least, so that's good. We should probably be diving in here just to check around. The AI is completely untouched this time. Man, the shells really slow down when they pop in here. But I'm really glad we spent a lot of materials on the interior armor instead of the exterior armor. Because the exterior armor, we can remove things with bulk. Oh, they're really penetrating, aren't they? I think the staggered era at the outer layer was materials well spent, because you can see a lot of the shots are not getting through this, like 2 meters of 1 meter of wood and 1 meter of metal. They're not getting through that because we have staggered era right behind of it, which is a great addition, I think. Okay, now we looked a little bit too much at the interiors of the Gimle. One thing I wanna see is the oh my god, look at this. This cannon has been zapped completely. So we lost one of the sniper cannons, that's for sure. Now the sniper cannons, they're so quick. It's completely insane how quick they are. It's not easy to kind of catch them even firing, it feels like. Alright. There we have it. I just paused time. This is a subsurface sabot shell. Come on, it's there. We're gonna lock onto it. We're gonna slow down time. And we're gonna see... Oh! It shot straight through. Okay. So that thing is basically there to deal some damage to engines and stuff that people hide under the hood. And sometimes they don't deal much damage, but there you could see it actually shot off a turret straight off. That's something it does when people put the turret blocks close to the bottom. The snipers may shoot off the turret completely because those are supposed to deep damage. Oh my god, deep damage, look at that. That turret is completely missing. Look at that. That's a miss. Well, it's looking pretty decent for the Gimle. It has only been 2 minutes in game. And the Ragnarok is down to 77%. If the Ragnarok is not super lucky and is critting, oh my god! What happened to the main batteries? They're dead. They're not active. Looks like the Ragnarok is indeed weaker than the Gimle on these regards. That is very good, because one of the main points for making the Gimle at all was to make a ship that could beat the Ragnarok. And it seems that it can beat the Ragnarok 2.0 by Brenzo. So there we go. The Gimle is a superior battleship according to the points I've set up. It can beat the Draconia without any problems. It can beat the Titanslang, and it can beat the Ragnarok. That makes it, in my eyes, the superior battleship in the army of GMODISM. And I'm happy to say that we reached the mark, we reached the goals. Next time, however, we need to check how the Gimle tackles the Turtle Lord. The Turtle Lord is a crazy cram ship that does beat the Ragnarok. It really does. It's crazy. It's absolutely super dangerous. And because the Turtle Lord has some insane cram spam, it has some really barrage cram stacking thing. It's the entire reason. Like, that fact is a big reason why we have invested a lot of resources in having a reliable flak sieves diff system on the Gimle. So the Gimle has a lot of flak sieves diff cannons. We can check them out a little bit quickly here as the Ragnarok is despawning. can just pause it there. Here we have a double-barreled one, having, 10 shots in total. Together with this one, all of these turrets are the same. All of these turrets from setup are also the same. We have one even here. We have so many of them. So the budget to deal with crams, well, that's pretty big. We're not joking. Big crams are really scary, and having a big barrage of flak sieves diffs really helps us deal the damage. Together with, of course, the fast fire anti-missile missiles here. We have a couple of another type there, and those together with a few auxiliary ones there, and all the flak sieves diff cannon should be able to take out most cram barrages. Now, I can't be 100% it can beat the Turtle Lord, because if my defenses are not enough to beat it, we'll have big problems. But anyways, the Ragnarok is a really good ship, I think, and yeah, it's well built, it's good, it's version 300 and whatever, 390 or something. I've only saved this like, what is it? What version is this? It's, maybe it doesn't say. 100 times maybe. Well, probably not that many times. But in any case, I've built on the Gimli a lot, and I really tried to make it be able to take out big cram shells. So I'm really anticipating that battle. If you enjoy this battle, however, you should definitely subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because we will be having more Gimli battles, and the Gimli Open is of course open submission, so you can submit your craft according to my rules for the battle, if you want to participate in the official battles. This battle against the Ragnarok is semi-official, because I wanted it to beat the Ragnarok almost to the Ragnarok's rules, but I have a higher block count, because I like wood. So that's an issue. But then we have my rules, and the Ragnarok doesn't adhere to those rules, because water pumps, for example, is a thing that just lags too much for me. In any case, that's that. Having the game at the lowest settings made us able to almost run the game at full speeds. And really cool that the Gimli got its laser and fast-firing cannon AI sniped out early on. That was absolutely crazy. We should probably make some backup system that automatically switches all weapons to another AI if one of them gets disabled. But man, this is crazy. Anyways, good game. Beautiful build, Brenzo/Robas, of course, but the Gimli is superior. Look at that, it's the steampunk turtle, which will be fighting the Gimli in this little Gimli battle. This is just an absolutely stunning design. We gotta stop the time here so it doesn't get too destroyed. The steampunk turtle is an absolutely stunning and beautiful build by setup. It's so cool, I like it so much. It even has a alloy pipe which is smoking. Other than that, it even has, look at that, it's like producing like steam. It's so cool. This is mainly a diff gun design. It has a lot of diff guns and stuff like that. It's a really cool steampunk turtle. So I mostly do this little battle, mostly because I want to look and show the steampunk turtle again, because I think it is such a cool little design. It is a steampunk turtle. It has a lot of engine parts, and look at that. It even has like gears turning in the interior here. It's so cool. There is like piping and stuff all over the place. This thing is quite amazing. The steampunk turtle looks like it has steam powered cannons, and it is just a it's a work of art. Okay, it's a work of art. Now, no spoilers, but well, no spoilers. Let's just see how the battle progresses. The steampunk turtle, I think it's 2 million before it gets any damage. So we're gonna see how this battle goes. Bam, there's some explosion. Look, and this turret is so cool. It actually rotates So when the cannons have the ability to aim at a target, they will aim and fire. When they don't, they will just go back to their original place. So yeah, the steampunk turtle is like the Turtle Lord, a frontsider. It also has some anti-munition things, and as you can see, the gimless anti-munition systems are trying to deal with it. Let's see here. Well, its div guns are doing some scary work. But it doesn't have crams. The steampunk turtle is on the workshop, of course, by Setup, or E-Lord he's called on. Setup is his name that I know, but I know that he's E-Lord on the Steam workshop. And it just has all of these beautiful gears rotating around here. It's like a big ass clock. This thing is so cool and beautiful, and we do love we do love us some steampunk turtle. Now it is really big and it lags a little bit. You can see we're stuttering. So I'm like, it doesn't have the same interiors as the Turtle Lord. It has a more industrial design, which kind of fits it very well. But yeah, that's kind of how it is. So the steampunk turtle is at 85%. It has a lot of APS. Is that armor piercing super cav? APHE? Ooh my god, look at that. Imagine if it sniped the AI. Oh, look at that. Oh no. Oh wow. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? This, no way, no way, no way. I was so sure I would, okay, I was so sure I would ace this battle 100%, absolutely 100%. Are you kidding me? It has actually sniped, it has sniped out the main. Okay, no spoilers, but the Draconia wins over. The good old Draconia, the killer baby seal, wins over the steampunk turtle. Are you absolutely kidding me? It has sniped out the AI. Okay, we have the laser AI, and we have two AIs here still intact. But the main AI is, I think, targeting will be very sad now. Oh man, I'm not sure how this is gonna work. I hope targeting is... Oh crap, can you see? No. Look at that. This is my main guns. They're not even trying. Okay, my main guns are not providing anything. The anti-munition systems are just chilling here because they can't aim. I'm so happy I have several AIs. I'm so happy I have different guns on different AIs. Oh my god, it's so close we actually lost this one. Oh my god. I was so... You know, this is what happens when you're... ropa inte hej innan du kommit över bäcken, as they say. This is what happens when you are so sure you're gonna win, you don't even think about it. The Draconia wins over the steampunk turtle every time. No question about it. So I was so surprised that it actually sniped out our AI. Okay, that could have been an instant loss on our part. Okay. Wow. That's pretty insane. So, the steampunk turtle is not as scary as the Turtle Lord in general. It has some big similarities. It's big and it looks like a turtle and it's a frontsider and all that jazz. This is more machiny. It's not flesh inside, it's metal. And greenish. It's very cool. It's very cool. Man, okay. I just can't get over that it actually sniped sniped? Not sniped. Let's not talk about Snape. It sniped our AI out. I can't get... Anyways, so the steampunk turtle is performing better than you might expect. Go and get it right now. It has reached the fine number of 69. Anyways, it's starting to look like sad times for the steampunk turtle. We're of course gonna do best of 3. And I'm feeling like a crazy person, so I think we're gonna try to. I don't know if I can handle that really. Let's try 2 steampunk turtles versus the Gimle. I'm sorry, setup. If it hurts your feelings, I don't think it does. I know that you think the steampunk turtle needs improvements, but you told me that, setup. You told me that a year ago. And it hasn't been improved, so I'm going to be so weird and just assume that it will not get improvements. By the way, setup, we need a new turtle. Do you realize that? We need a new turtle. Where is... Okay, this is the steampunk turtle. Where is the I don't know, dieselpunk turtle? Where is the punk rocker turtle? I don't know. Anyways, let's go and restart this battle here. I think that it is kind of it is melting away, isn't it? It's very much melting away. I don't know. Does it have smoke? Do we have a problem here? Well, it's at 62%, just going backwards. Not a lot of guns is functioning. Let's just jump to a double battle versus the steampunk turtle, because it looks great. Oh my lord, I don't know how this is gonna go. 2 steampunk turtles. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh no! So the Gimle should definitely lose this battle. We're more or less outmatched by, I don't know. It's not quite 2 million. The steampunk turtle, it's like less than 2 million. It's 1.9-ish something, whatever. So we are in a heavy material disadvantage is what I'm trying to say. I don't know exactly at the top of my hat exactly what numbers we're dealing with, but it's more than 1.5 million less in cost. So the Gimle, by all due respect, should lose this battle. Now, Setup isn't happy with the Turtle Lord, but no, the Turtle Lord is very happy with. But the Steampunk Turtle is not very happy with the performance of it. It has great design though, so that has to be said. But Setup also happens to be one of the better from the depth players and designers. He builds some really darn strong things. He has been getting really good places, not only for aesthetics but also performance in a lot of our community tournaments and battles and stuff like that. And if you want to join them, you need to check out our Discord, because that's where everything is arranged. I try to post them in the arena when I can, but sometimes I'm a little bit slow with it, /forget it and stuff like that, so yeah. Anyways, I'm happy that my defenses are able to take out the missiles, because I do believe they are a tiny bit scary. We're shedding turrets. It's a tiny turret, but in any case, not good, not good. Gimle is at 93, no, 95. Ooh, one of the turtles is at 93. I will be very impressed if we are winning this battle in any case. We are outmatched, very much, should be said. Oh, look at all these gears spin. Setup. We need another turtle. Are these railguns? I kind of missed that they are... I kind of did not... Okay, they are railguns. I just didn't know. I didn't know. They are railguns. I think it has a lot of diff guns, but I think the big barrage guns are actually like regular guns. Armor-piercing high explosive is not a bad choice. That has to be said. Alright. Let's see here. What's happening here? We got a lot of things hitting the water, that's for sure. Ooh, the lambs are popping in there. Okay, next one maybe. Okay, let's check the shells here a little bit quickly. That's armor-piercing, hardener, explosive, emergency ejection defuse, and super cavitation base, right? Seems to be... Oh, but this is an armor-piercing secondary heat, isn't it? Ew, that's how we almost got AI killed last time, right? Oh my god. Is it sentient? Is this like the newest AI? Is this like the ChatGPT 8 or something? It's like trying to take over. Because it feels like it kind of knows where the AI is. I don't think it's possible to do that, but I will blame it on steampunk witchcraft. Definitely. I'm glad that the steampunk turtle didn't target the right spot at the AI this time. Makes it so that all the Gimle's main barrages are still online, which is a good thing for me. Are you Wow! Look at that. Those flags are really shooting far away. I see. That's how they're damaged when they come in close. That's why they're easy to take out, yeah. My friend, are you tilting or what? In any case, one steampunk turtle is at 90%, the other one is at 88%. Ooh, in the general percentage of things, the Gimle is actually at the higher percentage than both of these combatants, which is looking good. I will not pitch the Gimle against two Turtle Lords, however, because I am most certain that the Turtle Lords will win. And secondly, I would need to outsource that to some of our nice people who have been helping us with recording one of the lagger battles before, because if you've seen the Turtle Lord battle, you know that we couldn't take two of them. It would lag too much. The Steampunk Turtle, for whatever reason, lags a little bit less, in my humble opinion. I don't know why. It seems so. I don't think I can have two Turtle Lords. It's not like at this. Like, look at this. We have a game speed. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Disregard everything. It's lagging so much. Yeah. Anyways, we're not even at half speed. Oh crap. Look at him go. Ain't she cute? The golden hall of Gimle, sliding around there and just doing its thing, being generally happy and shagging out some nice stuff. Good times, good times. I will confess to leaving the battle unattended for a minute. It was just too boring. So I'm not wasting your time. I'm cutting away the unimportant stuff. Anyways, it seems we'll probably see where this battle is going. It's actually looking right now like the Gimle is able to beat two steampunk turtles, which is very amazing. And, well, I think the steampunk turtle look absolutely great. You need to go to the workshop and check it out. And if I didn't forget that, I put the link somewhere in the comments or something for this. And if you want to see where the Gimle is being made, you should totally check out the series of building a superior battleship, which goes through when we're building the Gimle, basically. Very nice indeed. if that something sounds interesting, you might also want to subscribe to the channel, because of course we're gonna build more ships in the future, aside from the tutorials and stuff like that. I will also say huge thanks, while we're at it, to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel at Patreon every month. We have from Admiral to Cadet, you can join the different ranks there, and as a cadet you can actually, like from any level, you can get access to my blueprints, all my blueprints, like this turret, this turret here, the Arcobalista, and this one, the Super Davidos detonator. Why not the laser turret? Why not this cute little turret? And well, any of them basically, together with some other assets. So if that's something that's interesting, that's one of the ways I'm trying to give back a little bit for the generous support you show me. Oh, and if you are a YouTube member, if you're supporting the channel via YouTube memberships, you can't get auto access to this. But if you send me some message, I'll try and send you the zip file over mail or something like that. I can't make channel members have auto access to the file collection, because Patreon has a very good solution for that. But well, if you're a member and want the, I don't know, like the prefabs, the turrets, stuff like that I didn't publish on the workshop, everything is available for you. So yeah, I can fix that. In any case, both steampunk turtles are down to 77 and 72%. They seem to not fire very much at all anymore. The Gimli is at 87%. So it has gone down a little bit there. A lot of the other battles we checked out, it has been a lot less damaged. But well, those armor-piercing high explosive and armor-piercing secondary heat charge shells, they do pack a punch. And we almost got AI sniped during the previous battle, so that was a little bit scary. Oh my. Look at that, look at that. Looks like the armor-piercing high explosive shell has gone through here and was about to destroy the AI. Wow, that's cool, but it didn't, because we had a secondary layer of era. I'm so happy I did that secondary layer of era. Ooh, look at this rubber area here, it's actually damaged. Yeah. That could have happened too, so I'm very, you know, I did think we would win over one steampunk turtle. I did not think we would win over two steampunk turtles. But I did also very much not expect one steampunk turtle to almost AI snipe us. So that's pretty cool. Now this is a little bit of a lazy version of best of 3, but if we do one battle against the steampunk turtle and it loses, and then we do a battle with the Gimli against 2 steampunk turtles and they lose, I think that's kind of best of 3, right? So I would say the Gimli is able to take out one steampunk turtle, definitely. We can say that's a conclusive evidence of best of 3. And it probably takes out 2 of them, but that's not... well, I don't know. If we did this battle again, maybe we would have reached different results. Who knows? And it is of course slightly possible that the steampunk turtles wins. It's just, let's say, unlikely. God damn it, the lag. One steampunk turtle is down to the nice number of 69%. Oh, both of them are, actually. Which is cool. But yeah, so the team 2, the team steampunk turtles are at 69% and the Gimli is at 86. And the lag is so bad now, man. It seems that it lags because its propeller pod pause are a little bit touchy here. So yeah, that explains a lot. Well, that's not playing in favor to the steampunk turtles, but it's also not playing in the favor of our FPS. So yeah, that's why. Oh man. The steampunk turtles are deciding to completely collide. One is at 67%, the other is at 66%, Gimli is at 85%, and it hasn't been dropping very quickly recently. So with this setup, I will most likely conclude that the Gimli is definitely winning this battle, because that's where it's going. And if we did this battle again, well, it's possible we would get other results, but we can conclusively say that Gimli is winning over one steampunk turtle at least, and probably two. So I think that's pretty amazing. This time we are going to do the first official battle of the Gimli battles. So the battles we had before, and some of the battles we'll have afterwards, are unofficial battle. That means that the ships do not meet the requirements that I have posted in the well, in the rules for building. Well, those ships are namely like older ships, ships that already exist, like the Titans line, like the Turtle Lord, like the Draconia itself, my Draconia. It doesn't meet the rules. But this is the first official submission we'll have under this battle. This is the Super Annihilator by Saito Shepard, who has submitted several ships before. You've seen his builds, and they have the distinctive stripy design looking here. So it has a really cool distinctive style that we definitely can recognize as one of Saito's works. So here we got, of course I spawned it in an adventure mode just to check it a little bit. Now I require that the submissions, either you submit one ship that's an official battle version and one that's a parade version. So for the battle version, all lights need to be turned off to mitigate lag. However, I just added an little block, a little ACB block, to turn on all the lights for when looking at the ship. So I don't know, maybe my strength of the lights, maybe they're a little bit too strong or weak. I don't know. I just set them all to 40%. In any case, let us check this ship a little bit here. So I think we're going to do one of these left-right cutters, just so we can check through a little bit here what's inside. So we seem to have a lot of... we got some heavy armor boxes with ammunition here. Right, we got some engines going on. This is a fuel engine build. We got some pretty big, like APS turrets. This is an APS design. We have thin turret necks here. So some people like to do thin turret necks, and we got some heavy armor. This seems to be pretty strongly armored. A lot of alloy, a lot of heavy armor. It's a very megalodon type of armor, I'd say. It's probably a little bit more expensive armor than I would have opted for. But a lot of people like this armor, and we will see its effectiveness in combat later. We have a properly insulated EMP box here with rubber inside. That's super nice. We got a EMP insulated little laser area here. I think this is lamps. So that's super nice that laser is insulated too. We also got some steam here, so I believe this steam only gets activated when it's in combat, probably, because now it's chilling pretty much. And why do we have... Why? Oh, this is probably just a... oh, that's the air conditioner. I think Saito Shepard talked about that in the Discord, that his Super Annihilator had from the depth first air conditioner. Alright, we got some more heavy armor boxes there with ammo, so it's really spread out. Good to not have all the ammo at the same time. We got some really heavily armed areas for the propellers here. You can see it's stacked up there. Got some vertical launch missiles here. Now they are standing on a base of surge protectors. Not sure that that will help, but maybe against torpedoes. We got some heat decoys too. Well, that's good, because good foresight to Shepard. Good that the Super Annihilator has that, because she will be saved by that. The Gimle is targeting hot blocks for some of its weapons. We have some up props here, and that's of course super good, because I ban water pumps, unfortunately. I would love to have water pumps, but if you missed me saying that, they lag too much for me, so it's not possible. Just wanted to take a little look at the cross section. So we have a really thin exterior layer. So this works as a super huge air gap just to catch all the spalls. Then we have a checkerboard wood and metal mix armor. I would say that it's probably better to have layers of wood and metal, but that's up for testing more in the future. We'll do some empirical testings of that. But in any case, here you can see we have several layers of, okay. So we have several air gaps down here. Now I would probably move one of the heavy armor spall catchers maybe out here instead. But here we have them in the center, so it's protecting stuff in the center really much here. Okay. Interesting indeed. We have a pretty expensive strong armor here. We don't have a lot of top armor, so the lambs on the Super Annihilator better be good, because the Gimless mortars are coming. They're not very dangerous actually. But in any case, what's really cool here, we're gonna check some of the guns here. What do we have? We have an armor-piercing high explosive down there. Alright. We can check this gun up here and see if it's the same. No, this is a sabot. Sabot. Alright. So we have a sabot, we have an armor-piercing, and we have another armor-piercing heat secondary. But this heat secondary should probably have some charges behind it, because this heat secondary is pretty weak now, I believe. But any case, it's more penetrating, that's for sure. So that's a trade-off we'll all have to do. So we have some anti-missile things, and that seems to be the armaments. We're really having a lot of APS for this one. APS is probably the most popular. Ew, these are using the 500mm sabot shells too, so these are probably Civs cannons that probably may double as damage dealers. Anyways, this ship is really cool. We got a little, we got a button. We can press this button, and you can see that we are now watching, I don't know, a DVD of some on a Pioneer system. So here we have the air conditioner on top here. And yeah, then we can walk out here. We got a nice view of the outside. We can walk upstairs here for a little heat decoy. And walking out down there. There is also a ladder upwards, but it's just, it's a empty room up there. So we definitely got some interiors here. I don't know if we can get... Yes, we can get down from here. That's good. So we have more heat decoys. We actually have a lot of heat decoys. I think the Draconia will... No, of course, I mean the Gimle will definitely zap around some different places. We can walk on the deck outwards here. A little bit low in the water here, but, well... Wasting more materials to stay higher in the water is probably not wise. Gimle uses a lot of power to stay higher in the water, just for the aesthetics, which is probably waste. But that's that felt important to me, so we're spending our materials on that. In any case, that is that, I believe, so let's get into the battle. There we are inside the battle. So, best of 3, let's go. And here we can see the Super Annihilator by Cyto Shepherd is trying to take out the crams. Man, but it didn't. It's very equal in the materials here still, but it's only been a few seconds. Bam! 2 more crams are coming in. Oh, big detonations there. I believe those crams have a little bit too high health for the LAM systems going on there. I wonder what we're shooting at here. Okay. The laser is zapping through. The smoke is trying to defend. But the laser is zapping to different areas here. I believe it's switching hot targets after hot target. Alright. There we got 1 cram getting zapped, but I do believe that was the lower... Oh no! So the lambs and the sieves are able to take out 1 shell sometimes, that's for sure. Dealing a pretty high damage. But we shoot them in 2, and it's not using flax, and it is getting through there. Right, I needed to lower the quality a little bit there. FPS was dropping. Not sure why we're getting the stuttering here. Alright, we got another cram incoming there. So the Super Annihilator is behind when it comes to health there. How is the Gimle doing with its incoming shells here? It's trying to aim pretty high. Wonder if it tries to go for the heat decoys up in the top there. The lambs are able to take out some of the blasts. The Gimle is still at 99.4%. Is not looking good for the Super Annihilator right now. Not looking good at all. Alright. The Gimle is like casually. Vidi Vicky. By the way. It's do we have big penetration going on there? I think the staggered era may catch some of it. We definitely got penetration in here. But I believe that the APS damage type is just a little bit too low for this type of battle. We really need crams or big missiles, something that deal a lot of damage. Alright, there we go. We get some damage from the mortars here. 1 big turret there is offline. Do the main gun turrets try to target incoming cram shells? I think that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake to spend materials on shooting down those crams. Yes, it's trying to target the crams. Alright, alright. So the Cyto Shepherd Super Annihilator tries a lot to shoot down incoming cram shells, but it's not really enough, and it makes it so it's not able to deal damage. It is not quite able to deal the damage against the Gimle that it has to deal, otherwise the Gimle would just continue to deal damage. Here we can see more big explosions going on there. Another 2 volley, bam! Yes, I really think that having the turrets shooting at the incoming cram shells is a big mistake. Big mistake. That ruins all the chances for Cyto Shepherd to win this battle with the Super Annihilator. Just not possible. And smoke seems to be offline here now, so the laser just burns through. The Super Annihilator is already down to 66% after 3 minutes. Exactly. Right, so the first battle is definitely a win for the Gimle. We will be moving into the next battle, because of course this is best of 3. It's always possible that the Gimle was just basically lucky. Who knows? But yeah, it's sinking. None of the turrets are online, I mean. This is decided. Second battle begins now. We're gonna stay here with the super annihilator just to see what happens. Oh yeah, the cannons are trying to target the cram shells. Not good at all. It's dealing some damage there. You can see the first volley is indeed dealing some damage. And it is able to take out one cram cannon, but not the other. So yeah, we got an exposed hole here. Right, so the lasers and the fast firing guns are trying to aim for the heat decoys probably. But they're pretty quick on taking them out too, because that laser is not a joke. Alright. You can see the shields are really getting activated there. Now, does the super annihilator have shields? It doesn't, right? It probably should. It probably should. It can help you to not need to care about like 30% of those cram volleys coming in there. That's some dangerous stuff. Alright. I think we need to slow down time a little bit here. We want to check what's happening with the shots here. We're gonna stalk them. This is the armor-piercing high explosive. They have super cavitation. They fire underwater. Lambs try to target them, and both got taken out by ERA. Well, that's why I have ERA, by the way, on selected spaces, just so that the AI doesn't get one-shotted. Because that almost happened against the RAG. Almost happened. It was not a fun day, but I'm happy we still won that battle nevertheless. Okay, we're at full speed here. Here we have one of my sand blasting measures. They are getting completely annihilated by the heavy armor there, but I do believe that the laser combined with the fast fire guns is a pretty good combo I tried to set up. Lambs are not able to take out those mortars. They're not very scary, but nevertheless. Gimle's at 99%. Sighted Shepherd Super Annihilator is at 90%. Not surprising. Shooting at those cram shells for some of the cannons is not a good idea. Ah, yeah, it just doesn't have a chance to take out those cram cannons, man. It tries to, but it's not worth the time. So, like here, which shield is this? This is the Sabot ones, right? They should actually deal fair damage to the Gimla. The red, oh, they went straight for the turret, man. Look at that. Wow, that was a cool hit. Okay, we gotta check it out. Ooh, they tried to kill the sniper. One tried to kill the sniper turret, yeah. That was a good hit. And the other one went. No. That's not the sniper turret. That's the cram. Okay, seems that it didn't. Neither of them got through there. So almost. Just interesting to check. The Gimla has some pretty. It doesn't have very strong armor. It really tries to use the armor wisely and not have more than it needs. Alright. Right. Whoops. We're gonna fly with one of these ones. See where we hit. No hit at all. Okay. Some are just getting. And some of the crams, by the way, they're only there for tricking. Bam. We're getting some weird stutters. I wonder if there is a hidden water pump somewhere here or something. I will admit that I didn't check for it. I just assumed. I should do that. Next battle, I'll actually search up if there are any water pumps to make sure, because we don't want stuttering unnecessarily. So why the stutter is an issue? It's that you can see it kind of stops a little bit each of the time, and now I don't know if this is what's happening right now, but usually for me, water and helio pumps start to lag a lot when we are having a lot of damage dealt to a ship. Then it starts to lag. So then it starts stuttering. So the stuttering isn't from the start. It starts to happen after a while. Yeah, well, these cram shells just penetrate. Even though we have pretty expensive armor on the Super Annihilator, we can't deal with cram shells. Cram shells are no joke. Either you'll need to take them out, and using your main guns to do that is probably not wise. It's probably not wise. Having some flak sieves, big flak sieves, is the best medicine against cram. And the Gimle itself uses a big budget of flak sieves diff guns, which isn't getting used at all in this battle, because Saito Shepard didn't bring any missiles or big missiles or crams on the Super Annihilator. She's an APS boat. Are these decoys? I think they are. I haven't seen them fire. Well, the Super Annihilator is down to 68%. I do believe that this is conclusive results. Now, the Super Annihilator, she ain't quite dead yet, but the Gimle is certainly pounding on, doing her best to sink this foe. So, I hope, Saito Shepard, that some of the tips can help you improve the effectiveness of the design against the Gimle, but for the best of 3, the Super Annihilator does unfortunately not scratch much of the Gimle's surface. It's still at 98%, which is pretty high there. But on the other hand, the Gimle is set up to deal with armor-piercing chemical shells in a very effective way. So your main armament doesn't do much against the Gimle. So there we have it. There we have it. The Super Annihilator doesn't... Oh, it still has weapons. Never mind. It's just trying to target some of the incoming crams. So actually, some of the cram shells that the Gimle uses, they're actually like decoy crams. They fire so often and they're so weak and they're just spamming. We got the power shortage. Look at that. It's sinking. It's sinking. Now it's despawning as well. Despawning and sinking. Well, there we go. Very conclusive. In any case, I would just give a huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel every month at Patreon. Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, Lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cray V, Powered by Greed, Tyler Ross and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel. If you want to join the Army of GMODIST's commissioned officer section, well, then you're very welcome to check the links in the description and see what's in it for you. So, Saito Shepard is sinking, is getting penalty points on top of despawning. So there we get it. The Gimle has won this battle too. We can only say one thing. AOG Invictus. Oh my lord. That's very fitting for this build. This is Sean Reed's 10 Commandments. And this is, well, a cram ship, very inspired from the 10 Commandments, I would believe. And yeah, it's interesting. Welcome to yet another Gimli battle. Thou shalt build thy ship out of wood. Thou shalt apply generously of thy cram barrels, I think. Barrages, of thy cram barrages, yes. 3. Thou shalt respect thy lambs as they save thy ass. Thou shalt allow that air and water armor thee. Yes, you shall allow that water and armor. Yeah, any case. Thou shalt, well, I don't know what. Thou shalt nabalashly confettify thy foes. Confettify. Okay. Thy foes. Thou shalt know thy false idol, EMP, and defend and denounce thee. Thou shalt hail thy superior form known as the barge. Thou shalt wisely employ thy cram or one barrel. Yeah. Only one barrel crams, I see. Thou shalt not provide a superstructure to destroy. Thou shalt survive by thy shonk. I see. Well, that's very beautiful. So that's the 10 commandments. And this is a challenger that will kill the Gimli. It doesn't even have a bottom. I see. And it rolls in at basically 100,000 blocks. Man, these are a lot of crams. They're like not even armored. It's like, it's pretty insane. It's just cram cannons in air with a little box of... Well, this is the most plasma secure ship I've seen yet. So yeah, the 10 Commandments by Sean Reed, who you have seen like a lot in the builds, in the battles, no, the tests for the Gimles, no, not the Gimles, the Army of GMODISM's trials when it comes to the Bomber Challenge. Yes, because Sean Reed submitted 4. Because I didn't limit the amount of submissions per person. So, you've seen a lot of Sean Reed's work before, but you've never seen something big like this. The 10 Commandments. Let's go to battle. While we wait for them to load, I just want to say huge thanks for all of you who are submitting your ships and have submitted your ships and will submit your ships. Very cool that you want to send into these battles. And also, huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM who are supporting the channel every month at Patreon. And of course, our YouTube members who are also supporting the channel from, well, YouTube memberships, which is another way you can support the channel if you want to. Well, I'm very scared about of the 10 Commandments. Oh my lord, it's just grilling through there. Generously I apply thy barges. Oh, well, the first one misses completely. Oh, they are time fused. Alright. And we're burning away here for sure. So the Gimli has not taken damage yet, but I believe that time comes about now. Oh lord, I wonder how much health these have. Oh! Damn, we did some damage. Barrel clipping. That's some scary stuff. Wow, we lagged up some there. That's like several systems popping off there. And it seems the laser systems wasn't too happy about that. Alright. 10 Commandments is behind in health though. kind of surprises me. It has shields, actually. Oh my god. It's like, what are they gonna hit? Well, they hit something, but man, it's just so much wood. The laser is probably doing the heavy lifting here. Hope the commandments have smoke, because otherwise it's not very good. What should deal some damage though is actually the hollow point mortars. But I guess they will be some time away. So let's follow these shots here. See if our diff rods will not be able to take them out. Oh my lord, look at that damage. It's a punishment for not following the 10 commandments, I believe. The god of crams is really upset with the Gimli not adhering to the commandments. Man, a lot of shells are just not hitting due to it being so darn flat and no superstructure to hit, as said. Gimli is at 92% and the commandment it's at 91. Oh, this is a close one. Ooh, these are dealing scary damage. It's like using an exaggerated version of the Gimli's way to deal damage against it. Very smart. I do believe it may out-Gimli the Gimli. Man. What is our game speed? It's like... Oh, it's almost full speed. The commandments, it's down to... You can see that? Only the first one did damage, but they dealt a lot of holes, that's for sure. Oh lord. Look at that. Well, we got more shots. This is probably the only vehicle we're battling against where our auxiliary tiny minicrams actually deal substantial damage. You know, these ones I believe that just pop in there and deal some tiny kinetic damage. Only there to fool lamps and stuff. That actually got taken out by the lamps. But they're only there to fool the systems, and I do believe in this case they're actually dealing substantial damage. Does the 10 commandments not have... Is it like unable to turn? Is it just a floating barge? No, it actually turns. It just turns so slowly. Alright. Gimli is down to 89%, so you can see, using this strategy, it's actually dealing serious damage. Man, we're not able to take out these crams. They are big barrages. Pretty high damage, high health stuff. Whew, 87 versus 84. Oh no, the Vigoletta Marksman is down. That's one of our better turrets to deal with much stuff. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. Ooh, that one bounced. Lucky. Well, our laser ain't lasing very much. I really need those crams to not stop popping in there so we can actually fry away. Because the Vigoletta Marksman was one thing that actually did a lot of the damage, I believe. It just peeled away those wooden blocks one by one. If we had 2 of those, I believe our chances of winning would have like doubled. But now we have none of them. Well, ew, here we see. Here we have some space shots. Gimli is at 85 and the commandments, she's at 82. Boom! This thing is so close to just popping off. Ooh, bounced. Gimli's at 84 and the commandments is at 81. This is a tough battle for sure. I don't know which one of these big cram ships are gonna win it. Now we accidentally followed these shots instead. Bam. Well, due to all the space, it's very easy to... yeah, not shoot stuff. Just shoot air. As the... now the commandments is a little bit unreadable now, but basically armor yourself with water and wood, and this is something it indeed has done. I'm a little bit curious to see how the sniper shots are doing, because the sniper shots, if coming in the right angle, could potentially take out a lot of stuff. Gimli's at 83 though, so it is in the lead still, but it's pretty damaged. We're just not able to take out those crams, and with crams, if you get an AI hit, look, a frag hit an AI part here. Oh, actually, we got some damage to the AI here, but I think we need to check some stuff here. Oh my lord, look at this. It has dealt damage to the AI. So only the auxiliary part here, but it didn't take out the AI block, fortunately for us, but man, that's scary. All right. More cram shots popping in there. That just deals so much damage. Look, this is our 64 pounder. This is the only opportunity it has to actually deal damage that matters. Okay. The commandments have one. Oh! Another turret fell off. Lucky for us. It has a substantial lower amount of turrets now. Oh lord, it's... oh, that was the lag. This section fell off. The 10 commandments should be pretty immune to plasma, by the way. Not immune, but like... it should take a lot of plasma beatings, actually. Well, 6 minutes in-game battle. I think it has been maybe 10 minutes in-game battle. Or out of game, IRL time. Alright. Here we can see them popping in there. They're like tearing off, and that was a proper one. Yeah, well, the laser is lasing. It feels like the cram shells from the commandments isn't shooting too often. Well, it did some firing. Ugh. Even though it's down to 72, it's like dealing a lot of damage. This is definitely an interesting way to build. It's pretty close. It's actually closer now than it was before. It looked like Gimli was on her way to win, but it seems that that advantage is not as visible anymore. You can see in the internal cavity of this thing, it's just a big bunch of empty air. And then we have the laser core thing popping in here, and well, some damage has leaked through, but not enough to kill it at all. And now it's like a 2% difference. The commandments may actually win this thing. Look at that. It just continues to deal damage because it still has a substantial amount of cram cannons left. The Gimli seems to have all its crams intact too. Oh, we're 70 versus 70. This ain't good for the Gimli. Oh no, the sniper cannons! The tiny auxiliary sniper cannons got shot off. I think if our difflax, instead of protecting us, just dealt damage to the commandments, that our chances would have been doubled too. Well. Ooh, nasty crams. Is this one disabled? It seems to be. Has a tiny bit of barrel there. Question is if its failsafe will stop it, or if it's like turned off. The Gimli is actually behind in health now. That's insane. Look at that, the Gimli is actually down to 67, where the commandment stays at 70. Yeesh. That's a way to deal damage. And a lot of our guns are not much active anymore. I think our tiny Hesh spammers probably won't do much against this, because there is nothing to hit almost. So much empty space. So we got 1 cram, 2 cram, 3 cram. Like most of them are actually, or no, half of them ish is intact. Gimli's at 60%, Commandments is at 69. It's looking like the Gimli is going towards losing actually. Oh, our lasers! All our lasers are killed. So we ain't lasing anymore. That ain't very good at all. And most of our cannons are bit barrel clipped. Our Civ's cannon is probably doing most of the heavy lifting now. Look at that. Oh, no, we got 1 laser online, so the side laser still works sometimes. I think we need to be a little bit lucky to win this. 57%, we're so close of despawning. Yeah, the first battle, the Gimli is going to lose. The 10 Commandments is just memeing its way to victory. I love it having its build strategy written on it too. Oh wow. 56.5. It looks like the first battle belongs to the Commandments. Woo. The Gimli is like dense compared to the Commandments. Look at that. The Gimli is below 55%, which means that big congratulations to the 10 Commandments for winning the first battle. This is however best of 3, so we're gonna restart the battle and see what happens. Thou shalt survive by thy shonk. The 10 Commandments wisely say. So let's go. Battle 2. We're gonna stay here with the Commandments and see how it's trying to protect itself. The laser is like... If we set up with some breadboard or stuff, we could probably make the laser dissect this thing. No, bisect, I mean. It's 2 meters of wood that protects the surface. Oh, perhaps we're having heat decoys in the sides, possibly. Or it's the shields. Because we're trying to shoot at hot blocks, the laser does. Ooh, big explosion. The funny thing is that either of these designs can win instantly if... But I'm kind of surprised the thump damage doesn't do more than this. Oh, okay. I see. It's the layer here. That would have been pretty good if they went through. Any case. What's gonna happen here? Oh. Bam! But not much here. So, same as last battle, the commandments is decreasing in health quicker than the Gimli does. Oh man, are we so lucky we're just grilling off this turret here? No, we're not. Well, that's sad. Can my laser, like, I don't know, just shoot off things here? We need to get rid of these man, that's just tiny turrets. It's like insane. This is like the most small cram turret that I've seen. Not the most, but almost the smallest. Right. It feels like the laser is powerful enough to, by sheer luck, be able to cut off some turrets. The Gimli took some serious damage here. We need to see what happened over here. The game is slowing down a bit too. Look at that. That's some substantial damage. But it's so funny, it's so easy, like either of this ship can win in an instant if they just get a lucky AI hit with those crams. Can't protect yourself against crams very well. Man, these crams have high health. And some pretty strong barrages. Oh no. Well, Gimli's at 92%, the commandments is at 86%. I wonder in that case if we got a particularly good hit. Oh! I think we did. I can't believe the lambs are actually able to take out the hollow point mortars. Their health is not a joke. And it's just focusing the fire on the surface, like the text area with the commandments. What is going on here? Does it have a smoke generator or is it the missiles? Oh, I see. We have VLM. VLM what? This doesn't look like interceptors. I kinda didn't notice these before. Interesting. Well, the diff lags are trying their best. But they are still getting through. Fortunately, the Vigoletta is still online and battling, so we got a 10% advantage. If that doesn't get shot off, we have a chance, I guess. Well, the battle is continuing as before. It's stagnating a little bit. This turret seems offline. This one is online. This one is offline. This is online. I wonder if we are dealing, if that's just sheer luck or if that's EMP damage. I'm starting to think it's actually EMP damage that has taken these out. Alright. We basically have 4 turrets left. Not completely sure if this has... It has a piece of barrel, so that means full shot speed. Gimli is at 85 and the commandments is 73, so it's looking better for the Gimli in this round. That's for sure. Man. I wonder if it has smoke. It should have, but you never know. Well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cannons it seems to be left still. If we can pick off more cannons quickly, we have a better chance of winning. Man, you laced them, but not good enough. Just a grazing laze. Now we're popping in some cram shots. Oh, are you kidding me? Did it EMP kill this one? That's so... Or something killed it. That's nice. Let's see, this one is still online. This one too, probably. That means it's still... it's not AI dead, at least. Now we're tearing up so much surface area here that chunks will probably fall off. Thankfully for many of our designs, From the Depth doesn't have structural integrity, which the Gimli superstructure is probably very happy with. Well, this time... Is this working? Or is it disabled? Seems to be working. But it isn't shooting. Weird that. Well, the 10 commandments is at 68%. It actually looks like we're going to have a third round, in case not the 10 commandments is getting a real lucky shot very soon. Yeah. 66. Yeah. It's going down. I think the Gimli is winning this round. So it will be all up to the third round. We'll just stay here a little bit and check that the results indeed will go the way we are forecasting right now. This one seems to be firing blanks. So yeah, it really looks like the 10 commandments don't even have a weapon left. It doesn't have a weapon left. Well then, that concludes the battle. Let's go to the third round, which will be decisive. Third round, here we go. The 10 commandments are here. And let's start this battle. The sad thing with the cram barrages is that the likelihood of hitting the first barrage is very unlikely. But oh man, this was actually accurate. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Bam! That wasn't what I expected. Good hit, first round, first barrage there. We also got some red shells just spamming. Ew! Are we like showering the area with EMP as a first kind of blast, it seems? Yeah, we really do. It's just dealing a lot of damage to take out stuff on the superstructure. Look at that. Oh, look at that! And it actually damages some of the detection stuff too. That's really smart. The shields should be actually insulated from EMP from the Gimli. All Gimli's shields should be EMP insulated. But some of the detectors can definitely take that damage. Look at that. EMP damage all over the place. So now we stayed a little bit with the Gimli. We're gonna follow some shots popping in there. This just grazes above the surface. These seems to be know where they are going. No, not quite. They ended up here. Opening up some holes towards laser components. And here you can see this is a really big battle. It doesn't lag too much, and we both have basically 100,000 books each. And yes, it lags much less than if we had ships twice the size but with water pumps. So that's crazy. Air pumps they're called. Right. I wonder if our laser is going to lace at a spot where it actually matters, so we can get some of those turrets offline. Would be pretty lovely. Ooh, did that take it offline? It did not. Well, it's really up to this battle. These ships are pretty equal in strength. So it will be highly interesting to see if the 10 Commandments will be able to annihilate the... Oh! This turret went away. If it will be able to kill the Gimli or not. This battle is decisive. There is also there is always a bit of luck involved when we're doing battles in from the depth. So that should be taken into account. That's why we do best of 3 all the time. That's like the minimum battle you can do between 2 ships to actually know anything. If you have a best of 3, you have a general approximation of which ship is probably the best. But when you have a best of 3, when each of the ships have been winning a battle, the winner of those battles is like, could have been any of them. If they can win each round, like, it's very, very, very uncertain who would have been the, like, who is the best ship. To actually test that, you would probably need to do a best of 10, but then you also need very many hours at your hand. So I guess a best of 10 is probably good to have if we have 2 ships that are very equal, that both are very strong, that we want to know which is actually the stronger ship. Then a best of 10 will tell you this. But when just having some fan battles like this, best of 3 is decisive. So even though we do know there is some luck involved, well, the winner of this battle will be concluded from this one, because the Gimli won one of these battles, and Sean Reed's 10 Commandments, she won one. Wonder if this, like, does it even hit anything? Kinda does. Those frags should be, like, those hashes should be dealing just tiny damage. The lambs seems to be doing their job. You can see, man, it actually taking him out. Which is impressive. And it's just about doing that. That was a pretty good hit, I believe. I wonder where the AI is located. Is it? Wait. The AI isn't even... Oh man, the AI isn't even armored. That surprises me. Wow. Really playing with luck here. Not a block of heavy armor, it seems. Crams popping in. 87 versus 77. Wow, we took that cram shot out. I didn't expect that, because it seems that lately all the cram shots are getting through. That's some hesh. Diff hesh. Probably a good idea to have a lot of diff guns when battling something like this. Man, this battle is so even. So the 10 Commandments is an insanely strong ship. That should be remembered. It's definitely worth to test against many other battleships. Probably the 10 Commandments should be pitched against the Ragnarok and stuff like that. Well, it still has a couple of cram cannons. Oh, no. Wow, this one is so close of just falling off. Oh no, it's shooting. Look at it. It only shoots blanks. It's actually already killed. That's so lucky. So this one is probably A-okay. And on the other side, we seem to have most of the cram cannons, or 3 of them at least, being A-okay. Now this spammer is spamming. And I'm just wondering, like, what shells do we have? That's a shield disruptor? Oh, they are actually shield disruptors, not EMP shells. I see. Well, that's smart. Some of our smaller turrets are disabled. The Vigoletta is online, which I actually think is the decisive factor if the Gimli will win or not. It's a 30,000 turret. It's not very expensive, but it's darn efficient. I think the army of GMODIST light cruiser Fred, or heavy cruiser, heavy cruiser Fred actually has one of those Vigolettas. If you want to check it out yourself, test it, copy it and test it in battle. And of course, if you're a commissioned officer in the army of GMODIST, you already have all the files, all the blueprints, all the sub-objects, all the prefabs, everything. So that's also an option. And I will say, with that said, huge thanks to the army of GMODIST's commissioned officers who are supporting the channel every month. And of course, thanks to all of you who have submitted or will submit ships to this battle. Especially this time, Sean Reed. The results are closing in. Gimli is at 77 and the 10 Commandments is at 70% health. So the battle can still go either way, which is highly exciting. See where this shield disruptor is spamming. This poor thing doesn't have much of a barrel left, does it? It has some barrel. Interesting. What will happen indeed? I wonder what's happening with my sniper cannons. Okay, there we have to pause to see it. Okay, here we have one. It's just going through here. Yeah, going through. Okay. Went through a turret, the entire hull, and came out the other side. Did minimal damage, but a potential crit, of course, since the turret could have been disabled by that. It depends on how you built them. But here we have some pretty all over the place Tetris, which is probably pretty stands up against stuff like Sabots quite well. Well, damn, that was so close of actually taking out that turret, I believe. The Lambs of the Commandments, she's still pretty strong. It turns so slowly, the Gimli is like effectively just circling her. It's absolutely insane. The Gimli isn't that fast turner either. Ooh, 70! We have 68 versus 70 percentages. The Gimli is starting to have power issues. It's starting to go pretty low here. Or, oh no! One of the cram cannons are definitely offline. Just peeked in there and see if the AI was A-okay or not. So 68 versus 67. The 10 Commandments may actually win this one. Well, we knew it was a close call from the start. So that's no surprises, but a while ago it looked really like the Gimli was on the winning road. 67 versus 67. The 10 Commandments have shifted, has turned the tables. Amazing. This one is still firing blanks. The tables have been turned. Disruptor stuff going on there. Oh! The poor cannon to deal with. Oh, it doesn't oh, it actually got its Civs controller sniped out. This Civs cannon is so small, it wasn't able to defend itself. No, now it kind of looks like the 10 Commandments is indeed winning. Oh, pretty accurate. Man. Too much excitement for one battle. And the Lambs does keep the 10 Commandments deck from not being torn up by those pesky mortars. 62 versus 66. Will the Gimli be able to turn the tables again, is the question. Well, the results are still going the same direction. The Gimli is slowly losing to the 10 Commandments. That was a really good hit. Oh. Oh, and this cram is offline too. The Gimli only has smaller weapons to fight this battle with. This is going to be very, very, very difficult for the Gimli. Look at that. Oof. They're popping in here. Nothing we can do about it. Well, I guess we'll say GG. The battle is not quite over, but I will say this. You should probably join our Discord server if you want to be part of this community. People who have sent in ships to this battle are all part of our Discord, and we have a pretty active From the Depth community going on there. So, maybe something for you too. Other than that, huge thanks to all YouTube members and commissioned officers who are supporting the channel every month. If you want to support the channel, but you want to get something physical for it, please check my Fourth Wall store and my Teespring store. And also my Redbubble. And you can see some merch you can get from GMODIST. If you want to check out some different GMODIST GMODism, Army of GMODism stuff, and different types of designs. And if you didn't know that, we have a relaxation channel called GMODism Relaxation. And it's about relaxing content and stuff and ASMR and relax and stuff like that. You should probably check that out. This beautiful thing, the Tillman 4-2 from Workshop by Yadog, is popping up. This is another unofficial battle, naturally. This is an absolutely artwork design. It looks super amazing. And we had some really beautiful ships before, but these are one of the better looking ones, definitely. Now, I don't know anything about this combat's effectiveness, but I've heard it actually packs some pretty decent punch, so we're gonna pitch it against the Gimle in an unofficial battle. However, it only costs 1.8 million, so it's more in the price range of the Draconia. So yeah, I don't know, it's like a little bit behind there in terms of materials, but I'm thinking like this. We're trying to put one of these against the Gimle, and if the Gimle wins very much due to its higher material count too, we can put two against the Gimle. But first, we're gonna check out what we're actually packing here. These are some crams. Oh yeah, so we're actually bringing firepower on this bad boy. Look at that, and it's looking super cool. Yadog's made a pretty good work here, and I adore these little canoes here. It's like a lifeboat, and you can see they are made not using a lot of like what are they, like prefab decoy mimics, but instead using blocks in the most simple and effective way to really make a decoration that's just not air. You can see it's real block here, and I appreciate this. I think that's super cool. It looks like we're having some APSs here. I guess, I don't know, are these diff guns? Probably. Or no, they go down there. And we got some casemates there. So we got an array of different weapons. These chains here, man. That's so cool. A pulley system with chains like this. I think that Yadog has made a really good work of not using all mimics, but instead making a real cool looking battleship and using decorations of real blocks and stuff. And here we have more lifeboats. So cool. Right, so it has some interiors here. We're gonna check them out a little bit quickly because this is a good looker. And it seems that the interiors are not really existing. I think we're just gonna do a quick cutaway here. We can see we're having crams here. Oh, we have some 2D Tetris. If you're building some 2D Tetris, you can make a lot more efficient crams using 3D Tetris. And I'd recommend you to check out my tutorial about cram 3D Tetris. It's an instant one. So you can learn how to make 3D Tetris and you will have much more efficient guns for cheap. Now, 2D Tetris is great, I think, when you're starting out with a game. So, I don't know, maybe first half year of playing from the depth, you can probably not bother with 3D Tetris, but if you want to do the best from the start, you can of course just learn 3D Tetris from the start too, if you're so inclined, because you know this game is this game is so advanced as you make it. So we have a firepower of 1,400, which is actually close to the Gimle. Okay, so this probably actually packs a punch. This is gonna be a pretty hard battle, I think. I don't think it's obvious the Gimle will win this one, because these are having crams from hell, I think. Let's see what type of can just do like this. Kinetic damage. Alright, health 100,000. Okay, I think actually maybe the Gimli will actually shoot out these shots from the sky. We'll see, we'll see. Let's set this battle up. There we are. Let the battle start. Oh, look at that volley. Diff rods. Oh, we took him out, we took him out. Okay. The Gimli is at 100%, Tillman is at 97. It's having some pretty darn good health here. Lots of wood in it too, so it has some pretty efficient armor. Laser is burning through. We seem to have smoke on it too, which is of course a requirement. Not having smoke will be a quick way to die. Die quick. I mean, no smoke. No smoking means die quick. That's not usually what we hear, but in From the Depths it's a little bit different. If you're doing no smoking in From the Depth, you just die because lasers. All right, damn. We're getting. Oh, that's a real bad hit. Oh my God, yeah, dogs. Tillman, she hasn't fired her crams in a while, have her? She have not. Oh, no, 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 come on. Oh. One cram got through. Seems to not be have done some deep damage. Oh, damn. Like the Tillman has some pretty darn good firepower. But these cram shells are just not getting through. They're just not getting through, are they? Or we also have some problems with its turning speed seems to be a little bit bad. I know a lot of people are saying that the Gimli is a very slow ship. And that it is a real weakness, that it's slow. And I don't know if I will agree with that, because the Gimli goes almost at like 40 meters per second. And I don't know about you, but I don't think that's slow for a 2 million ship, but maybe it is. And I do know that the Gimli would be better if it was even faster. For sure, it would be better. I'm just not sure that it's worth it to spend materials. Oh no, it's shooting itself. I'm just not sure it's worth it spending materials on making it faster, because then it means I'll need to spend less materials on weapons. And in my book, more firepower is better. Never enough Daka, that's how you win. But... oh, they're just melting through these. The Tillman does not have lambs either. It's like a pure cram ship, which can be very efficient, of course. But the real issue here is that these crams are just not getting through. We're firing blanks. Oh, and the limitations for turret turning angles are not set up, which means that they can, well, as you see, turrets can get stuck. Looks like the Tillman really lost this first battle, and since the Gimli is at 98.6 in terms of health, I'm actually thinking we might put 2. Look at that cute little house thing. I'm thinking we might put 2 Tillman 4-2s against the Gimli and see what it does, because I do know that if we have some more of those crams, like 2 ships, the Gimli will not be able to take out all the volleys, and this battle will be probably much more interesting. You can see this turret got stuck. That's why you have to set up turret turn limitations. And if you want to know how to do that, basically check any of my tutorials that go through how to make a turret of said anything, and I'll show you that. In any case, let's restart this battle with 2 Tillmans and see if we get some more results. Oh my god, I already know this is gonna lag really bad, because the Tillmans, this is like an unofficial battle, which means that the Tillmans, they don't adhere to our like rules, which ban war pumps and stuff, which means that we're gonna lag so bad. In any case, let's go here. Okay, we're flying with a cluster, see what's happening. Bam! The Gimli seems to still be able to take out the first volley. Well, I set her up to be able to deal with the turtle lord, because that thing is no joke. It's like scary for real. So it has some absurd diff flags just to deal with those types of volleys. Oh! One cram got through. I think it was a little bit damaged. Even though you don't take out a cram, you will still make it deal less damage. Even though you're not taking it out completely, if you have tried to deal damage towards that cram, the cram, like the explosion is smaller, and the explosion of that cram will be smaller, and the frags will be less scary and stuff like that. Now you can see some of them are getting through here. Now this cram cannon, of course, doesn't have a barrel, so I think it still works, it's just super inaccurate. We're packing some packs. Oh lord, we're having loads of diff rods popping in there to deal with those crams. Well, we have entered degraded mood, my old friend. As Borderwise says. I think he said that sometime at least. Don't quote me on that, I just remember something like degraded mood, my old friend. Anyways, the diff rods are popping out those again. That's nice. Ew, lords! One laser turret is gone! This one is alive, but I think maybe our lambs are busy with doing stuff. Otherwise, our laser central may be damaged. Actually, let's check that. Central laser unit seems to be okay. AI doesn't seem to have been blown up either, so the laser targeting isn't wrecked. Good to know. Just doing a little life check. Gimli's at 97. Tillman's is at 92 and 94. Now this Tillman is not want to go too close, does it? Really? Look, this one got stuck again. Oh, that's an issue. That needs to be that needs to be fixed. Oh, this cram is sad and it's firing blanks. Poor thing. All right. Alright. Oh! There we got some mortars popping in there too. They're actually deeply penetrating. Are we having 1 meter wedges as... I would probably not set up armor in this way. And if you wonder how I set up my armor, by the way, you can definitely check my armoring tutorials. They're in instant tutorials. We have a part 1 and part 2. Should go through all the basics and stuff. The Gimli isn't looking too fresh either though. I do believe these crams are starting to get through. Some of the guns are a little bit sad, but it's like not super bad, of course. And there we go. Taking them out using these rods. Oh, that was actually a scary one getting through here. So these cram cannons, they may not look very scary, but they actually are. It's just that the Gimli's active defenses are swatting these cram shells out of the air, which is of course great for the Gimli and very bad for the Tillmans. But these cram shots has a lot of their damage in has a lot of their points into damage, so the shells don't have as much health, but they deal a lot of like damage. So yeah, if they would have gotten through. So this is probably a time where the Gimli really is happy that it's using lambs and stuff. Look at that. Oh, that looked like a pretty scary hit. Did we use parts for steam? Yes, we did. To make those barrels. Mortars leaking through here. I think this is looking pretty saddish interiorly, yes. And as I said this, it turns out we are sinking very much. I'm sure the sniper cannons probably flying here very quickly, yeah, won't help with this. You can kind of see some of the damage here. It's probably a sniper cannon just zip, tearing holes in the bottom like this, really damaging floating capabilities. Are these are these sonars? No. Yeah, that's a propeller head, okay. It's using active propellers to float also then, besides the water pumps. Well, that ship is gaining penalty points for sinking. This one is still online and fighting. Are the guns still online or not, is the question. Gimli is down to 93 at least, so we did some scratching here. But, well, I guess this is best of 3 in terms of Gimli beats 1 Tillman and it beats 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3, best of 3. That's not how best of 3 works. Oh, guns are still online. I wanna see if they are getting through or not. Lamb took out that one, that bounced. Ooh! That actually did some damage inside of here. Look at that. If that had hit the AI, it could have been game over for the Gimli. It just didn't. Well, looks indeed like the Gimli will be able to defeat 2 Tillmans as well. So I'm happy to see that the Gimli is delivering on the firepower. Because the Tillman actually has some decent firepower, just a case where the shots are not getting through really strong active defenses. Look at that. But that one got through. Bam! You can see that these shots are no joke. They're like actually scary if they hit. Well, well, well. We have to lock onto these homing ones. Oh lords, look at that. Bam. So, I do think that will conclude this battle. Huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM and the YouTube members for helping out and keeping this channel afloat. If you want to help the channel financially too, you can become a YouTube member or a commissioned officer in the Army of GMODISM via Patreon. We're here for another Gimli battle. We are going to continue some unofficial battles or unofficial battles because, well, we're waiting to mount a couple of official submissions. We already got a few, but I do want to do a battle against the Titan Slang, and next week we're gonna do the Ragnarök. And because there is a ship that reliably beats the Ragnarök while looking splendid, the Turtle Lord. So we have Titan Slang today, Ragnarök 2.0 by Brenzo next time. As you may have seen the build series for that some months ago. And then of course Setup's beautiful Turtle Lord. After that we'll jump into the first official submissions for the Gimli battles. In any case, the Titan Slang is a bit cheaper than the Gimli. It has a cost of 1,800,033. So it is ish, what is it, like 300, more than 350,000 materials ish cheaper. But when we built the Draconia, we did some battles with this thing, and I do think that since we beat the Draconia, I think we should be able to beat this, especially with advantage. But there are ships out there that only cost 1.5 million and can beat a lot of other ships. So even though material advantage / disadvantage is good, having a superior design can make you beat the opponent reliably anyway. Thing is, the Titan Slang and the Draconia have completely different ways of dealing battle. The Draconia is pretty weird. It has a lot of mortars and vertical launch missiles, small, and laser. And the Draconia has all sorts of systems. We're actually going to look at them a little bit quickly here, so we can see what we're up against. So there is not much interiors to look at for the Titan Slang, but there is some weapons to look at. We have Azipods here, really nice design. This is of course Borderwise's ship, as you probably realize. And because it has a completely different loadout of weapons, it may still be able to beat the Gimle. I haven't tried the Titan Slang against the Gimle, so this will be highly interesting. You can see here we have some Tetris going on here. And here we actually have... so here we actually have some 3D Tetris going on there. So that's really good. I didn't realize that he switched to 3D Tetris for the Mark II. That's good. Then we have an APS system going on here. We have a laser system, laser turret. I think this is a weird way to do a laser, but well, it works. It's a dangerous laser. Here we have a big LAM system too. So I don't know if this LAM system is capable of zapping the Gimle's crams. We shall see. And then we have the same, but again on this side basically, as you can see there. So we should just do a little quick check up on the different systems. If we do like this, you can see, dive into this cram cannon. We have a frag, a hardener. Yeah, this is an AP frag one, isn't it? What's the angle? Or no, it might be a hull point. I don't remember what it was. In any case, we have a spammer that spams some armor-piercing rounds, solid warhead, secondary heat. Wow, I'm really glad we had some. We have some ERA on the important parts of the Gimle here. Then the laser, not very interesting. It's just a laser, and well, the same systems again, basically. So well, let's dive into the battle and see if the Gimle can beat Borderwise's Titan Slang Mark II. Well, here we have the Gimle spawning right here, ready for battle. And over here, we have the Borderwise's Titan Slang, Habs Titan Slang. I don't know what Habs stands for. Anyways, it's the Habs Titan Slang. So, let the battle begin. Alright. The laser is zapping for sure. Oh, you can see the laser is trying to target the crams there. It wasn't successfully dealing damage to it. Ooh, I remember Borderwise being a little bit sad over the Draconia's laser because it was strong. Ooh, this one is stronger, by the way. The Gimle's laser is stronger than the Draconia's, a lot. So, oh yes, it's really burning through here. The Gimle is off to a nice start, that's for sure. Ooh, we're having some lag here. I really think when we come to the official battles, we'll have a lot less lag, by the way, because the Gimle uses things. Ooh, that's a big hit with the crams there. Alright. We got some damage here, we got some surface damage. Oh man, here we have something penetrating. I just need to check this. What happened here? Ooh, it's shooting through. Yeah, shooting through the Gimli is completely possible. It's a very bulky boy. I wonder if it was the cram that went in there. How is how oh no, the party goers are having a bad time. Well, in any case, yeah, the Gimli follows some really weird rules. Like it doesn't have any water pumps, for example. So it's really material inefficient in types of energy. Oh man, that's a big blast. Well, in any case, it's very inefficient when it comes to burning materials because it needs a lot of upprops. And I had to do that because water pumps lag too much, and that's very apparent from the rules. But if water pumps were allowed, I could switch up some stuff, I could make the Gimli 200,000 materials cheaper, and just rely on floatiness power via water pumps instead of a lot of engine power and a lot of upprops. So that should be kept in mind also, that the Gimli is not only built to be efficient, it is built to lag as little as possible on my system. So it could be a lot more efficient. Ooh, you can see that. What I remember that Borderwise's shells, they're actually really strong. So I'm happy that the diff flak sieves guns from the Gimli is able to take out the crams coming in there. Really lacing each other here. Hab's Titan Slang is down to 86%, while Gimli from the army of GMODIST is at 97%. So we have a difference of 10%. We're missing a lot of shots though. I don't know why that is. Ooh, it sapped one of the crams there. Bam! Explosions, my friends. Not that it hit anything important, I believe, but it's always nice with big explosions. I really like the sound of Borderwise's automatic rotating gun there. I think that's a nice caliber. It just sounds so nice. Ooh, we got an interior explosion there. Yeah, well, that's why you need crams for big battles. No question about it. I wonder what we have. Game time. Game speed. We're at 0.6% as well. I'm happy. The Draconia lagged so bad. I'm happy it doesn't lag so much with the Gimli. The Titan Slang lags a bit, however, but that's because it has a lot of small interceptors. But not maybe the torpedo ones don't get activated. That's good, because I remember those were a little bit laggy. But they're not. I kind of remember there were a lot more than this. Well, who knows, maybe I've just misremember. In any case, battle is ongoing. The Titan Slang is down too. Yeah, 67%. It's looking like it's losing the first battle. This is a best of 3, however. We're gonna give it another chance, jump into another battle and see if we get the same results. Who knows? Sometimes the tide of a battle can be decided early on because of simple luck. So we will be starting this battle over mortars and see what happens. In a moment, 65% right there. It would be a little bit interesting to see how the Gimli is faring. Wherever it is. But yeah, I think we'll just restart the battle. We can see it has taken some damage, but it's still above 90%. The Titan Slang is down to kind of very low. There is no chance of it winning by this point. So let's do the battle again. And there we are. Let the battle begin. We're gonna stay with the Gimli here a little while. Ooh, they're lagging a bit. Flak sieves shooting those crams. Really got the stream of automatic fire coming in here. It's turning to the right side because it's a right broadsider. The crams get through, that's for sure. I don't think my... Oh, look there. I think it's hollow point. You can see it's dealing with fragments going on there. Bam! This can be quite interesting to see the interior view here inside the hulls. Alright. It's just raining in... It was raining in fragments. There we can see some really fast shells popping in there. But of course, the the fragments and stuff, yeah, they deal minor damage to the interiors, but I think that they get detonated on the outside there, so the hollow point damage itself is really inefficient against the Gimli in particular. And if you're wondering why we're spawning in nose-to-nose, it is a thing I felt that like makes the most sense to me, because for one, as Menti, tournament organizer Menti, also tends to do this. I tried to ask him a little bit about his stance on it, and basically his stance is when you spawn ships nose to nose, they will get in closer to each other, and if they don't get in closer to each other, wow, that's an explosion. Well, if they don't get closer to each other, the battle will be really boring to watch, and that's pretty true too. So that's a good reason why we want to spawn ships nose to nose and not at an angle. Because if you want to have a nice broadside angle, you should be able to maneuver to get that broadside angle. If you can spawn at your optimal angle, you don't need to have much maneuverability. So the Gimli is of course a broadsider. The Gimli would be very happy to spawn 90 degrees towards the enemy directly. So yeah. I also have some extra systems installed into the Gimli to make it not have a big disadvantage when not spawning when like spawning to the nose. So it has some extra protection in the nose to be able to take first a bit of charge laser or something like that. And I could remove that and save like 50,000 cost probably if we removed some of those front shields and smoke and stuff like that. And of course, civs systems to target things that come from in the front. But anyways, that's something that we could do, but I do really think it's nice to spawn them nose to nose, because one, they're getting closer, but two, I feel that it makes people have some decent maneuverability. And if they don't have decent maneuverability, they might get a very bad position. And I think ships should have a decent maneuverability. I think it's really boring with ships that are super bad maneuverability and just come. I think we killed the engine somehow. This is the new engines though. Well, the Titan Slang is down to 73%, so I do believe it's very unlikely that the Titan Slang would win this. Indeed, we can conclude that the army of GMODISM's new battleship Gimli is reliably taking out the Titan Slang Mark II without a problem, which is great, because the Draconia, while winning most of the time, could lose sometimes too, and I didn't like that. So that means that the army of GMODISM's Gimli battleship is definitely better than the Draconia, which is very nice, because that's the one of the main points. I wanted it to be able to beat the Titan Slang without a problem. So that means that the Gimli is reaching one of its required metrics. Very nice. That means it doesn't have to be upgraded soon, like the Draconia had to be. But it's really sad. I think that Borderwise saved his Titan Slang as a Mark 1 and a Mark 2 version, and I just overwritten my Mark 1 version with my Mark 2 version. So I couldn't even compare if the Draconia Mark 2 was better than the Draconia Mark 1. And I don't know, I don't have the Draconia Mark 1 at all anymore. Well, let's have a little quick damage assessment here. I think this battle is pretty over. Seems that this auxiliary engines here don't get damaged too much. This box here, well, the big steam hasn't taken too much damage there. The AI seems to be pretty safe too. Yeah, well, that's good. It hasn't been disabled much at all, it seems like. Only some minor damages here and there, which makes me very happy. Whoops, well, that's a lag. Well, in any case, there we have it. The Titan Slang is DQ'd and the Gimli is winning the battle. So tune in next week for the battle against the Ragnarök, which was one of the absolutely main objectives for this little challenge. This is the Turtle Lord, built by Setup. And this is an older ship, but it's still very strong. It does, literally me, it does reliably beat the Ragnarök. It's a very strong one still, even though it's pretty old. It's efficient. It only costs like below 2 million, so it's also cheaper than the likes of Gimli and the Ragnarök. And it has an absolutely insane cram barrage that deals so much damage it's not even funny. It has a lot of diff guns that shoots, well, diff rods, and the damage this thing does is absolutely insane. Now it's also a masterpiece work by Setup. It's absolutely beautiful. It's well worth a download, and you can walk around and check it yourself. Now, I won't be checking this because I did multiple episodes with this thing already, and I have a specific episode where we check the aesthetics of this. So I think it would be a little bit excessive to look through it much. So let's make the battles begin. We're just gonna have a terrifying view of this. Look at that. Look at that. We're not joking here. Come on. Come on, diff guns. Oh, yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, whew. I think we were mostly unscathed of the first blast. Our LAM systems in the front here got taken out. Bam. That's some damage though. Okay, we survived the first cram barrage. Our front diff gun is dead, however. Alright. Next barrage is coming in. Oh, man. Holy crap, that doesn't feel good, man. Ah! Look at that. The partygoers are having a bad day here. That's not what we want on the Gimli. The Golden Hall should be a safe place for feasting. Oh, and we have a lot of mortars too. Those mortars are not a joke either. Man. You can see our lambs are taking out those mortars. It's raining down frags. Ah, look at that damage, man. Okay. The next barrage is coming in here. The diff rods, oh my god. The diff flak rods that protect me are just worth their weight in gold. However, you can't actually take out incoming flak or incoming diff rods that are kind of for damage, hash rods and stuff like that. You can take them out with other flak systems. So that's something worth noting, actually. Oh my god, the Turtle Lord is actually down to 92%, so we are in the lead. But it's just spamming cram shells, and we're gonna run out of diff rods, because remember, each gun, each barrel only has 10 shots. After that, we're unprotected from the crams. Where are our crams? Now the Turtle Lord is the thing that lags a lot. Setup, who built the Turtle Lord, can't even spawn it in and have it perform in the battle. I may misremember, but I think I don't. I think that he had to build the Turtle Lord at like 0.1 speed at lowest settings. So yeah, this one taxes performance for sure. Which is why we're in degraded mode. Anyways, these rods here, they're not very easy to take out. Unfortunately, we have shields. Oh my god, the back of the Gimli is really sad. Are our up props damaged? What happened? Do we have too little engine power? Don't tell me that the Gimli will sink now. Because if we're going at a too low of an altitude, we're actually going to not win. We're gonna despawn. Well, our cram motors reached there too. Bam! I think we had a pretty major internal explosion there. The cram mortars, however, they are completely unharmed. They're just chugging out shells there like a crazy turtle. Oh, the Gimli is riding pretty low here. I don't like this. Since we're in degraded mode, we can't see the frags, which isn't great. Poor the turtle. I just can't get over the fact that the turtle is like red inside. It kind of feels bad shooting at it because it looks like we're exposing guts, blood and meat, and it just feels like you're hurting a big animal when you're battling this thing. Not good times. You can see the snipers popping in here, the larger ones. Oh, and there we had something larger. Damn, it's raining blocks. Turtle Lord is down to 80%. The Gimli is at 93, which is good, but it's kinda sinking almost. If it stops going forward, it might actually sink, which would be really sad. I think we don't have any diff rods anymore. Ooh. Quick damage assessment inside the Gimli here. So fragments have probably damaged a lot of areas, I bet. Ooh, we seem to be. Oh no! Wait, was it anything important here? This is an auxiliary area for extra stuff for the AI. Never mind. We might have bad processing power now. Laser is damaged. The turrets are pretty resilient, but this one has taken damage. Fortunately, I think it's still ish online, but not to the same capacity, however. Right, let's let the battle continue. Here we go. And it's raining some shells there. Oh no, the mortars are being scary. Not a good time. Ah, Gimli is sinking. Alright. But the Turtle Lord is down to 75%. I feel like the constant barrage of incoming crams have really subsided, man. It's really subsided. Look at that. Our anti-whatever missiles and like lambs are now focusing solely on taking out the incoming rain of mortars. We don't have any sieves rods anymore. Nope. I haven't seen them in a while at least. They're probably depleted. And this one might be loaded still, but I guess it doesn't want to shoot from that position. Whew! It looks like we won the first battle against the Turtle Lord, but honestly, I think it can probably go either way. The Turtle Lord is an insanely powerful build. Again, it beats the Draconia, the Titan Slang, the Ragnarök, and most ships at a similar cost without a big issue. And it's also very beautiful design. Look at that, having explosions popping in there. Alright. 66 percentages the Turtle Lord is, and the Gimli is at 92. I think we can start being safe here. It's only a flesh wound. Not even funny. Well, in any case, this was the first battle. We're gonna have another battle and see if it goes another way. We will of course check a little bit more with the Turtle Lord and see if it would somehow regain its ability to deal damage somehow, but I don't think so. Gimli is still having a pretty decent speed sideways, and we're mopping up most of those cram mortars raining down there. I love how the cram mortars are steering towards the Gimli like this. They're homing. It's so funny that they're homing. Turtle Lord is down to 58 percentages. Oh man. This feels so brutal when they're just raining down like this. It's like some movie or something. But fortunately, we spend money on lambs. And there were some people that said that we don't need lambs, that we should focus all the power on dealing damage instead. And I did a test where I put all the energy into dealing damage to the lasers, and against the version like this version that has both lambs and damage dealing lasers on the same system. So the Gimli has only one big laser system, if you didn't know that. So the lambs and the damage laser is the same, and it turned out that the one that had the lambs also did much more, survived much better. The additional damage that the one without the lambs was able to do, so if you disconnect the lambs, all the energy goes to dealing damage. That ability didn't make it survive better. So having lambs from that test is actually something you probably should have. Now, a lot of people think that having lambs for big battleships are useless, and I'd say to the contrary, that having lambs is a good thing if they're connected to the same system as a damage dealing system. If they're not, then it's probably worth skipping the lambs. Anyways, let's get back to the battles with restarting it. Right. So here we are with a restarted battle. We're gonna chill out here with the Gimli a little bit to see how the incoming damage is dealt with. Alright. The barrage is coming in here. Ooh! Man, okay. It feels like anything can happen with the first initial barrage there. That's some scary stuff. Fortunately, we're pretty quick at turning. Man, this sniper had its barrel cut off a bit. Packs popping in there too. Alright. Now, the Turtle Lord does not have any type of system that is trying to shoot at incoming stuff, man. Okay. That was some serious damage, man. I'm kind of surprised we could take that. Holy crap. Any case, the Turtle Lord doesn't have anti-missile missiles. It doesn't have civs cannons, not even flak civs diff. It doesn't have any of that. And it's just dealing a lot of damage. It puts all its energy into dealing a lot of damage. So that's a reliable way to win in this game. Like, not having lambs is not a bad tips like that. It's just that if you have a laser anyways, which you should have, you might as well have a lamb system too, because it will protect you from some damage. So that's pretty decent. Alright then. The Gimli is at 94%, the Turtle Lord is at 93%, so pretty equal. Bam! We got wasted there, that little turret. Sad thing. Okay, what about our big crams? So we know that if they don't get deflected by the Turtle Lord's shields, they will get through and deal damage. Whoa! Wow. It looks like we can probably reliably beat the Turtle Lord, but it's a little bit early to say because we're only in the lead of 2%. But since the constant cram barrage has subsided a tiny little bit, I was thinking maybe that's because we damaged many of them. We can see it's kind of sad we're in degraded mode. We can't see the explosions. It's very nice with the era here too in the front. That means that anything that uses APS will be okay. Here's a barrage. Will be disadvantaged, but crams don't get stopped by era. Bam! That's some penetration in the side there. Whew. We'll get some of our own medicine there. We even have some underwater flak sieves. And they're actually only shooting at things that are coming below the water, so I don't think they will be very accurate or very used in this. It's more against the torpedoes. I had to add that because the Stronghold's torpedoes did serious damage to us before, so adding that system made it so that they don't do that much damage. Most of them won't get through. Our little quick-fire anti-missile system in the top here too does save us a lot. A lot of damage is saved by that for sure. Wow. Well, let's follow this cramshell. Bam! That's gruesome. Oh my god. Okay. We just did a turtle decapitation with that cram. Again, it feels bad shooting at this darn thing. Look at it, poor thing. Anyways, it should be kind of dead by now, but it isn't. Wouldn't it be very funny if the AI for the Turtle Lord was actually located in the head? It would be, but it also would be a huge weak point. Oh wow. Well, that kind of felt bad, even though it was an epic blast with a cram shot. Alright, okay. This battle has stagnated a tiny little bit. I think that it's most likely we'll actually win this. Most of the shots aren't popping in much at all, but the Gimli is actually down to 90% this time. So we definitely took some damage. Look at that. We're not riding as low anymore though. I think that our engines are not as damaged as they were last time, this time. I wonder if our laser system is offline. Or it's because we have too little engine power to power the lasers. Well, however the case it is, the Turtle Lord is a very formidable enemy. It is the bane of many ships. But it does look like we're able to win this thing, so I'm happy enough with that. And the Gimli is actually down to 90% now, so we actually took more damage than we did last battle. Interesting. Well, the Turtle Lord isn't able to deal much damage now, so it's slowly despawning, now at 66%. What I will say is I want to say a huge thanks to the people who are supporting the channel over at Patreon. Most notably, Admiral Super Dave, Captain Y, Commander Jacob, and our lieutenants Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parpagri, Talras, and Vincent Veritas. If you want to support the channel too, you can join us at the Patreon and become a commissioned officer in the army of GMODISM. Well, the Turtle Lord is spawning, we're winning this battle, so we have now beaten Titansline, Ragnarok and Turtle Lord, which means that the Gimli is officially reaching, or the Draconi, it's already officially reaching, but it also exceeds my expectations with beating the Turtle Lord. So we made a ship that reliably beats a lot of other formidable ships, which was the goal. We've had some different battles, some very trying ships, but I don't know, of course, but I'm thinking we have not had a ship battling the Gimli as difficult as this one. This ship is a real beast. I don't know if you recognize it. This is Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider. And this beast was the absolute winner of the tournament, of the Beat Ragnarok tournament. So this is an extremely formidable ship, as you might understand. We have had the Brimstone Rain fighting the Gimli, and we've had some other cool designs that you may have seen in other videos. So I would think it would be very interesting to see how the winner of the Beat Ragnarok tournament would deal with the Gimli. Now, I will think that it's a high likelihood that this ship will win, because it's an absolute beast, as said. It's a very scary ship, and like, this is legitimately a super scary build. So yeah, not to spoil you the Ragnarok tournament, but it's been a while, so I guess you've already seen it. But man, this thing won the entire thing, and I'm really scared of this thing. I do think this might indeed win against the Gimli. This is so scary. This is of course an unofficial battle. We've had a lot of unofficial battles. So, as you might understand, because there isn't too many people that are keen on building a decent, nice looking 2.2 million ship that adheres to the rules. Which is the reason why we, of course, are throwing in a lot of the unofficial ships. Also, that we want to see them in action, because some of these ships are so darn cool that we just want to see them fight. In any case, this is interesting. I wonder why it's transparent from one side and not the other. Well, it doesn't have much of interiors, because this is basically a gun, and then someone, Shipmaster Kent, built a ship around it. It's a big gun. So, we have APS, we have ejectors, so it won't go boom like that either. Back here we have another, like, there is like only guns. So yeah, it's a pretty basic, simple setup, and it's pretty deadly too, so it's gonna be very interesting to see this beauty in battle. We of course wanna check out what types of guns it has. Here we have some detection, yes. And this thing uses... It's sabot, I think they're all sabot. And they have a firing speed of something pretty insane too. It's like 400 RPM, sabot shells 200 millimeters, and then we have the center cannon is 400 millimeters, and that's sabots too. They can shoot underwater and everything. Seems the other gun is armor piercing explosive. That's pretty interesting. Wonder where that. Well, anyways, let's get into the battle. There we are. The opponents have spawned in. We have the Gimli. And we have Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider in Steel Strider's colors. The winner, the absolute winner of the Beat Ragnarok tournament, which I didn't participate in, by the way. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Holy crap! The sound of this thing. Like I've skimmed through some of the Ragnarok tournaments, but I didn't participate in it. I watched the Building the Ragnarok series, but I didn't watch much of the tournament. So some of the designs are a little bit new to me, of course, but I think it's super cool. Look at that! They're just drilling through. This is not a sandblaster. This is like a professional rock thrower. Man, if this aims remotely towards the AI, we're so much doomed. They're just gonna saw through. Oh no. Ooh, look at that. That ain't looking good. Oh man. I'm wondering how the first couple of shells came in here. They just drilled. Oh, look at that laser. Just drilled through a little bit there. There is damage. Okay, continue. Alright. The water-based frontsider is at 97%. The Gimli is at 95%. It's in the lead. Man, look. Do you hear this? We can't see anything from the gun smoke. It sounds so darn much. It's trying to flank. Man, it's trying to flank the Gimli. It doesn't seem to have defenses. It's like, I don't care about your crams. I'm just going to insert like a combined, what is it? 8. What is the middle one? I don't remember the RPM of the middle one. It's like probably... It's definitely over 1,000. Man, I think it's basically 2,000 RPM. Crap of sabots and stuff mixed. Oh, those crams miss. We can't really afford missing that. The Gimli is at 91%. Just this, ladies and gentlemen, this is scary. Man, this armor is thick here. Cram usually easily gets through. Oh yes, look at that. We're touching APS components. Where are we drilling now? If it tries to drill at the AI compartment, this battle is over. Gimli is at 89%. This is at the water-based frontsider is at 92. The AI is obviously a weak point of the Gimli. We'll need to pause to be able to see around here. It needs to be re-armored here. Just took a little scratch, that's all fine. Man, it's just eating through here. Where are we eating now? We're eating here. Alright. We're shedding blocks like raw material containers. That ain't good. Man, I wonder if this has some kind of... If this has some kind of saw-through motion, that would be very good for it. Oh man. This cram is looking real sad. Did it even fire? Yes. Apparently it can still fire. Thanks for redundancy of those 3D Tetris. Now we can't really afford missing these crams. Gimli is at 85 now. And the water-based frontsider's rate of fire hasn't changed. So frankly, this isn't looking very good right now. Oh, but that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Man. The thunderstorm. That is the water-based frontsider. This is loud, man. Crams are popping in here. 84 versus 88. Are you kidding me? Do we have a chance? Do we have a chance of beating the winner of the Ragnarok tournament? Now I'm getting excited. Ooh. Now I am getting excited. Oh, there we go. Man, crams keep popping in here, but they're not detonating where I want. We have 83 versus 86. I don't know if these guns... Oh, wait, what? Where did the guns go? Ew. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm starting to suspect that our laser has zapped away those barrels. This took a turn. This battle took a turn. Let's see if we can find these barrels at all. No, I think they're gone. I think they're gone. Oh, that's a good hit too. Well, we're gonna chill a little bit just to see that it doesn't come out with some weird hidden weapon or something. Who knows? Well, it's down to 78 and it hasn't fired a single shot in all this time. So I will think we need to conclude that the weapons of the water-based frontsider is actually down. So, I'm a little bit excited, but the Gimli has a chance of winning this. However, if for the next round the water-based frontsider aims remotely near the AI compartment of the Gimli, it's gonna be over. So it depends a lot on where the water-based frontsider will be aiming. So yeah. That said, let's start the second round, best of 3. Round 2, here we go. So, we're gonna stay here with the Gimli just to see what's happening. We can see it's really... those shots are really drilling holes here, man. That ain't looking too good. I think our lambs are trying to take him out, but that's just, like, useless. Oh man, of course we can't take out cobblestone blaster sabots popping in here. This is like cobblestones. This is a cobblestone blaster, not a sand blaster, not a gravel blaster. Whew. Does this even live? Maybe it actually does. That's weird. Glad we have our shields. If we didn't have our shields, we'd be in more trouble. Well, the water-based frontsider is taking the lead at the start, just like the previous battle. It hasn't been aiming for the AI compartment yet, which makes me very happy. Lambs are fighting in vain. They're targeting cram cannons, which ain't good for us, of course, but since they don't deal too much interior damage to the crams, it seems that though they've taken a few seconds of fire, the crams are not rendered useless, unless those shots come into the turret head, of course. Shipmaster Kent's still in the lead. Oh, they're just killing those mini turrets. The glorious battles. I must say, I'm very curious on what's going on with the sniper cannons. I wanna follow one of these. Okay. In 0.1 speed. Oh, okay. Yeah, they actually don't penetrate, but they're darn close penetrating. Yeah, I bet that setup, that armor is probably calculated to be able to withstand most sabot shells. Like a single shot of those sabot shell, I think that's the limit of that armor, that it will protect against any sabot shell in the game. That's probably it. The Gimli's down to 90%, this ain't good. And the laser doesn't seem to be doing much this time. So they're thundering on here. A cacophony of death. Or something like that. Sounds dramatic. It's dealing damage. Oh lord. Alright, it's just keeping firing. Did it shoot against the AI here? No, not a scratch it seems. Is our lambs too busy trying to deal with those sabot rounds? Man, I can't believe this turret is somehow still alive. So yeah, our lambs are busy with trying to deal with those sabots, so our laser doesn't blast very much. Gimli is at 85%, then 84. Not good. Look, we can see through it here a lot. The front-based the water-based front-sider, she's still at 90%, so got a 7% lead. Well, this is pretty tense. I wanna win this one. Would be super cool to win against the winner of the Beta Ragnarök tournament. That would be a real glorious feat, I would say. Alright. It's thundering on. Those guns ain't dead yet. Oh, that's a pretty nice hit though. Can we cut off these barrels, please? Man, that's some heavy armor there. Not removed easily. It's like so loud you can't hear the music. At least our laser starts helping now. That probably means that not as many shells reach the Gimli. Let's see here. They're just blasting through here. Many of them bounce on the shield. That's very good for us, but man, they're taking out those crams. If we're getting out of crams, oh, how does this still work? It should. That must, man, look at that. This must be shooting blanks by now. Oh, wait. No, it snakes there. Is it? I think it's... No. It's connected there. Ah, I think it shoot blank. Well, kinda didn't die, almost. About losing a turret. Gimli's down to 74. That ain't good. Look at that. That turret got cut in half like that. If he just aims for the AI, the water-based frontsider is winning this. Very scary. Oh. Will our crams finally start hitting here a little bit? That's just fluff. He provides some decent bulk, so that's good. It's good to have bulk. We're aiming those lasers and stuff just at the wrong area. Come on. Packs popping in there. 70%, Gimli's down to 70%. We have to shoot off these barrels or we're doomed. Uh-oh. Do I see a damaged AI compartment? Oh man, we're seeing a damaged AI compartment. Look at that. How are those not... We have damage here, we have damage here. But... is it taken out? Oh, it's still shooting. So, it seems that neither of our AI block per se has been taken out, which is good, but the Gimle's health is down to 66%. Man, it's looking like the water-based frontsider is taking home this round. It's at 85% and it's just continuing to fire. We were not lucky to take out the barrels this time, so it's looking like it's gonna be hard winning this one. 65%, we're like dropping. These two guns are pretty darn intact. Many of the crams seem to not be doing that much damage anymore. Oh no. We're down to 64%. Oh man. It's all about where they're aiming. Whoa, that one jumped off. That's some fast guns. Is our sniper cannon shooting anything important, I wonder? Is it shooting? Is it shooting is a good question, and the answer to that question was yes. Ah, it doesn't quite get there. Hoping for the mortars to help out with some hollow point damage of those barrels. We're down to 62%. Ah, why are we shooting at the edges? Doesn't matter. We have so few cram cannons left, I believe. We can't really afford to lose at this point. Bam! This is like an APS laser. Look at that. The AI is exposed, just chilling around here. This is a scary angle, isn't it? Oh no, shots come here. If shots are coming this way, 59%. Oh, we're targeting the AI. Aren't we? We were targeting... Man, that's scary. 59%. Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider is at 84. The lambs are in vain trying to target those blocks, and that doesn't help very much, does it? All our anti-munition systems, basically, all our diff rods and our interceptors, they're completely useless in this particular challenge. It just keeps on pounding on. Bam. Very scary. Very scary indeed. Okay. 52. Oh no. The Gimle is despawning. The Gimle has officially lost the second round. Oh my lord. This is a little bit too exciting. It's up to be decided with the third battle. Whew. The water-based frontsider is no joke, man. Whew. This is 2x. I would have hoped that the Gimle would have won the second battle, so I didn't need to worry, but no. Surprise, surprise. The winner of the Ragnarök tournament is a strong contestant. Who would have thought? So yeah. Next round it is. Alright, final round. We're here with the water-based frontsider. I wanna see if these crams are hitting or not. Oh no, they're missing. We are strafing hard here. We're strafing hard. I think our snipers, in all honor, but they shoot through most ships. This is not one of the ships they will be able to shoot through at all. Oh, and it's so scary if the water-based frontsider is targeting our AI. We'll just be very dead. Alright. Now the main gun comes along again. Oh no, it looks like we're aiming towards the AI compartment. This ain't good. We wanna see where those go. Oh no, we're aiming up in the air. Okay. Whoa. Crams come in. Oh, nice hit in the front. But the barrels are untouched. Almost. We're lasing the front here with the Vigolettas, but man, it's basically an APS slugfest right now. Oh yes, 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 come in there. Deal damage to the APS system. Now this is just a big gun that floats. If we're able to damage it now, it only 2% of its health are gone. That ain't good for us. You can see how little damage this did because it hit in the end. Oh no. Come on now. Let's see her. It would be nice in this case, in this particular case. I don't think our lamps are protecting us very much at all against these kinetic shells, so it would be nice if the laser would be just trying to deal with it would be nice if the lamps were not doing anything and that the laser were dealing damage instead. It's really keeping up the strafing action here, man. Why do we miss so many crams? That's bad. The decoy crams seem to be hitting well, but the proper cram seems to not be. Okay. I hope all our crams are not like damaged. Bam. What's going on here? All three guns seems to be intact. Gimle's down to 88 percentages. And we just keep missing with our crams. I don't know what's up with I wonder if maybe our targeting has been damaged or something. Or it's just strafing in an erratic way so that we can't, like, guess where we're going. Who knows? Wait, and we need to check its movement. Is it possible it tries to... It seems to be strafing back and forth. Alright. Oh, that bounced. Oh no, we're missing so many shells. 86. The water-based frontsider is still at 94 percentages. This is a truly terrifying opponent. Man. We're really trying to strafe back and forth here. Our lasers are not getting in on the action. That was finally a decent hit. No, it didn't seem to actually hit anything important. Man. These strafing motions are so smart. Bulk and strafe, that's a good combo. Oh, it kinda hit something, but we need to take out those barrels. How hard can it be? Look, we got our laser popping in for 1 sec. All three guns are still online. This is so bad. 76 percentages. Oh no. Will the Gimli get a proper loss in this battle here? It really looks like it. The water-based frontsider is still at 92 percentages. Oh wow. The only thing we can hope for is to get a lucky cram shot. A lucky cram hit that actually deals damage and just not scratches the surface thanks to the strafing motion. And our laser is just not doing anything. We have lost the turret in the back here. This turret is ish working. This one is completely offline, right? This one is kind of offline. No? The AI compartment for once isn't wrecked. Guess it just hasn't been targeted yet. I suppose our snipers are not doing much. Wow, we seriously need this laser to stop lambing. If I upgrade the Gimli, I think I will set the lambs to much shorter distance. Because most of the time I don't think it's really worth it. Oh no, now we rode the wrong shell. 69. The Gimli is at 69 in health. And the water-based frontsider is at 90. This seems to be truly unstoppable. You have to be immensely lucky to be able to get a hit on those barrels in order to actually take out this big gun. This is, as said, a big gun. Oh, come on. No, it didn't take it out. It's still firing. Man, that's completely insane. %, yes, indeed. Well, at least we know that the Gimli can beat the water-based frontsider. In the best of worlds, it has happened once in this little battle, but the two other battles were at 63% and the water-based frontsider is still at almost 90. This ship is just handing Gimli its own ass very neatly. On a silver platter that's called sabot. I don't think our packs are doing much here. I'm just surprised my little Vigoletta marksman is still online here. If it only would have shot at these barrels instead. We're getting hits, but man, the hits are just not taking out the barrels like we want them to. And the strafing motion on the water-based frontsiders, it's truly impressive. But it's a very sad day for the Gimli, man. Water-based frontsider, not a joke. Winner of the Ragnarok tournament, and I can understand why. This is nothing compared to some of the other ships we tried from there, like the Brimstone Rain, which you definitely should check out the battles with. Asymmetry 2, I think, was from there. It's on the workshop. Those ships, all the unofficial submissions, except one, I think, are on the workshop. 56%. We're so close to the spawning. It's not even funny. This is very official. The Gimli is at 55. It will not be able to take this thing out. It only brought it down to 87%. You can see we're slowly-ish getting through here, but for some reason our laser decided to not play along this time. Which means that, well, we ain't dealing enough damage. Oh, there it goes. The Gimli won one battle, but lost two. So this battle, the win actually goes to Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider, winner of the Ragnarok tournament. I would have, or I thought it would win when I started this battle, but I got my hopes up when we won one battle. Man, that was a pretty intense battle. I do hope you've enjoyed it, and GG, Shipmaster Kent's a real professional builder. The water-based frontsider is not a joke, man. Wow. Anyways, huge thanks to all our YouTube members and commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM for supporting the channel every month. This is the Gimle facing a glorious, not very glorious, a fatal defeat. But at least it's not a official battle, because the water-based frontsider utilizes forbidden stuff, like water pumps, which would save us hundreds of thousands of engine power per second. Well. Here we are, the Gimle is gonna face a new opponent, and this battle is gonna be pretty unofficial. So do we have this? This is, ladies and gentlemen, the Winghead Maximus from the Secret Advisor / Kovrax in our Discord. But in any case, it's basically Wooden Tetras. This is an unofficial battle. It's not allowed by the rules. It's not going to be facing the other things and the opponents and stuff like that. It's very unofficial, and this feels like some kind of min-max engine going on there. Yeah, it's, oh man, this is like probably pretty like minimal space, inefficient, whatever, maxing out that firepower. Man, we can just look inside of that. The landscape. Ammo boxes, engine compartments, just copied all over the place. Alright, and the only thing we have as a weapon is row after row after row after row with diff guns, direct input feed guns, which I don't even consider being a weapon system that's APS anymore. Anyways, here we have it, the Winghead Maximus. Bet this thing is like filled with decoys or whatever. I don't know. Oh, the smoke. Lord. Oh yeah, we have heat decoys here. Yeah, that's exactly where the gameless laser are gonna go. And this is like this is, even though this is an unofficial submission, this is a big balls submission, man. This is like 250,000. It's almost 1/10 of the cost of the Gimle. So yeah, this is gonna be darn interesting. I spawned it at a little altitude here. You can see, yeah, the Gimle's laser is definitely going. Yeah, it's gonna go. You can see it's going for the side here. Right, now it doesn't have the glorious Army of GMODISM colors anymore, but it has another color. Anyways, this is probably the maximum amount of damage I've seen my pack cannon deal. The Triad pack. You can see, man, those crams just ain't hitting. When is the Winghead Maximum going to unload? It's just not doing anything. This is weird. Did I miss when it fired or something? Because the Gimle is definitely damaged. I think I just missed it. Talking about some cool details. Anyways. Man. Look at those pieces just getting torn off. This really looks like the trials. Army of GMODISM trials. The Flying Manta thing. Whoa. We're gonna check this out. The Flying Manta thing the Secret Advisor submitted. That was pretty darn cool. And this looks like the min-maxed version of that kinda. Anyways, we're having like this. What is it? Is it a heavy head? Anyways, frag explosive thing. No, this is Hesh. This is Hesh. Squash head. Yeah. Explosive, frag, and more explosive. So it's like It's like a hash explosive thing. Oh my lord. This is... Oh no. Oh no, you can see, yeah, that's hash. You can see those red fragments. That means hash. I was right. Anyways, I should know by now by heart anyway, so it didn't tell you much. But anyways. Swarms are coming in. Shots are fired. So yeah, this is a 10th of the cost of the Gimle. That's pretty interesting. Percentage-wise, we're a little bit in the lead, but you can really see that these decoys in the end here, yeah, we're really fooling the Gimle going on here. And since it's just so much empty space here, yeah, those crams are not doing as much damage as they should do. And we even have some projectile avoidance system. You can see it's kind of bobbing up and down a little bit here. Whenever there's a cram shot incoming, it just kind of dodges it, going up and down. Look at that. Oh man, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, this is a real big ball submission. I'll give it that. It has the chance to win, which is pretty crazy, since it's like a 10th of the cost of the Gimle. That is pretty darn impressive. It's raining blocks from the Winghead Maximus, but whatever. It's pretty resilient for flying around like that. Just dodges those cram shells. Oh, look at that! It took out the Gimle's secondary ammo compartment. Well, that's a dumpster fire in the back here. Most ships just doesn't aim there, so it rarely gets hit, but... Oh lord, look at that, the Winghead Maximus is going down. Perhaps it was too much balls fighting the Gimle with something that is just above a 10th of the cost of the Gimle. Isn't this pretty crazy though? The size of the Winghead Maximus compared to the Gimle. Considering this is a 10th of the cost of the Gimle, and the Gimle is pretty bulky already as it is. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Anyways, the first battle round actually goes to the Gimle. So we're gonna see in the next round if the Winghead Maximus gets some lucky shots on Gimle starting off there or not. Right, here we go. As the second round. Gaining altitude going on there. Ooh, we got some early targeting going on here. Look at that rain. And we're just raining down. Oh, look at that damage. That's a lot of rods. Look at that damage. You see? That is exactly why you just gotta have some like spoliners on your turret heads, because otherwise this thing would have been just dead by now. It almost is already. Look at that, even though we have that stuff, it got some exposed components. That's a scary rain. So will the big balls when Winghead Maximum be able to beat the Gimle? It does even have a lead in terms of health right now, which is pretty crazy. You can see those darn decoys just filled with smoke and stuff. It's just taking the heat. So my fast firing cannons and the laser is actually going for hot blocks, which is why it only targets those decoys. Pretty smart, I say. But the Winghead Maximus isn't in the lead quite yet, indeed. And it is an unofficial build, of course, so yeah, it's even if it wins, it's not going to go into any special bracket really. But it's really fun to see this battle here. Look at the hole it created, man. We'll just gotta pause here. Man. We're just gotta look at that. Just coming in more and more. Man, that was so close. Look at that hole. This is scary. Man, I want to have a screenshot of this. Look at that. That's so scary. Look at that. If it just aimed like 2 inches down. I don't understand inches, never mind. If it just aimed like 5 centimeters down, it would have possibly just exterminated the entire AI. Man. Look at that. That's a lot of smoke. Look at that, just drilling holes like this. Man. Glad we have multiple layers of spall liners. Looks like the Winghead Maximus is getting a little bit sad after a while in terms of targeting. But as we can see, Diffgan spam and wooden tetra spam as a papier-mâché way to just beat your opponents works most of the time. And it definitely is a really good way of taking out big ships like the Gimle. But trying to doing it at the 10th of the cost of your opponent, that's just too much balls, and the Gimle is really cracking those balls with its crams. So yeah, Winghead Maximus, best of 3. Yeah, it lost this thing. Could have been expected. Again, it's above a 10th of the cost, but still, it's a Diffgan. It uses the cheese. It uses the current meta cheese to the maximum. As in Maximus. Yeah, pretty biggus move, but not quite a win. Anyways, let's just for fun, since the battle hasn't been so long, let's just throw like 2 Winghead Maximus, just pitch him against the Gimle. We're just gonna see if that is like enough to take the Gimle out, just for fun. Just keep with us. Also, like the video if you enjoyed it. That helps. And huge thanks to the commissioned officers in the Army of GMODISM supporting the channel every month at Patreon, which helps me a lot. And also the YouTube members. You'll get cool badges with like RTS themed progression if you are a YouTube member, namely a member of the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODISM. Very important. Oh no, I accidentally didn't add a distance between their spawning and they're just too wide. They just lagged together. Decoys. Anyways, look at that. How many blocks are they? Like, is it only 20,000 blocks? Well, anyways, let's respawn this battle. We're not gonna watch this slideshow. Look at this full glory of Army of GMODISM colors. Gonna be pretty fun to continue the Army of GMODISM trials too. It wasn't finished if you thought that, so do stay tuned for that, and if you haven't seen it, do indeed watch it, man, if you haven't even watched the episodes that are out. You know what? I'm kind of thinking this is gonna be a little bit painful, so let's watch it in slow motion so we can relive this moment and form some PTSD over it. Would be great, wouldn't it? So anyways, we got some shots incoming here. Lambs is desperately trying to clean out as much as possible. The percentage is dropping pretty quickly in the upper left corner if you want to check that and rewatch this with me. In any case, that's so many fragments. I'm hearing my brand new laptop is trying to calculate all those fragments. Fortunately, we're looking at it in a speed that is a 10th of the speed, so I think it's pretty happy. But I can feel it's... oh, the sound is starting to sound sad too. Interesting. So yeah, here we have fragments. I don't know how many fragments we're looking at, but I think the number is in the thousands. I don't know at what point fragments are starting to despawn and how that works. But right now we're just looking at sheer destruction. Wow. Gimle's at 89%. Man, look at that. Even though we're like bouncing off 30% with our shields, it's just not enough to really make a difference. And degraded mood, our old friend or something, is indeed here back again. Yes, indeed. Raining down here, we're getting fragments all over the place, explosions all over the place. Gimle's at 87%. Oh man. This is pretty crazy. I love how these are still firing here, trying to desperately get some damage going on there. And they're probably just targeting the heat decoys. Poor things. Anyways, show is over. Let's watch it full speed. Oh, we had another show coming in there. Well, whatever. Ain't dead yet. So let's see how the projectile avoidance would do here. Now we have two of them. We spawn them with some distance, but it really looks like they're gonna collide. Well, no? Oh no. I wonder if they're gonna make like a Winghead Maximus Bigus sandwich or something. What are we doing? We're going real low, man. Entering sandwich mood. It's a feature, I promise. I don't know if it will. Maybe it has like maybe the AI is actually doing its job and just making it not collide midair. I suspect it doesn't do its job. It's also possible it uses breadboard and just ignores that, but it really looks like they're keeping at different altitudes. That's some smart stuff. I know a system like that was implemented with Corvax's submission to the AOG trials, because we're gonna test them in groups against an enemy, so they are probably going to be able to keep at different altitudes when in a group. In any case, this looks like it's going straight for the aft turrets. Oh. Not dead yet. There's why you have all your turret armor on one side. Wait a little bit. Oh no. Well, all the turret armor in the world can't withstand anything. Look at this thing. Ironically, I do think it's still serviceable. I do think these can still fire because I've set them up to be pretty resilient. The accuracy won't be top notch, but whatever. As long as we're dealing damage. But oh, with another volley coming in, not so sure. I wonder if the projectile avoidance is overriding any possible collision, whatever. Ooh, we're just so close. Gliding. This is a little bit suspenseful. Not gonna lie. We'll see. It feels like the Winghead Maximuses are going to win against the Wimla for sure. If they not become a sandwich anywhere during this spell. We have another. Wait. Did it target like the superstructure? Because now it kind of looks like the entire superstructure is kind of falling off it. Yeah, it kind of does. 65%. Well, I suppose it has some good, like, it's set up in a pretty good way so that they won't collide in mid-air, or they were just lucky. But I do believe that the Gimla was not, like, unlucky. I think this is pretty representative of what would happen if you put 2 Winghead Maximuses against the Gimli. Of course, the Gimli still wins against 1 Winghead Maximus, but 2 of them? Nah. It's probably never going to do that. Probably never going to do that. Really interesting to see, because remember that the Winghead Maximus team right now has a cost of like a little bit more than $500,000, and the Gimli is at 2 million. So they're like at a quarter of the Gimli's health. Wait, is that even accurate? 2.2. Because yeah, kinda. Because I said that 1 Winghead Maximus was kinda a 10th of the health, but that was a little bit generous. It was probably 1/8 of the health, but whatever. Guess nobody cares very much. You saw the numbers on how much it costed, so, well, do the math yourself if you want to have a super accurate number. The Gimli is indeed gonna despawn. That's some pretty wild stuff, so yeah. Cool. The Winghead Maximus does not beat the Gimli at an 8th or a 10th of the cost or whatever, but 2 of them surely will. Today, we're looking at another... we're looking at a design that follows the Trend Commandments rules, which is, of course, don't have any superstructures. So, this is Jormungandr's... yeah, the Jormungandr class battleship. So, yeah, let's check out what we got here. We got a cram design indeed. And it seems to be very similar to the 10 Commandments. You know why? It's the same creator! Sean Reed has submitted another ship that he'd like to put in here. And it is, well, this thing. It's very flat, has no superstructure you can shoot at all. It's very flat like... anyways. So let's check out this thing here. It's basically extremely similar to the 10 Commandments. We've got some spaced armor here. Alright, well, I guess there ain't much more to check out here. Anyways, Jormungandr. That's of course the world's snake, but this doesn't look very snaky, does it? It needs eyes. Add eyes. I'm not actually adding eyes, I'm just adding the idea to add eyes. Look at that. And then you do like this. And then you do like this. And then we do like this. Fantastic, I got you eyes. Anyways, I won't save. I don't change folks' design. So let's jump in and see how it battles. Alright, we're here in the battle and you can see this thing here. Oh my god. It's 1,750 material, so it's quite a bit below. But we're really encroaching on the max block limit with 95,000. So the time of the day is a little bit dark here. Let's see what happens. Alright, Sean Reed's barrage is popping in here. Oh, we're so not able to take him out with our diff rods. Damn. And they are detonating like nearby and stuff. We're getting some shots here. We're skipping that. Man, okay. We'll just get overwhelmed here a little bit. Oh, lords. The diff rods. Oh, they're not able to take him out, man. Somehow, the Gimli is in the lead health-wise. I wonder if we got a good hit here or something. That's so much space, man. We really need to take out those turrets to be able to have a chance. I wonder if some of this frag damage get wasted, but... hollow point would have been the obvious answer here. Man, this thing is so large. Look at the size of this in the Gimli. It's like the Gimli is tiny compared to this thing. Well, it might not be the most snaky snake, but it's a large snake. Alright, I actually suspect that my cram mortars will do some heavy lifting here, because I think they have some hollow point. Man, this ain't looking good. Man, look at that turret. Look at that. It's like has a tiny caliber. What happened here? Oh, shoot. Did we get the... Oh, no, look at that. It got severed right there. So it lost a lot of its firepower. Not completely wasted, but... yeah, definitely damaged. I think that our laser is gonna do some heavy lifting, that's for sure. If it just aims at the turrets, it would be very good for me. Man, this thing is basically plasma proof. You can like do 3 doom shots to the side of this thing and it won't buckle that much. Oh, Gimli went behind in terms of health. What happened here? Scary things. Our sniper cannons, funny enough, would probably just shoot through the target. They're probably gonna... most useless system here. I expect the Vigoletta to be extremely efficient here, because each shot it pops in here will destroy some blocks. And if we have shields near anything important, they're gonna get really grilled. I can't expect the Gimli to win this one, actually. But we shall see, because it's such redundant with these many cram turrets. And the Gimli is behind in health. Well, damn. Yeah, well, time will tell. This thing is gonna be floaty as hell, that's for sure. It ain't gonna... Man, if we had some cool bread to set up, if we knew that stuff, we could probably bisect this thing pretty easily. Like, some folks are trying to be messing with Gimli bisections to win. And that's, I guess, a strategy that may work, but... damn, that's a bad hit, man. Well, in any case, that is a strategy that might work, but the Gimli is somewhat meaty. This battleship, Jormungandr, I think it's there it says Jormungandr, but I think it's Jormungandr. Anyways, Gander is snake, I believe. Not totally sure, but should be. Anyways, the laser is lasing on. This feels like very similar to the 10 Commandments. Bam! You can see those frags. They're like opening deep gashes into anything. Huh. This thing seems a little bit disabled. What happened here? Did it get EMP'd, or was it just a lucky frag? You know, like 1 layer of metal around your turrets can probably be worth it, I think. Just not getting critted by stray crams like that. But who knows? Maybe it's not worth the cost. Gimli is at 83. Damn, that was a bad hit. And Jormungandr is at 85, so it's a very close battle here. But Gimli has much worse redundancy. And those cram cannons, they're looking pretty sad, man. And we don't... Aren't my mortars gonna fire anytime soon? What's going on, mate? Why? Because I think they could be doing some heavy lifting here. Welp. That's a good spread of those crams, though. There must be a lot of different aim points. Damn. Gimli's down to 79 now. Alright, I think we may not win this one actually. You can see the Vigoletta is doing a great job here. If we shoot off that detection tower, I wonder if it's gonna be like better times. What the hell? Is this the most silly diff gun I ever seen? I think this is the most silly diff gun I ever seen. Man, Gimle's down to 77 now. This ain't looking good for her. Close but no cigar. It's just so redundant. Oh no, it bounced. Welp. That's... I don't like the looks of that. The weather is so dark. Look at this poor old thing. Man. 77 versus 81. Most of the crams are out now. That's bad. I somehow, weirdly enough, think that the Gimle has some kind of chance. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. But I'm seriously wondering what's happening with my mortars. Their weapons computer must have been unluckily shot off. Look at that thing. This is just not going down. I think you'll need to bring in some like thumper missiles and like top-down artillery to deal with this. Yeah, that's some dangerous stuff here. Very thin undersides. Do we have a keel or what? Why do we have... Oh, we have ammo boxes in that keel, I see. Ammo keels. We are losing this first battle. It is indeed so. There are just too many points to shoot at, and Jormungand really takes home the points for redundancy here. They're just so spread out, we can't possibly shoot at all of these places. I feel that the Marksman 5 is like the only thing that's actually consistently dealing damage at this point. I wonder if it has like ring shields and stuff. Lots of redundant engines, that's for sure. Probably does not have ring shields. Whoa. 62 versus 81. Oh man. Well, that's gonna be really interesting. See if this design counters the Gimle by being more redundant, larger, and a lot more crammy. Maybe it will be that. It will be so. I wonder if it has issues if you shoot off this detection. Probably it has more redundant detection than that. Whoa. This one is firing blanks. Some of the guns are actually firing blanks. But not enough of them. We're down to 58%. Just the Gimle loses the first battle indeed. I'll update you if this changes, of course, but you can see where this battle is going indeed. Not a chance. My hypes are not high for the Gimle here. Oh lords, okay. Let's just get it over with. The 10 commandments, has made its points, but this is of course another. Oh, we missed those. This is of course another vessel. So yeah. Oh lord. The Gimli is down with 4%, and it hasn't been like long at all. Can we like grill the right places this time? That would be fantastic. Oh lord, another barrage is coming in. Listen to this. Cheers. In any case, we're watching this show here, and we're popping in more shells. Oh yes. That was a good hit. I think we got one of the crams there. Nuked. You're so nuked. Whew, okay. We get the more crams we pop off, the better chances we have. Our chances ain't very high, but oh yes. Grill that thing. Just a little more. No, why did you have to put heavy armor there? Or you skipped it all? Yes. That's so lucky. It feels like my decoy crams are probably doing as much damage to the Jormungandr. And I'm looking at the Jormungandr here a little bit because I don't want to look the carnage the Gimli is suffering right now. You're only shooting blanks. How does it feel? Like my turret last time. So yeah, oh, there you can see. Doing a pretty good hole. If we have some mortars like that, we might have a chance, like just like punching out the wooden board, like the cardboard around the AI or whatever, make it fall out of the structure. That feels like a strategy to win this. Except we're like 86. Oh man. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at Jormungandr and hope that the situation changes. Anyways, why are you shooting it? You have decoys here, don't you? You probably have decoys here. Probably. Right. So, any case, the Gimli is at 85% and this thing is at 92. I think there is a decoy over here because we're wasting our materials shooting at this area. Or is there not? Like, what the hell? Right, we switched points, which is good. Maybe we can shoot at something important. Which is like very unlikely, considering that there ain't very much important things to shoot at all, in general. 83%, man, we're so screwed. Like, look at it. We're like hitting perfect hits, and they're just not dealing much damage. Well, at least it ain't got any lambs, so... I wonder if we're still taking out some of those shells there. 82%. Well, the Jormungandr is only 8% ahead, so... We're gonna see. It feels like my pack is probably dealing some reliable damage too, I would bet. Oh. This thing is so... Like, how long is it? It's like a kilometer. Come on, man. Kilometer? Okay. Right. Look at that. Are our snipers shooting out these engines here? We're in a pretty good angle to shoot out these engines. Not that it needs them to float or anything, but oh, nice hit. This is the AI. We have so many AIs on this thing. It's like not even EMP protected. Well, it's wood, so I guess it doesn't need to. That's some proper balls right there. Not even EMP protecting the AI. Because you're so confident in this design. Now I really want to win. But it would be interesting to see. Because I would want to see the Jormungandr being pitched against some secret advisor designs. Because those are like hellscapes of diff rods. BAM! Oh no! I think our captain is MIA. Welp. Tough luck. The mortars, like they have to hit, right? The mortars gotta hit. They just have to hit. I think we have better chances this battle than we did the last one. It's kind of peaceful flying up with the crams here. And now we're approaching terminal velocity. I think we're just slowing down time. So we can have time to see what happens. Okay. There we go. Okay. Slow down. Now let's see here. What are we doing? I want to see the damage pattern. Oh, they're different. Some are hollow point and some are penetrating. Okay. So, yeah. Not more interesting than that. Bam! That was so close of taking out that cannon. If we're just able to take out a few more cram cannons, I think we have pretty good chances of taking this home, but otherwise, it's gonna end last time. It feels like there doesn't come in as many shells from the Jormungandr right now. Or maybe it's just wishful thinking, who knows. This one did an interesting hole here. How did you not detonate, man? Oh well. Or just bouncing off here. 68%, yes. Okay, we're definitely not winning this. It just keeps them cram comings. It just keeps cramming them crams. Well, it missed at least, but we ain't got much to shoot back with at this point. And where is the laser when you want them? Okay, we're so screwed. We're so screwed. That was like basically an AI hit. I'm kind of surprised. It was a good while ago our Gimless AI got insta-critted by anything. Because it doesn't have like the best placement. Bam! Oh! No! The Jormungandr is taking home this victory too, no question about it. Well, in any case, the captain might be a little bit MIA, but I'm sure it's gonna be back next time. The battle isn't over yet, but about that, huge thanks to our commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST for supporting the channel every month over at Patreon. Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Scubarox, Captain Y, Lieutenant Asteria, C2 Cravey, Parbagy, Chalaras and Vincent Veritas. And if anyone added since last time, well, then I'm sorry for forgetting you because I may have recorded this before you joined or I just didn't update the list. This thing looks absolutely gorgeous. We have a beautiful color palette of blues with dark blue, teal, white. Oh, look at this diamond shape here on the side. I think this looks so cool. So many details and stuff going on here. We're just gonna check out this little boat and head into battle. We obviously have a very clear gemstone design. Like, what is this? What is this part? Is there a crystal? To my knowledge, there isn't a crystal mimic. Man. Oh, look. Look. It is actually a shard cannon shell. Isn't that very cool? Man, look, it looks like a Sims. It looks like a Sims icon thing. Anyways, it's a little reshaped shard cannon ammo. That's so cool. Right. That's so smart though. Is it like translucent? No, it's just shiny. Anyways, very cool. So, what do we got here? We're gonna look at this little ship here. It obviously has the luxury yacht vibe. So, what do we have? We got squash head. We got shaped charges. We got flax to take out some cramps. That's probably burst flak, isn't it? We're probably having some burst flak here. No, let's see here. Emergency. Yeah, I think Pizza Samurai put some burst flak here to take out the gimlet's cramps. Gonna be real cool to see that in action. We got sabots. Good old sabots. And also, some disruptor conduits to mess with enemies' shields. Well, that's very cool. And we got an insane amount of thrust going on here. I wonder if we can, like... I don't know. We'll see how quick it will go later on, I suppose. Well, it looks absolutely fantastic. I wonder if it has an interior. If it does, we should indeed teleport to this thing. Look at that. Oh, we have a teleporter here. Gun damage. We're keeping track. Oh, that's cool. Is this a fridge? Who knows? Well, we got some basic interiors here. I don't think we can get out of there. So, let's check the facilities here. I do believe we have pretty basic facilities. Oh, is this? That's not an elevator, is it? Actually, I want to know if it is. What is this, anyways? That's a decoy, okay. We got some decoys in the superstructure. That makes a lot of sense. Here we have some APS, so... Oh! May this be burst flak? Yep, this is burst flak. So, cool. It's gonna be really cool. So the burst flak, it basically sends out the cloud of flak just to kill a cram shell really hard. It's gonna take some time for that to reload, but it's a good way to deal like a lot of damage really quickly. Yep, there they blew up. And the look of this thing, it's so cool. And here we probably have some... oh, is this flax to deal with incoming crams? Well, that probably is needed too. So we got some diff gun flax too. So we really have a high budget at taking out the gimlet's crams then, I see. We got a lot of wood, a lot of spaced armor like this. This looks like a... Oh yeah, we got some sloped heavy armor here too. We have a pretty strong armor scheme. We have like loads of heavy armor and loads of alloy to just survive. I think this is gonna put up a really good fight, so I think we're gonna head into the battlefield and see how it performs. Whoops. Anyways, I just love we can walk around on a deck here. It just gives such luxury act vibes. Anyways, can't wait to see it in battle. We're in the battlefield here. They've lined up, rules are set, and Pizza Samurai's Cataclysm is ready to rumble. So let's unpause the game and see what happens. Oh lord. This is some tracers going on there. Bam! The lamps are working tirelessly and fails. Oh, ooh, that's a lucky one. Man, that's a really good aim. All right, so we'll see if that cram cannon will be able to function after that. Oh, I think we saw some diff flags popping in there to take out some stuff. Let's see here. Bam! We take out that cram shell too. This thing, by the way, is at the cost of the gimlet. Cram shots are popping in there. They're going toe to toe, side by side. Cram shells are going through the defenses, but no cigar yet. No hit indeed. Gimli is down to down by 5%. Oh, that cram jumped. So, oh, that one too. Are we lucky or what? Anyways, strong shields are a very good investment. I do believe this is great news for the Cataclysm. And it really takes out many of those cram shells. Oh, those barrels kind of went there, but I think they're still functional. Speaking of which, I wonder if we should check if that cram cannon over at the Gimli is still functional or not. Pizza Summoner is definitely in the lead by like many percentages. Ooh, look at that! Superstructure. Don't shoot at the main part. Shoot at the superstructure instead, the Gimli says. We're getting some exposed... Oh, this cram cannon is looking pretty sad now. So, I wonder if our cram cannon that kinda doesn't have a barrel will shoot or not. And I think it actually will. That was a super good opening shot. Well, glad we got some decoy shots, but man, I don't think it's gonna be enough. We're down to 86%. We've taken some substantial damage here. Oh lord, look at that. That's the AI core. Ooh, the AI is inches away from being completely annihilated. Man, that's insane. We're getting these swarms. These are like scary swarms, man. Look at them. Bam! Just going through like that. I think this sniper cannon turret ain't very happy anymore. It still shoots somehow. Alright. I kind of want to see what happens with these speedy shots going on there. Alright. Nah, it jumped. Well, many of our cram shells seem to miss too, and the Cataclysm is in the lead by like 10% now. It's really good, looking really great for the Cataclysm, and it's not even using it's not even using crams as its main weapon. Man, this thing is pretty quick, isn't it? Not that quick. It just feels quick. Kind of similar speed to the Gimli then. And at that distance, a lot of our shots are actually missing. Cataclysm is still at like 93%. And our lambs are unfortunately keeping busy with trying to shoot down these shells instead of dealing damage, which is it's actually an issue, I think. I think it would have done good if it dealt some damage using those laser strength instead. As we can't take him out anyways. Well, maybe lambs are worth it or not. Bam! We got a turret there. 88%. That's a pretty good hit, man. I think that was a decoy cram popping in there. This is probably a real cram. Yeah, it's looking a bit sad. I wonder if it's gonna switch sides. Mortars are hitting. They're not very dangerous, though. They're mostly distractions. As Pizza Summer may have known. I don't know. And this is of course best of 3 as always. This is the official brackets, if I forgot to tell you that. If I don't say anything, just assume it's official brackets. If I say it's unofficial brackets, well, it is. I feel that all our flak diff guns are completely wasted here. Because they are of course meant to take out crams and missiles, and Pizza Summer didn't bring anything. The Cataclysm, she does come empty-handed in terms of missiles and cram shells. So yeah, our defenses are completely useless against that, and you know, That's a good counter to the Gimli. Are we going to go... Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely joking? Are we heading for land? This never happened before. We have had the same battle location all along. Alright, it's gonna be really interesting to see if the ships are maneuvering away from... Man. I hope I set up the Gimli's depth control in a good way. Literally all the Gimli battles are at the same place. Oh no, it's gonna run at ground, isn't it? Oh no. Ah. Oh no. I don't think it checks for depth. I think it's breadboard controlled. It doesn't check for... That's so tragic. How's the Gimli doing? The same fate bestows the Gimli, and it's not breadboard controlled. It should be able to deal with a situation like this. Well, it doesn't. What? Does it realize like now, oh, maybe we hit the ground or something? Apparently. So the Gimli is at 67%, aka not great. And the Cataclysm is at 78. This was an interesting twist in the battle. Never happened to our battle location before. Makes me go and check my notes for the Gimli's depth requirement. I should probably actually update the Gimli's required depth of operation then. Only after 5 minutes. What the hell? We just went straight through this. What are the chances we end up here? Alright. That's just great. The Gimli has decided to smash itself against the rocks again. We got turning capabilities left, so I don't know really what it's up to. But yeah, I think the Gimli is gonna run itself on ground, basically. That's probably what it's gonna do. Unsmart AIs doing their thing, 101. Do you know a really cool thing? Before I saw when they updated the AI, they kind of removed the little brain that was inside the AI mainframe. And I was so sad. And I checked recently, and they actually added it back again, so there is a brain inside the AI mainframe now. So we can all be happy. Man, this thing is so... Oh, it's because it's measuring the depth from the AI's position. So it kind of thinks this... okay, I'll need to just double that or something. This battle became weird. Bam. I never thought this of being an inherent advantage of crams, but you can see that some of the APS shells, they don't make it through and kind of hit the hills, and the cram shells, due to their slower speed, arc over the landscape. So that actually gives me great insight for the Ashes of the Empire campaign, where I should probably have some slower shots just to be able to arc over hills. Now this is just basic knowledge when it comes to real military, that you actually use natural ground to use as protections. You can lob stuff over stuff, but cool to see that in real action from the depth too. You can see some of those blue shells kind of hitting the rocks there. So I don't really know how to judge this thing here, because you know, we're having issues with the ground, but also there is nothing in the rules that says the ship will never meet a situation where they close in on the ground. And while the Gimli tries to maneuver out of it, it kind of does it poorly. The Cataclysm doesn't. So I don't see any reason why this would change the results of the battle. If your ship has a problem where it will go to 2 shallow waters and run over underground, run at ground and stuff like that. Well, that's an issue. That is an issue that may appear in the battlefield. So in case the Gimli wins this thing, which we'll see if it does, I suppose it should be valid results, because again, there is nothing about there is not being a chance of we're going to go close to islands and stuff like that. And ships should be able to maneuver that. And the Gimli has an issue, it kind of crushes itself to the rocks there, but it's trying to kind of move out a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. We only have a few minutes left on this battle, and we're gonna see who leads the results by then. I'm not sure the Gimli will be able to take the upper hand, but, you know, if it does, it does. So we're having this lob fest to the last 3 minutes, where the Cataclysm is leading by 2 percentages. Ooh. Scary stuff. Are you kidding me? Oh, no way! The Gimli got in the lead by 0.6 percentages at the last like 30 seconds. That's absolutely crazy. Because the Gimli has been smashing itself towards the rocks here for a while. And you know, I didn't anticipate a situation like this would appear. But I feel when we get to a weird situation like this, it's better to be consistent with the rules than doing some like weird things. So yeah, yeah, the first round goes to the Gimli, thanks to environmental. Yeah, so that's how it is. We're gonna go. This is best of 3. I really think the Pizza Summer's Cataclysm is a stronger design, so I expect it to win. But we'll see. Alright, round 2 it is. I want to really follow these clamshells here because I want to see the burst flak in action. No? Okay, they completely missed. No reason to fire them at least. Alright. Look at that. Alright. Those take care of that. We're gonna see if we're getting some real shots coming in there. Oh yes, there we go. The burst flag is popping. Bam! Taking out those clamshells. That's some killer clamshells. I think it's pretty impressive with this burst flag system. I like it, I like it. I'm gonna try and do something else. I don't know when I'm making this video, I might as well have made another video about that or not. As you might understand, sometimes I record like 3 battles in a row, because I think that's super cool to watch them battles. Oh no! The flag guns shot that a thing that's like out of scope. And that's really interesting though. Don't tell me we're gonna head for the island again, come on mate. Do we need to select another spawn location to not get this situation? Because I don't like the situation if we're going to the island here. Man, the Pizza Summer's Cataclysm is doing a great job of shooting those clamshells out of the sky. I think it's reliably protecting itself from the first bursts. And these rods just do devastation towards barrels. I think this might be actually out of game now. Very impressive indeed. Just shooting a big swarm of hash. And if we hit remotely near, oh man, look at, oh yeah, that's damage. That cram can is just so weak now. Very impressive indeed. All right. I kind of wonder what our sniper cannons are up to. Kind of fired this one, didn't we? There we go. Where does it go? I think it went somewhere inside there. Oh well. Oh. Oh, here's another flak burst gun. I'm getting like nervous about the terrain here. I think we're not heading for it this time. That's good. Perhaps the Gimli actually is. Oh well. Gimli is at 81%. The Pizza Summer's Cataclysm is at 97. It's a very powerful design indeed. I kind of love that my cram mortars are actually doing something in this. They're actually managing to hit some of them. It's just... I really like Pizza Summer's design on this thing. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Oh, that cram shell went pretty close though. This thing kinda doesn't have much barrels left. Oh no, it's turning. It's turning. Alright. Yeah, this is... Maybe we'll need to select another location the last battle if there is the next one, because the Gimli is down to 75. So I think there will be a last battle, because I don't think the Gimli ain't gonna win this thing. Look at that. We're getting pretty damaged here, man. And we're closing in dangerously towards the land, which isn't great. 73%. Bam. That's popping in swarms here. Interesting indeed. 94% the Cataclysm is at. Gimli is at 72. Ain't doing too good. Well, it's cool to see APS are gaining the upper hand like this. I think the choice of Hesh is pretty good against the turrets of the Gimli. I think the Gimli is gonna run into the ground here again. Yeah, our lambs are just eating up that laser energy. When I tested the Gimli against itself, it was actually better to have lambs, but at a position against this ship, I think this laser should actually deal damage instead. It's 68%. Are you heading towards ground, man? Isn't that like the exact same spot like last time? Like seriously, what the hell is going on? I think its AI may not be set up at all to care about land. Because I believe we took some major damage there. Holy crap. Man, that's brutal. However, the Gimli isn't doing much better. Can't believe I didn't add that. So now we're in degraded mood too, because obvious reasons. Look at this poor thing. Really messing up here. Probably should have added some wood, some rubber prongs on this thing to not make it get damaged like this. The Gimli has finally realized it's kind of running at ground, so it's trying to back out of this situation. Pizza Summoner's gun still have field of view here, and they're aiming pretty good against the remaining dangerous turret, which is super great. Not other than that, the Gimli is down to 62%. So I'm pretty sure the Gimli is gonna lose this one, which means we're gonna have it to the last battle. And for that battle, we're definitely going to select another location that's not on the trajectory, because it seems that I think Pizza Summoner likes to use a lot of breadboard. So I think that's an issue with breadboard. They can't kind of detect depth very easily. They don't do pathfinding, which ain't great. So I think the Gimli tries to get out of here, but that the Pizza Summoner's breadboard is just heading for the straight like location that will make it kind of die. Well, I expect the rest of the battle is gonna go like this. The Gimli just sitting here, none of the main guns are working, and it's just getting slowly pounded down to below 55. So yeah, this battle's results go to Pizza Summoner, and if the results would change after this point, I will of course update you in a second. Other than that, if it didn't, we'll just move on to the next battle. So congrats Pizza Summoner for winning the second battle, which means it's up to the third to decide best of 3. All right, now we're kind of between the islands. We can't run into shit here, right? So, third round, let's go! I just hate that the first Cramwall, it kind of misses all the time. They actually got taken out by some burst stuff. Looked like the Gimli got hit by lightning there. Swarms are popping in there. Oh, those crams are getting annihilated again. This time, the Cataclysm chose to go to the other side. Interesting. Oh, man. Somehow, a lot of the shells are missing now for this reason. I wonder if it's gonna be faster and more maneuverable than the Gimli, if it's gonna outmaneuver her somehow. They just have seemed to have a locked aim point at the back turrets there. Cram shots popping in. See if the burst gonna shoot them down from the Cataclysm. Oh no, they went through. One hit, I think. Right, now we're getting too much ranged combat here. The Cataclysm is kind of running away. The mortars are close to hit. Well. Ooh. Almost pretty good hit. I wonder if these are decoys or if these are real ones. I think that's real ones. Bam. Doing some damage over there. Gimli's at 91, Cataclysm is at 96. I think it's pretty likely that Cataclysm is gonna win this one. But we'll see, the Gimli is good to fight to the last percentages. It like fights while despawning, that's the hallmark of the Gimli. And the Draconia, and most of my designs since I tried to make them redundant. That's a pretty good hit here. I'm just gonna pause a quick little bit here to see how the damage is holding up, the armor is holding up here. Whoa. Don't tell me this is actually the AI here, man. Are we getting a lucky shot at the AI or something? That would be insane. Gimli's at 88%. What happened, mate? What happened? That's a good lead. The Cataclysm is doing pretty good here. Alright. Trying to fly with the swarm. We don't have any major turret missing. It must have been just that a Cataclysm deals a lot of damage, basically. And damage it deals. I was really hoping that maybe my sniper cannons can kind of help out a little bit in this situation. But I'm not sure they're able to do much. Let us do like this. We're just flying in slow motion and see what this sniper shot is gonna hit. So of course the 30% chance is gonna be deflected, I suppose, but whatever. Aww. Just cutting through some tiny blocks there, that's boring. Well. It is supposed to aim underwater, but well. Gimli 82%, yes. Cataclysm 93. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for the Cataclysm. It's just able to reliably deal damage, and its weapons are kind of bypassing the Gimli's defensive systems. So it's like not a hard counter, but a general counter of ships like the Gimli. Which makes me think that Pizza Summoner's Cataclysm, if it wins this battle, then she will be pretty good at defeating the other ships in the winnings bracket, which we probably pitch against each other. No promises, but that's the plan. That is the plan. Like the Ragnarok battles. If you defeat the Ragnarok, you get to fight the other things. I think a similar thing we did with the Gimli. First, everyone has to beat the Gimli, and when we feel done with that, we're gonna pitch the official bracket stuff against each other. But before that's gonna be talked about even, well, we're gonna make sure that the official submissions are closed, and that's kind of a good while away. Since we wanted to have open submissions for like really long, so probably a couple of months at least before we even think about that. So if you want to send something in to fight the Gimli, it's not too late. Join the Discord, get yourself from the death roll, check the game events rules, see the pin rules there to fight the Gimli, and build your ship and submit it. Simple as that. Gimli is at 73. It doesn't feel like the Gimli has many good things to fight back with anymore. How is the Vigoletta marksman doing? It's doing great, but too little damage, too slow. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like a lot of layers of alloy, man. Very well built, well designed, and cool looking design indeed. Alright. 71 versus 92. I believe Pizza Summoner's Cataclysm will take home this victory. But we shall see. We're only 4 minutes into the battle. Man, we're having our mini blasters here taking down shields and stuff. Doing tiny EMP damage. They're like not accurate enough at this range, so they're not even doing a good job at taking out shields and stuff. I wonder if it's a good idea to, if you're having a laser ship that shares the same LAM system with laser, if it's maybe a good idea to intentionally make the LAM nodes fragile, so that the LAMs will not use the power when it's kind of too late for that type of jazz. Wow. The Cataclysm is winning this so hard. The cram cannons are just not firing right now. They are just not firing. I just wanna see here what it's like proper Hesh. That's like the most of that thing. No, good. Anyways, Hesh Blaster seems to be a pretty good way going up here. 61 percentages versus 91. That's a super hard win for Pizza Summoner's Cataclysm. It's generally very well adapted, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Cataclysm in future battles. I think it's gonna do a great job at becoming one of the better ships out there. But we shall see indeed. We shall see indeed. Always good to learn that blasting Hesh shells in swarms like this can actually be a really good way to deal a lot of damage. I think maybe especially like at spacious things like this, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cataclysm did pretty well against some of the Secret Advisors stuff too. That's kind of also very spacious Ares designs. Well, Gimle is down below 55%, so super congratulations to the Pits of Summer's Cataclysm. This is a good looking design. It's not cheesing the hell out of anything here, what I can see. It's a proper, good, and very efficient battling design. May have some small issues with running on ground, but you know, if it doesn't have bad luck, it's gonna deal some pretty darn good damage here. Well, the Gimle is out of this one, which means we'll be checking the Gimle against another ship in the future next time, and we're gonna put the Cataclysm in the winner's bracket. In any case, I hope you enjoyed this little battle. And if you did, you should definitely leave a like and do subscribe to stay tuned here. Here we have the DPS New Jack. Well, indeed, we had a battle against the DPS Old Jack from Lenny. And this is the DPS New Jack, so it's an updated version of the Jack, which basically should have some, should include some lessons from the Old Jack in order to be able to beat the, well, Gimle. So we have shield strippers here. Let's see here, armor piercing, high explosive, and we have shield strippers there. So the main hull of the ship is kind of the same. So we have already checked that out, and this is of course very beautiful little command room going on here. And all that is very all nice and all. But in any case, we kind of looked at it before, so we're just gonna head right into the battle and see if the DPS New Jack has a chance to defeat the Gimle and get into the winner's bracket here. So it's enough of a change to indeed do another little battle here. So it's I think the turrets are replaced, and I hope all the issues we brought up with the DPS Old Jack, not to give you any spoilers, but it lost. I hope that all of the issues are fixed, so it has a fair chance of winning. Will be very interesting to see. There we are into the battle. So here we have the New Jack popping in there. You can see she comes pre-smoked, which is great to not get killed by that laser. Some of the early cram shells also has some good accuracy. I wanna see what's in it here. APHE. Is this some proximity something fuse? I don't know. We don't wanna miss the battle. Alright. Gimle is at 99. The DPS New Jack is at 98. I think the Gimle got some pretty nasty hits with its crams there in the beginning. Mortars are coming down too. Oh well. A lot of lamb nodes here. Man, I was like, what the hell is up with the perspective here? I was like, what's wrong with these lamb nodes? And I see. We have a mimic lamb node on top of them, and there are several outputs, and it's just a big one. Just kind of looked funny. It's definitely pounding on. It has a low profile, so it doesn't get easily hit by those cram shells. Bam! That's very expensive railguns, so we're losing a lot of health if we get grazed by these scary crams here. Alright. Bam. Interesting indeed. I will say that the DPS new Jack is doing better than the old Jack, I do believe. But we'll see if it's doing enough. One thing I would definitely say... Yeah, it seems to be getting hit less frequently. But many of I'm not sure what's up with these cannons. They're very fast. I bet our lambs can shoot at them very easily. Or actually they can. Oh lords. We're actually cleaning up the air here. Our lambs are so powerful we're able to keep them off. The new Jack definitely needs more firepower, that's for sure. One thing I can tell Lenny here is that you should definitely pitch the new Jack against the old Jack if you haven't already, and you can really see any pros and cons, you know, if there are any weaknesses or if there is not. Basically, if the new Jack is better than the old Jack, I think the new Jack is better than the old Jack, but you don't know until you pitch them against each other. But the Gimle's lambs are able to clean up those shots pretty well. Which means we can just chill here and deal full damage, and the new Jack is down to 86%. So we can keep those shots out of the air while grilling the superstructure here with our damage laser, which means that the DPS new Jack needs a lot of more firepower to be able to get through the Gimle's active defenses. Or at least have a couple of decoy stuff like hardened crams and stuff like that in order to get through. And that could be a good way to kinda keep the lambs busy so the laser won't grill / letting the main gun's rail shots actually get through. Because obviously the DPS new Jack's lamb system isn't enough to deal with the Gimle, so at this point you could probably remove the lamb system or connect it up to a damage laser too. Or just have a damage laser is probably something I would have. I feel against some designs the Gimle's lambs are really beneficial, but against some designs it actually would be better if it only dealt damage. When the Gimle met itself, we could prove it needed lambs to survive better, but I really feel that certain designs would have really... The Gimle would have an upper hand if it just dealt damage instead of trying to protect itself using lambs. New Jack down to 78. Is this turret active? Well, this one was at least. Bam. I'm pretty certain that the first round is gonna go to the Gimle because the new Jack ain't looking too happy right now. Those big cram shells are just raining in there. Look at... Oh man. And this one. Oh no. I should be happy, but since we already defeated the DPS old Jack, I was kind of secretly rooting for the DPS new Jack, because it would be so cool if the old design's improvements could have meant a win. But that said, is that the hull of the DPS New Jack is probably too expensive. You probably have too much armor on this thing to be able to... I think maybe your armor is too expensive. The Gimli is just ignoring armor with those crams, so I think you probably need to build a new ship altogether. I don't think you can upgrade the DPS New Jack to a winning position. But we shall see. This has only been round 1, and we have more rounds popping in here. I would count this round as over because the DPS New Jack is not doing damage anymore. So we're going to go to the next battle. Second round, there we are. Laser is grazing to the side there. Man, these railgun shots are fast, but it doesn't matter. Our detection is faster. And most of them are just taken out by the Gimli lambs. So well, Lenny, I don't think it's illegal if you test your design against the Gimli. If you're able to load them, of course. They're you need a couple. You need some RAM to be able to even have these battles. I have 16 gigs of RAMs, but if you have like 4 or perhaps 8, it might be a little bit laggy. All right. Yeah, those big crams are getting through there. That's a good bounce. Good you have shields at least, but yeah. You really need to... more firepower. More firepower. More firepower. It's like a good example of more firepower is the Secret Advisors basically only papier-mâché designs with like diff guns. They kind of win over the Gimli, so you know they may also have a little bit too high block count for this, so they may lag a little bit too much. But yeah. In all likelihood, the Gimli is going to win this battle too, because it's at 98% and those railguns are not getting through. Like, your railguns have to be really fast in order to get through any lambs. And I think if you want to have shots getting through lambs, having them really fast and like a really tiny caliber, like sandblasters, is a better route to go there. Yep. Blasting in with some... what are they called? Packs. But now crams are popping in here too. Yeah, dealing a lot of damage. 91%. I'm pretty sure how this battle is gonna go as well. The really big issue here for the New Jack is that the shots are not really getting through. And now the laser has taken the unlucky for the New Jack's decision of targeting the turret. You probably have a shield on there, and the laser is targeting hot blocks. So this turret is gonna be gunners in probably pretty soon. That strong smoke the New Jack has is, however, really good for making it survive a lot longer. Yes, indeed. No, now we switched targets. Why did we do that? Is there a decoy in here somewhere? Who knows? Bam. Well, I think the Gimli is having a good party today, at least. One of the turrets still online, or is it? Yeah. No, both of them are actually online, so that's good for it. But I don't think it will change the results much at this point because the New Jack is at 74. And I think the partygoers here at the table is having a great time today. Enjoying the battles. It's a little windy in here, don't you say? Oh yes, a little bit. I have a tiny scratch in the window. There's like 2 window panes missing, but I guess that's a scratch. In this game, at least. So yeah, I think we can refill our machine parts in peace here. With that, I will say huge thanks to all our commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST who are supporting the channel monthly at Patreon, which is helping me a lot. And those are most notably Admiral Super Dave, Admiral Skubarox, Captain Y, Lieutenant Asteria, C2, Cravey, Parbagri, Talaras, and Vincent Veritas, and also huge thanks to all of the cadets. Also, huge thanks to the members, the YouTube members who are supporting us over there as well. You should definitely check out the YouTube memberships. You can be part of the team there, like Hallofo and Power by Greed and C2 and Utistra Arcana. Very nice. They have different perks, the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, so you can be in both if you want both. Yeah, so that's the thing. And one thing too, you should probably check out our merch store at Fourth Wall, which I've been designing some nice designs there, which I think is pretty cool. Well, other than that, thanks again to Lenny for the new updated submission, and I hope that you will be able to construct a new battleship Sam-J that indeed beats the Gimli. And if you can load it in, don't be afraid to test it against the Gimli. You've seen some of the winning designs there. They've been sitting weeks and trying to build something to hard counter the Gimli. Just taking the Gimli, pick it apart, and just finding ways to counter it as hard as possible. And that's an easier way to get results which you kind of know have a chance. And you don't even need to like do the full battle if you want it to be a surprise. You can just test. If you build a platform, put it in God mode, put on the turrets you're gonna use. Do they even reach the Gimli or don't they? Can be a good lesson. Are you absolutely shitting me? Look at this thing! Oh my god. The infamous or famous, dependent what you think, the secret advisor / Kovrax has designed a monstrosity. Or should we say, yet another monstrosity. He just loves building these types of monstrosities, and they are absolutely insane. This is an unofficial battle, no kidding, because the block count is encroaching 300,000, that's more than 3 times the allowed limit. Okay, this is only like 2.5 times the allowed limit. But anyways, it meets the materials, and it probably doesn't have repair bots, I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't meet our rules to be in the official brackets. But we still want to have a battle with it. And it's possible that this recording will just crash and that I will need to use some materials provided to me by the secret advisor. Because as you might understand, there is no way we're gonna win this. Like, we're just not gonna win this battle. Like, there is no chance. If you've seen the previous battle with the secret advisor, you've seen his official submission. And yeah, I'm happy about that. This also has internal propellers, which is bad, but it's official submission. I'm happy about that battle. Please watch it. Please watch it right after this one. In any case, we also looked at some of his, well, my previous foe, the Hollywood class, which I was so amazed the results over. You have to watch that one too. And then there is the Paper Naginatas, and they are so awesome. You need to check them out too. Anyways, this is the absolutely best designed one of the designs so far. I think this thing looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, it looks really cool, actually. I really like this. I really like this design. It's insane it only costs 2 million. You can walk for days on this thing without getting anywhere. It's so large. You have like different decks here. I love the decoration here. I think there has clearly been put some design love into this structure. It is a papier-mâché hellscape, yes, but it's a beautiful looking one. And I think it's absolutely adorable. I suppose we have some AIs and stuff down here. No? Yes. And they even have heavy armor. In any case, we have some insane turrets here, as you can see. I wonder if there is a bridge area. Like, we're only exploring it in like paused mode. I don't know if this will lag or not. No decoys? I thought there would be decoys here. What is this then? So here we have a good couple of radars. Oh well, it looks pretty cool. I must give it that. It's a work of art. It really is. It looks so cool. I'm so impressed over this looks here. That's so many diff guns, man. It's completely insane. That's some crammed in there diff guns. And it has diff guns on both sides. Not that I think this thing will turn. How large is it? My god. It's 1.3 kilometers. So yeah, let the battle begin. In boosted performance mode, of course. Oh lord. I don't think it has smoke, does it? Possibly not. Can't have that. There are probably some decoys on top of here, right? Oh lord. We need to pause here. We're already in degraded mood. This is not funny. Look at this thing. This is... I think this is hash frag explosive. Oh no, this is so scary. This is not even funny. Well, we know what our AI is gonna try to do. Oh lord, if any of these hits, or probably already dead, they will hit. Oh no. We're so doomed. We're so doomed. Oh man, oh no. I almost don't want to watch it. Why don't... Look! Captain is MIA. Oh no. The devastation. Look at that thing. And this beast only costs the same as the gimlet, by the way, if you missed that. And we suddenly have 88 percentages. That's our health. Well, not that we needed that extra detection, because I don't think we can miss this enemy. Oh my lord. And any shot we shoot at it, like, it ain't gonna hit anything important. What are the chances of that? And now we're lining up for broads. Oh no, we're lining up for broadside soon. This is gonna be a bloodbath. Yay, we took out, I don't know, a couple of diff guns. Well, there are a couple of more. This is just insane. You can see we're just doing detonations in empty space here. Like this pattern, this like diff gun pattern is absolutely insane. You can disable so many of them without it being an issue. Oh man. Our broadside is coming in here. Look at... Oh no. I don't want to watch this. This is... Well, some of them go up. Go away. Yeah, so I guess we're getting back for defeating the Hollywood class. Spoiler alert. So basically, now I already accidentally spoiled that. It's still an interesting battle, but the Secret Advisor made a D-Hollywood class a couple of years ago, and it absolutely shredded the Draconia. So I was kind of happy that the Gimli was able to defeat it. Now, it only costs half the cost of the Gimli, so there is that. But I was still impressed it was able to defeat it. Now, the Secret Advisor brought the big artillery, and we have the Jörmungandr. This is not the first Jörmungandr we have here. If you remember a couple of weeks ago, we had another Jörmungandr. And I was like asking, is the name like important for the submission? For the previous, for the one, I don't know which one of them I asked, but I just asked that because, yeah. I think I got one, anyways. Doesn't matter, and, well, I think this is aptly named because this huge thing, it's an enormous hellscape of papier-mâché and diff rods. It's like diff rod papier-mâché hell. Welcome. If you like building... If you like building alloy bricks with a lot of heavy armor, this is your worst enemy. This is all you're gonna see in hell if you end up there. This is a hellscape of papier-mâché and diff rods. Man, this is just insane. It just spams them. Oh, I looked away for a few seconds. Whoops, the Gimli is at 69%. The nice number. Our lambs are just doing nothing. We can't do anything against it. Man. Half of its guns may be taken out, half of the shots may miss, doesn't matter, adds more firepower. It just annihilates us. What happens to the Jörmungandr though? Why does it sink? This is kind of weird. We knocked off like 4%. Yay. That's something. The Gimli is however very dead, and it's only been like 1 minute and 29 seconds. So yeah, there is that. You're not gonna do a lot of damage. No, our Vigoletta marksman was probably the only thing that was able to deal damage against it. We didn't have a chance. I kind of knew that, but I still wanted to test. Why aren't like you shooting though? This gun should be able to sandblast it pretty well. Yeah, so pretty chanceless as we already kinda knew. Well, for the sake of it, I suppose we'll need to do another battle just to see if we're getting the same results, or if somehow the Gimli would be insanely lucky. I kind of want to investigate though why it's going so low. Look at it, we're having like a cram, we can't miss. And it's like, yay, a few wood blocks, whatever. What the hell? The Jörmungandr Super Dreadnought is at 0 materials. Are you kidding me? What the hell? We're having the Army of GMODISM rules, so we didn't add more materials to it. I don't know if the Secret Advisor said to me it needs more materials than than half a million. I missed it, but I don't think so. Whatever. Okay, that's cool. Well, the Gimli is despawning, so we still lost the first battle, but whatever. Let's do another round. Maybe we have chances to take this thing out if we're able to, I don't know, kill its material boxes. Its only weak point. Round 2 is here. It takes like a full, I don't know, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes to load this thing. Well, thought it could be interesting to see if our... Man, the Jormungandr Super Dreadnought is just eating materials so fast loading all these guns. The death cloud is spreading. One thing I really wonder, that's how Secret Advisor is able to kind of delay the firing until they actually know where to shoot. This is like a funny thing. Where you like shoot at an important part and you like clip 10 barrels and you're like, yay, and you're like, nah, ain't matter that much. This looks like chimneys, except they're flat. That's so funny. I don't know why I think that's so funny. It just is. Anyways. The only chances we have of doing anything to not die is to... Okay, I think it's pretty lost already. Look at the health go down. No, but... yeah, if we can make it get out of materials really fast / not get hit by too many of the initial shots, we could be able to starve it, perhaps. We have some situations where the Gimli were able to starve the opponent. It's like a little bit boring, but if you don't have protected material boxes and stuff, you may actually lose by getting starved. Now the broadside comes here, and this is what usually finishes things off, to my opinion. Or my experience, I mean. I don't know, what game speed do we have? Yeah, like... quarter, half speed. Oh no, our superstructure is looking a bit sad. Ah. It's like hanging on by a thin thread. Look, it's the 64 pounder, isn't it? No? That was one of the tiny guns. It's like we can fry so much away, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah, again, I really wonder if it has decoys. Oh no. This is scary. Ah, that section is gonna die. Look at it. We're like need to load in. Yeah. Diff gun spam. This is basically why we can't allow diff gun spam. It's just a superior way to do battle. Sadly enough. Chunks are missing. Superstructure is hanging on by a tiny connection strut. This cannon is now gone. 66% versus 97. I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose. Well, GG. Secret Advisor Kovrax, you have proved your point. At half the cost, the Gimli may be able to defeat the Hollowwood class, but at the same costs at the Gimli, it yet again has absolutely no chances at all. I'm very happy that this design looks very cool though, that's nice. The FPS though has room for improvements. Oh lords, did my game crash? No. we're in degraded mood. And the broadside friends are popping in here. Shooting some shorter Hesh frag explosives. Insane. Yeah, we don't have any chances. Now the superstructure popped off 58%. So, yeah. Oh, it was able to shoot before it died. That's so funny. It technically didn't exist. Or I mean it did, but it shot while being disconnected from the main structure. Gimli's in despawn territory. Well, there we go. GG. Oh, couldn't do anything about it. Hope you enjoyed this battle though. And I don't know if this thing is on the workshop, but I know that the secret advisor has all sorts of stuff on his workshop. So search for Jörmungandr or something. Maybe you'll find it there. In any case, very beautiful design. I liked it a lot, except it totally annihilates the Gimli, and it's such a meme build that I don't know if we are ever able to counter against such a thing. I think warp drives might work. Anyways, this ain't an official submission, but was cool nonetheless. Hope you enjoyed it too. I surely did. But yeah, I didn't think the Gimli had a chance while starting this battle either, but yeah, it's completely insane. We must have been really lucky shooting off some material boxes. Hello, this is your host GMODIST, and we're back with the Gimli battles with the very inspiring text of Set the Universe on Fire, which I think technically is kind of difficult because fire requires oxygen and oxygen doesn't exist in space, so I don't know. It feels more like a Earth planetary issue, not like, well. Anyways, Set the Universe on Fire. It says this is a beautiful design from Netrameira de Nidhögr. One of the coolest boxes I've seen in a while. Box designs usually look crap, and this is the first box I've seen in a long while that looks cool. All right. So we have a cool looking box. It's obviously a little bit dragony. We have spikes like this. This is actually the first submission we have where we actually get one parade version and one battle version, because of course smoke emitters and lights are banned for the official battles because they cause unnecessary lag, and that's nothing we can afford. Anyways, we got loads of... Oh my god, there's like tiny snakes. Isn't that very cute? Okay. So we have some snakes down there. And oh, isn't that a decoy on a spam block thing? That's pretty cool. So yeah, it is, as said, a box design. Let us go and do a little cut here just to see what happens inside here. We got shield projectors all over the place. That's some pretty small front turrets. All right. We have some thick stuff, so it's like a front-sider type of design. We got a pretty decent APS system here. This is gonna be a sandblaster, right? So if we access these intakes, okay, we have sulfur, which is a Hesh spammer, and the other shell we got on. Oh no, sorry. The other shell we got on here is a skimmer tip smoke warhead body. All right, secondary. Oh, are we trying to smoke the hell out of the Gimli's lasers here? It's gonna be real interesting to see what's happening here. Anyways. Oh yeah, 2400 RPM. This is a Sandblaster, 50 millimeters. It's gonna have a nice ring to it, I believe. Oh lord, we have a warp. We have a warp system. This is the first warp system I've seen. Cool, especially here, pitched against the Gimli. That's super cool. So we have a warp system. I actually don't really know how warp systems use. Cool. So I've heard they're pretty basic, but I haven't utilized them myself. I thought to do that when I held my spaceship tournament. If you want to see those battles, they are in a playlist. In any case, yeah, that's the Nidhögr. And it is like Netrameda has some balls coming in here, because this is 1,343,043,000 materials. So it's basically like it's not half of the cost of the Gimli, because that would be 1.1 million. But it's you know, it's closer to half the price of the Gimli than the price of it. We're here in the battle. The Gimli is ready to start, ready to rumble. So Netrameda is very excited for me to see what this thing is gonna do in this battle. Do I see flames here? Anyways, we're gonna see it. No, probably not. Okay, good. It anyways spawned at a altitude of 15. I kind of forgot that, so I did that now. Oh lord, this is like some proper We're just gonna follow this cloud, man. Oh no, that's some tiny hash there. Oh, look at the swarm popping in here. If you have any era anywhere, it's gonna be pretty reacted. Oh lords, look at this thing. It's going towards Gimli's weak side. Oh man. The Nidhögr is specifically set up in order to utilize the weak points of the Gimli. It's set to... Oh my lord, look at this. Oh no. Okay, we got some scary stuff popping in here. Look at that. Okay, where is the snake? Here's the snake. Isn't this very cute? It's a snake style. Missed. Anyways, we packed that Zakhar, which is very good. Does it try to target underwater? Oh man. Oh, this is so smart though, because we have so weak armor in this side that a tiny Hesh sandblaster from this side could actually be pretty scary. Alright. Look at that. Missiles or torpedoes popping in there. So I think that Armada kind of knew we don't have much in terms of... what the... What happened to this cram shell? Why is it half? Alright, our laser is burning through here, but it's properly smoked. I have to give it that. What happened? Doesn't it have a gun at this side? No? Oh, look at that! It's a warper, and we got some decoys sticking out at the side too. It's staying dangerously close to the Gimli. It's best of 3, but if it doesn't warp before those crams kind of hit it, oh, you know what? I think it's. I think the Nidhögr is timed to not have that problem. I think it's timed to actually shoot at the Gimli from the Gimli's weak side and then warp away before the cram shells arrive. Ah, look at that. It's on a clockwork. It's clockwork. This is like specifically countering the Gimli so hard. That's so cool to see. I have awaited a design like this, I will have you know. Look at these Hesh. Man. So yeah, a lot of our guns can't even turn in this direction because look at it, and now it moves away. That's so smart of it. And it kind of stays away so that... Man. Our tiny... I wonder if we have some weird artifact from where we played. Because all of these shells are half. Well, I don't think it will affect the battle at all, but... Now our sniper cannons actually do something. Look at that. Alright. Oh man. I wonder if like our sniper shells even reach it. Are you kidding me? We actually hit with a cram shell? Huh, maybe it didn't have enough power in those warps. So we're actually on even footing now. We're actually on even footing. Torpedoes sneaking in here. I kind of want to see what's up with our defenses here. If we got any left, which I don't really know. I think we're kind of coming in from the wrong side for the Gimli, so... Oh! Uh-oh! Are we out of... I think we're just out of scope. Man. Our Civs cannon, I'm glad I put some super cavs on there, so we can shoot at, I think it has that at least, so we can shoot at some missiles. Look at it! Oh no, it's so hard countering the Gimli. We'll need to get a couple of very lucky hits in order to hit it, I think. Look at that swarm though. Oh lords. This ain't looking very good for the Gimli. I think it's gonna like sink soon. I'm just so curious. I wanna see what happens with this rod, you know? Oh, it bounced! It bounced off the shield. Well, unlucky.com. There we warp. Oh man. That's pretty insane. Gimli's at 88%, ain't looking very strong. It's sandblasting away. Ooh, are we using heavy armor? Oh, I think we're using... I didn't see that before, but we're using big heavy armor rods like this. No, not rods, like, what is it? Now I can't fathom what they are called now. Grills? HA grills to get like a max health point shield that can take out a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think the Gimli is actually gonna sink. So it's gonna be interesting if it performs the same in the upcoming battles. Because I do think that Netramera, look, having the balls of sending in something so cheap against the Gimli, I think it's, I think Netramera designed this thing pretty darn well in order to confidently know that it is likely to survive this encounter. Very impressive indeed. Look at it. It's looking very sad. I think we lost some engine power here. Oh man. Almost see the crams popping in there, but they're of course kind of missing. And now we're at a low level here, so the missiles also, or the torpedoes actually come in from the wrong side. So yeah, we don't have much defenses against something like this. Ah, just a lot of fragments all over the darn place. we are very much going down. It's gonna be very interesting to see if anything in this department will change at all or not. Probably not. Oh. Well, the Nidhögr is in the lead with something like 10%, and looking at the state of the Gimle, I think we can confidently say the Gimle is not going to win this. Look at this logo though. I don't know exactly where it's from or if it's just made up, but it looks really cool. Looks really cool. Oh! I think the Gimle's AI got killed or something. No? Well, it died anyways. Look at that. First battles wins go to the Nidhögr. Very impressive design indeed. Most impressive. Really hard counter to Gimle, but it's the best of 3, so we see if the Gimle has some more luck in the next round. Well, we're gonna see if the Gimle has some more luck now. I also wanna see if... Alright, our shells are still like this. I don't know. What tip is this? It's really... Oh, it's probably because it's weird. Anyways. Let us go. Start this battle here. Oh. I think the Gimle needs to be real lucky those first couple of shots. Oh, and I think it actually is adapted to use lambs to take out those first couple of shots. Gimle still has a nice angle. Oh, no, it missed those crams. Ew, he couldn't afford to miss those crams, man. And we're having so much heavy armor in the front here. It's like, wow. It's just filling the sky with a lot of APS. And it hasn't started. Whoa, that was warped just in time. Yeah, that's some evasion. That is some true evasion. Well, I wonder if our underwater facilities here will take out those missiles. Seems they are not. They're like not even properly aiming at them, are we? Oh yeah, okay, we're taking out some of them. Glad they're doing something. I was thinking, what the hell are we doing? So now the Nidhögr is gliding to the weak side of the Gimle. We got our sniper cannon still lined up though. One of them. Alright. Getting swarms popping in there. I just want to see what happens with this. This particular shell is usually able to go down. I don't know what happened to it. Why did I got transferred to that shell? Anyways. And now it's really getting at Gimle's weaker side. Oh wow, it just teleports just in time. It's like perfectly tuned in order to dodge the crams of the Gimle. And having these big shields of well, heavy armor ducts, I think they're called, is just, oh, look at that. That's like, man, that is perfect timing. I guess it actually teleports not on a clock, but when there is a cram shell that's getting pretty close. You can see a cram shell's no, and it's probably tuned very accurately, so it only teleports out of very close hits. And staying at this side is a very good way of making it. Ah, look at that. It would have like died if it wasn't zooming, if it wasn't like teleporting at that exact right moment. it would like die from one of those cram shells. No? Look at it, it's like 3 layers of ducts. I think using those big duct shields is like borderline cheese, but it's saving blocks, so, you know, it's not discouraged in this tournament. I will say that much. But, well, I never used that tactic, but they also cost a bit of a premium. But I really see their use in here. Like, you could see those 3 layers of heavy armor ducts was actually able to kind of stop a cram shell, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Well, the Gimli is down to 92. It really looks like the Nidhugger hard counter will indeed take this home. We're just getting bombarded by scary torpedoes from the side of the Gimli it can't really defend itself from. Most of the guns can't even aim at the enemy, and here the weakness of having a one-sider really shines through here. Oh, we actually hit something there. Well, you can see it doesn't penetrate deep. It really doesn't. Very impressive indeed. I don't think the Gimli has a chance. I think the Nitrameidas Nidhugger will indeed appear in some future battles. I wonder if it ever runs out of juice. It's only in the lead by like 4%, but looking at the state of the Gimli, we can pretty accurately say that it's not gonna go very well for it. We'll like see big frag explosions in the distance. Ooh. It's like the only thing that actually does reliable damage is probably our pack cannon. Yes, indeed. And we're just looking at this swarm popping in here. Look at that. Yeah, that's some proper Hesh sandblasting. Pretty effective. I wonder if Hesh sandblasting is better than Sabot sandblasting. I think we actually probably need an empirical testing video about this. Small caliber sandblasting. Hesh versus Sabot. The Sabots need to be really quick. If you got a sandblaster that just does that. If you got a Hesh blaster, they can be very slow. They just need to reach the targets, and the slower they are, the bigger the payload we can have. Yeah, we're taking some heavy fire to the side here. And our snipers... I think our sniper is the only thing that actually could hit this thing. They can't do their job. Indeed, I do think we pretty know very well what's gonna happen from this battle. If just one cram would hit! No! We're teleporting! It's such a reliable teleporter, but it's a joy to see such a hard counter. I feel like we've been waiting for a hard counter like this since like forever. The Borderwise's Dragon Slang was also a pretty good counter, but it could still be hit and devastated by the Gimli at times. This, however, the Nidhugger, it's absolutely not getting hit at all. It teleports perfectly well, and it reliably gets to the Gimli's weak side. I don't know if it does this using bread, why it stays on this side. I suppose it is. I don't think it's very easy to set up a hard counter system like this, like I couldn't. So, oh man, it almost teleported into the shot. Anyways, very impressive to see. Well, I think the Gimlet partygoers have had better days, because it's gonna be very hard to keep the food and drinks on the table at this angle. Yes, indeed. Well, I can pretty confidently say that the Gimlet is gonna lose this battle. Our main weaponry isn't even aiming at the Nidhugg right now. They are not able to, and it's up to 93%. Oh! Speaking about that, the Gimlet starts despawning. Well, congratulations Netramira, you have been able to defeat the Gimlet using hard counter methods. And very impressive, you managed to do that at, what was it, 1.3 million? Yeah, very impressive. So there we got it. Netramira's Nidhugger goes to the winners folder. We are going to face a very recognizable design, which I'm sure has been the last thing you saw whenever you played a campaign. I don't know, because I haven't played a campaign since 2015, and that's definitely something we're going to do. We're putting together the Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet to beat the Nether, but not right now, because right now we're doing some Gimlet battles. Here we have the Singularity version 2 by Squick. And it has its very compact design, just like the Singularity is, but of course with a different loadout and different settings and stuff like that. I don't know if it looks different. I kinda think it looks a little bit different, but that's probably just fleet colors. And now it's gonna look very different, because now it automatically gets the alien colors. But in any case, this is gonna be very interesting, because the Singularity is of course a very scary, dangerous design, and I don't remember if I tested the Gimlet against it. I think I did, and I think it beats the Singularity. But Squick thinks that the Singularity version 2 will be so strong that it will hand the Gimlet class battleship its own ass. So we will check that out and see if it's true or not. I don't know if Squick actually said that, but now we shall pretend so. In any case, let the battle roll. That's a lot of fires. Oh no, the pool table is... Anyways, okay, let's focus on the battle here. We have some missiles incoming there. We seem to have a pretty strong LAM system, right? If we slow down time here, look at that. That LAM system is trying to eliminate anything larger than small. And this type of shell, that's that's armor-piercing frag. Oh! And we have seen from experience that armor-piercing frag can be really, or just pure frag, can be a really good strategy to tackle the Gimlet with. And I do believe that the Singularity V2 does have some evasive movements, which is of course a very good idea when you are facing the Gimlet. You see, it dodges most of those shots, and it also have the potential to get at the Gimlet's weak side. Oh damn, they hit! Oh no! Oh bam! That is brutal. That's 20% almost in one shot. Oh damn, it looks like it's gonna sink. This is the first. Oh, it teleports. Why didn't you teleport before you got completely killed? Well, that did prolong the battle with like 1 second. Congratulations. The Singularity version 2 does not tackle the Gimlet very well. I don't remember if I got this submission before the fire update or after, but I do feel that in However it is, this design probably got a lot worse after the Fire update. Because I think that we hit a fragmentation or a cram detonated several steam cookers, and that the steam cookers just created big explosions / fires there. Well, obviously the Singularity V2 is absolutely killed, and we must restart the battle, because this is, after all, best of 3. So here we are. Let us indeed see how this unfolds. Will it dodge the shots again, or will it not? Because it really has to dodge them. Obviously, when it gets hit by a cram shell, it's very much game over. Man, that was very fast battle. This video will be suspiciously short, I feel like. We're so gonna have a third battle here, unless, of course, the Singularity version 2 is able to hand the Gimli its own ass, as we say. What's happening here? Why does it have pinchers behind it? That's just weird. Anyways, weird it may be, but it's how it is. Singularity has now successfully brought the Gimli down by 3%, while not being too scratched. But honestly, I think it's just a matter of time. It feels like only the right cannons are firing. I wonder if the left cannons are damaged or something. Well, one is missing, so that's a 1. That's bad. I think we lost a tiny little bit of recording there, but hopefully nothing too important happened. I don't think so. This is the second round in any case. And as we can see here, we are well, just pounding on here. Singularity is at 98%, and the Gimli is at 90... what is it? 5.3. So it will be very interesting to see if anything can be turned here. Wow, well, the lambs clean up those missiles as it's nothing. However, these shots popping in here, those AP fragment shots, they do some scary damage, definitely. We also have a laser and packs. So we have some random fires and holes all over the place here. By the way, you should definitely check out some fun music videos I put up on the channels, because I've generated some music using Udio for the Army of GMODISM, so we put up some cool music videos there with some generative images. So I basically tried some story building, so I generated my own style of city and units, and basically building the imaginary universe of the Empire of GMODISM. Very nice. So we have those music videos for the Army of GMODISM uploaded to YouTube. We also have martial musician Vesrets, who has composed, like really composed, no help of any AI generative technology to piece together songs, but actual creation. Anyways, Vesrets, our martial musician, did compose some songs too, which is also uploaded to the channel in the same mix. You'll see in the description / on screen how and by whom it was made. But we basically want to have a world building scenario where we have some different GMODISM, Army of GMODISM themed music and stuff like that. Pretty cool, I think. Maybe just insufferably silly and weird, but anyways, that's what we're doing. I want to have this imaginary universe that goes together with all of this. Army of GMODISM, Ecclesiarchy of GMODISM, Ministry of GMODISM, the GMODIST's Discord, and everything like that. I want it all to be put together in some kind of cohesive universe, inspired from a bunch of different things, just because it's fun and just because we can. So do check out that song. If you want to get outside the weird Army of GMODISM, Empire of GMODISM universe, you should definitely check out our new-ish, not new, our podcast, of course. Gaming and Tech for a Better World. Spotify, It's available there. It's available at Apple Pods and of course here on YouTube. Check it out and say what you think about it. Might be some interesting entertainment when you don't want to watch anything, but just listen to something pretty cool. Well, the singularity is at 96%. It's done a much better job at avoiding this time. I think it's a little bit weird though that we haven't seen teleportation much now. But maybe it will pop up soonish. I guess it may teleport whenever it feels like it's gonna get hit by a cram. The Gimli is down to 90%, sorry. So that's pretty cool. It actually did like some proper damage this time. I want to kind of follow one of these shells here. That's the AP frag shells in super slow speed. No, stop it. There we go. Thank you. They're still fast even though I mixed up time here. Bam. Penetrates a bit there, and there it gets stopped of energy and explodes. Not very dramatic, of course. Deals some damage, but they shoot pretty often too, so that's to be expected. Okay. Gimli class 89%, singularity 96, but will it be able to go to the Gimli's weak side? Because if it doesn't, I kind of doubt it will win this. Look at that. Here we have an Arqueballista Invictus shots. This is not that. This is the thing I think might actually bring this thing down. Look at that. Oh, that actually missed. Well, that's sad. Happens. And 88. Gimli's down to 88%. It is consistently doing some decent damage. That has to be said. I was so sure it was gonna die very quickly after we've seen this first battle. Now I'm starting to think that the Singularity version 2 made by Squick might actually be a pretty good refit of the Singularity, because it's definitely more dangerous than the Singularity. But I don't know what's happening with the respawn thing. Like, not respawn, teleport thing. Like, why did it teleport before? And why doesn't it now? Maybe it's just only if it's gonna get hit that it will... I don't know. So we basically have a 10% lead on the Gimli class, but will it be enough? Or will it not? Here we have the classic wedge spam. I do feel, however, when we get through and crack open any of those steam engines, Squick is gonna have a real big problem, so it better deal with the Gimli before that happens. It's probably just a question of time, though. It's grinding through here. Wow. The Vigoletta is definitely doing the heavy lifting here. I don't even know what happened with our system. And the laser. What's up with the laser? Our laser ain't firing at all. I think that might be because we have power. Maybe we just don't have a good angle or something. Or it's just simply damaged. That can be true too. Now it's just really staying behind Gimli here. I think we'll need some serious help from the Arqueballista Invictuses to be able to bring this down. They'll need a lucky shot or something. So how are we doing inside of here? Scratched AI, but no biggie. Most systems seems to be on a kind of working level at least. This kind of looks like it will hit, but just kinda. kind of want to see that teleportation again, because I think that's pretty cool. Wait, what? What happened? I'm not like, no, accidentally controlling anything. What happened? I don't know why it stopped firing. Does it have engine problems? It probably has low engine power. It's not out of materials. So it must be that something has been a little bit too scratched. That's weird. It's probably gonna get the same fate as last time and simply sink then. The Singularity is 13% in the lead over the Gimli though. And those lasers still do serious, maybe not laser, that cannon still does serious damage. Because the Gimli is below 80% now. So it may actually somehow still win this. That is something I would have not expected at all after the first battle. Very interesting. That's why best of 3 is a fun thing to do, to actually see the results of, well, things, chips, if they are better than the other or not, if it's similar or if it's a big difference. Because after the first battle we could kind of have assumed that the Singularity is gonna lose very quickly, but we are already 8 minutes in this second battle. 77% versus 93. That's pretty exciting. Look at that. I wonder if it's like many boilers inside of here, or if it's mainly fuel storage. This has kind of stalled into some kind of weird slugfest where it's the Vigoletta marksman versus those autocannons. We seem to be was that? No? I don't think our pack is active, is it? No, our pack is very sad. Might actually, this might actually be online. No, it's also dead. It's also dead. Alright then. Well, now I'm starting to think that the Gimli will lose this. We'll need a pack hit to actually win this. Look at that, that's just so much exposed interiors. That's a little bit scary. Now I'm almost happy we have this angle. So we have some stuff in front of the AI core. Actually, this is a very bad angle. Straight dead on would be better. That's how the Gimli is built to best handle. I'm a little bit sad that the Gimli's laser is offline. That means that this has turned to a very slow endurance kind of battle. Look at that. More important bits. I wonder if that's the Arquebalista. 74%. I wonder if it blew something up there. I do feel, however, that if the Vigoletta marksmen shoot at anything extremely important, we kinda want to see that happen. Sometimes when things are fired and they're fired from a fast vehicle, it's kinda hard to see if it shot or if it got shot. So the Arquebalista Invictus feels very targeted. It's still able to fire though. This crime cannon is very dead. That boiler is very sad, man. There's a big hole there. Cram cannon is active, we will let it firing. Yeah. 71 versus 92. It looks like the Singularity might win this, but it will need to beat the Gimli within 15 minutes to actually win this. That's one of the rules. I hope I remember that rule in this entire tournament, because I read the rules. I think we didn't reach that limit very often, did we? Because I hope I'm not inconsequential with the rules. I want to apply them at the same time, in the same way, throughout the entire tournament. Otherwise, I'm doing a bad job. Well, well, look at that. It's seriously the Vigoletta versus the right side of these Singularity V2's cannons. It's so weird. Are we losing altitude? No? No, now we're gaining. And it's like with those hovercrafts. They're like slowly starting to dip, and they are kind of having some trouble getting out of the situation they're in. So it's like a gradual change. %68%, 12 minutes in. This is oh my god. Oh my god. What happened here? Oh, damn. The Singularity, it looked like it was about to win. But I believe that some of the EMP on the Gimli, or I guess, I can't imagine what else could have done it, has taken out the Singularity's AI. The main AI seems to be offline. Oh, damn. With the Gimli at 67%. Wow. That's so surprising. That's very amazing. Look at it. What happened? I don't know if it was EMP, I don't know if it was frag or whatever it was, but the Singularity's AI killed. It really looked like it had a super good chance of winning this, but wow, it ended up losing it anyways. So it's in the loser's bracket. We'll see if it do better there. I feel that the Singularity could have won over the Gimli here. And this last battle, wow, it did a really good job at like grinding down. I don't know if it would have been able to bring the Gimli down to below 55% just with just 2 minutes more to go, but it was certainly an interesting battle to see. We're getting back to the Gimli battles, and this time, well, Imp is throwing in the hovercraft challenger, the Rollo. So let's get into it. Well, someone has confidence, that's clear. Looks like we're having a Pierce pack system inside of here. I don't know if it's a particularly large pack system. No? Wait, what? Oh, there it is. It's not tiny. Here we have a short Pierce pack system. And the other one here, that is a Pierce as well. Other than that, we are having a Cram front sider. So we have frag, hardener. Alright. And we got... Do they have big health? 100,000 health? Ooh, that's not gonna get through, is it? Well, will be interesting to see how it performs. We have a lot of heavy armor in the front here. And we have a lot of custom jet engines to keep this big slab flying. There's a lot of cram systems inside of here. So this is definitely a very dangerous combatant indeed. We're gonna check out the interior, of course, because that's always fun. Whoa! That's so cool. So we have wow, I like this. I love these back cannons here. We have auxiliary cannons going down here. That's so funny. And they have like a little connection to go out. That's so cool. We have materials container back here. We'll hope we don't shoot them. And someone, it's one of those pesky Neko boys trying to throw out the ammunition. Well, this is obviously an army of GMODISM agent trying to sabotage the Rollo. Yeah, alright. So, turbine generators. Well, cool. We're gonna check out the interiors of this thing, though. Wow, this thing has so few blocks, and it's so much under the budget. Only 1.8 million? That's good. And the block count is only 33,000. That's super low. Wow. Well, it's gonna be very interesting. The Seabeck Wildfire from Kovrax had 100,000 blocks, so this is basically a third of the block count of that build. And it still uses crams, and that usually brings the block count pretty high. Here's a teleporter. Alright. We have a little AI thing there. Well, we need to walk around on this little interior. Yeah, it's walkable, all right. We have a small feasting table here. I think it looks pretty nice. There's some pretty nice interior with some pretty well thought out shapes. The leveling here going up and down like this it's very nice. And the entire ship seems to be walkable like this. We can even get up. Oh, look at that. We even have a little extra cannon which you can climb down to. Probably a good idea to get out of there. I love this detail where we have this so you don't fall down accidentally, but it's still an opening down. Yeah, I definitely have to steal that. Well, this is turning to more of a design type of review, but whatever. We need to look at it because it looks so nice. We checked a little bit quickly, didn't find any hard rule breaks, but we have one little thing that we'll need to fix. So it doesn't matter as much anymore since since I have a better computer. The Gimli accidentally had its systems online, but we actually need to turn off the lights here. So I have this little here, and it's well, when I detect this, it's not such a big deal. So I can, like, see here. It's very easy to just turn down like that. And this one here. So no need to disqualify anything here. Oh, this. Okay, well, whatever. We're having that smoke generator, but now the lights are turned off, and that's of course one of the requirements, that the submitted things should have lights turned off, preferably no smoke generators, and absolutely not any interior screens or anything like that. Oh my god, it messes with the lights. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine. So now the lights are like glitching on and off, but whatever. To battle. We're here on the battlefield, the Gimli is spawned in, and I hastily added back some of those simple holo decoration things. Hopefully I remember to turn off my own smoke and lights, because otherwise it would be embarrassing. Yes, that's offline. And I just realized we'll have to spawn the imp in the air. We can't spawn it here. Okay, we'll rerun this battle. Alright, here we are. So, bam, that's a big pack. And we are bursting out explosive rounds? Interesting. That burst kinda went anywhere. Oh, look, isn't that a pack? Man, I wonder how deep that pack penetrates. It's pretty cool. We got stuff incoming here. The Gimli is trying to defend itself. The Rollo is in the lead right now. Look at that. The laser is getting some pretty good lasing opportunities. Now we are full broadside. Oh my god. I actually want to check what happened with that pack. Because I'm curious about how deep pack system like this will penetrate or not. Actually, I wonder if it's easier to check the exit holes. So this is probably where the pack hit, right? Actually, I know, no idea. The pack system isn't that large, it probably doesn't penetrate too deeply, but you never know. Alright. Jumping on the wrong thing, here we go. I wonder if it's trying to evade the cram shots here, because it seemed to do a pretty good job at evading, doesn't it? It's very nice. Look at that. And ooh, we're having mortars too. Alright. And I'm just so curious if the Arquebalista Invictus shells are hitting or not. There we have one. And let's see here. Oh, it hit the very bottom. Alright. If it, well, it can obviously hit. It'll be hard to follow each and every shot like that, but we'll see. The Gimli seems to have a pretty good angle though. No. No idea. Can't even do that. Like when we pause the game, the animation for the pack doesn't get paused. So you'll never know what happens. Wait, what? Why did that disappear? I wonder if it's one of the simple weapons that have some limited range there. Bam! What? Wait, wasn't that the cram shell hitting the turret here? Oh. Oh, damn. I think it did a very good hit there. Alright. Getting big crams. They are very penetrating cram shots here. Alright, so we're having a narrow angle type of design. Gimli is at 95% and the Rollo, she's at 97.9. So Rollo is still in the lead here. It does evade most of the crams by going back and forth like this, which is probably very good. But the lasers and the Arquebalistas and the Vigoletta turret is still shooting here and there. I wonder if it will be enough. Look like that. The Rollo is dropping rapidly in health. What happened? What happened there? It's at 90%. Did we get a cram shot exploding inside of it? I didn't catch that in that case. Wow, alright. Tables can turn very quickly. Look at that. That's some serious damage. Poor Rollo. She will probably turn into a water displacement vessel, and that will be her doom. Well, things can still happen. You never know. A cram can always get a lucky hit and deal lots of damage anyways. Because of course we have the AI here, and well, it can get damaged. Well, what are we doing there? Anyways, man, I'm really feeling that like the Vigoletta is doing the heavy lifting this time as well. It's so often that's the case. The laser is unfortunately only online sometimes for the Gimli, because the Gimli spends the same resources, spends the same pool of actually, well, yeah, using its lambs. It has its bonuses, it has its drawback, but I would definitely say that if you want to have lambs, also have a damage laser connected up to it, because only having lambs can be pretty well, wasteful. A lamb system should always also be able to deal damage. You can have a dedicated damage system laser, but if you have a LAM system, you should have a damage output port, because otherwise it is a big risk, it's just wasted. Unless it's a short LAMs. In any case, we recently started, or that wasn't very recently, I don't know exactly how many episodes we have made when this video is out, but we have started a podcast. You should absolutely check that out. It's on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, and of course with video here on YouTube as well. So do check that out and say what you think about it. It's about gaming and tech for a better world. You should definitely check it out. I think you'd enjoy it. In any case, the Gimle is at 90%. Ooh! Almost hit. And the Rollo is at 88%. Let's see what's happening here. It's fighting bravely. I am kind of surprised how long it's actually holding up in the battle here. It's quite impressive that it holds up so long, because this thing is looking very sad by now. It's going... I wonder if it just uses some kind of sine movement to go back and forth and miss most of the cram shots. Who knows? Love those side cannons, they're pretty cool. And oh, one deflected, one got in. Gimli down to 98, Rollo at 87. Wow, I mean, 89 is the Gimli, 87 is the Rollo. So it's actually closing in on each other. It seems that the Rollo actually has potential to still win this. It manages to miss most of the crams popping in here. It does a very good job at evading there, which it should be very happy about. What's that? And that's a miss with the Arquebalista, that's so sad. Look at that, it seems like it can dodge the Arquebalistas as well. Probably not intentional, but... because I guess it doesn't have time to react to that bullet speed, but it has time to react to the crams, and during that time the Arquebalista shot will also kind of miss. Well, well, well. Oh no, what happened here? It's very resilient. It's very, very resilient. Rollo is at 86, Gimli is at 88. Doesn't this look pretty peaceful? Just going back and forth like this, chilling out. It's like it's not worried, but it should be, because there we just had a cram exploding inside of it. Are we losing altitude? No? Maybe not. Oh, look at that! That pack is very damaged and is now shooting downwards. I still believe that the Gimli will win this. Just because I know that the Gimli is very good at fighting when it's pretty damaged, and most ships that the Gimli meets is not very good at fighting when it's damaged. We can clearly see that the Rollo does damage slower now when it's been taking some damage. But these crams are still dangerous. Look at that. There we have it. There we had it. Lots of blocks got killed there. Mostly wood, of course, but still. And what are we trying to aim at? That's a question. So the Gimli is able to use its lambs to protect it from some of the cram shells, but even though I was a little bit worried that the Rollo would have too little health on its cram shells to get through, it has enough of them to get through anyways. Now we're turning a little bit here. Look at that. The Gimli is down to 85 and the Rollo is at 84, so it's very close. We are breaching through this thick front wall though, so if the laser gets through here and causes some fires in the engines, the fuel tanks might start burn. Also, if the maneuverability decreases here a little bit on the Rollo, well, I don't know. It seems to be pretty agile still, but it can be so that the crams will eventually hit. But it seems to have very redundant thrusters. Not like that. Look at that. Now, oh, we finally got the cram volley. I was almost giving up hope that we would have more action here. Oh, well, they missed. Looks like the Rollo's detection is a bit damaged. Man, the Vigoletta really does the heavy lifting. That's insane. Oh, yeah, we're definitely shot at the right place here. But did it start an internal fire? I don't think it did. I don't think it did. Look at that. We're still somewhat fine here. Yeah, no big deal. I mean, the Gimli's pack isn't very accurate, is it? I must say that this has been one of the slower battles so far. And we are definitely trying to target a good area here, but it doesn't really... it doesn't start any good fires here. Just reaches the exterior layer. Has a lot of smoke. This is starting to tilt a little bit. The Rollo at 82% is starting to look a bit sad, but oh my god, the Gimli, she's down to 83%, so man, we turned inaccurate, but damn, that's still a very good damage. The shell that did hit, wow. The Rollo definitely packs a bite still. It's very dangerous and it almost took the lead with that blast. I truly wonder how this battle will develop. It can definitely go either way. That's so interesting. It's doing a pretty good job at avoiding the cram shells, indeed. So the smaller block count of the Rollo is very impressive. That it competes at 1.8 million while the Gimli competes at 2.2. Well, it has a severe material disadvantage of 400,000. And the level that this thing delivers at, well, very good job from Rollo. Even if it's a win or a loss, it's definitely impressive. A bit slow though. But we did set up the rules to not be too slow at least, so that's good. Okay, seems that like the laser isn't doing much. 81 versus 81%. I'm kind of thinking that the Gimli still has the upper hand, but that is because the Gimli is a water displacement vessel. Even though it loses power, it won't sink. If the Rollo loses power, I do believe it will sink, because we saw that when we spawned it in at water level in the first battle. Alright, weather has been changing a little bit as well. We are shedding some engine parts here. Are we no? We are not losing altitude. Man, the Vigoletta is just slowly grinding through. I can't believe we only have one of those turrets. If I would make a big battleship again, I probably have more turrets like that. Because it's very nice. It deals consistent damage for a long period of time. Wait, no. I wonder if the Rollo has some problem turning. No, it's fine. Am I just imagining things all the time, or do I kind of feel that like the Rollo is like slowly getting closer to the water, getting a little bit harder time of maneuvering out of there as we go? I do think it might have unbalanced roll and pitch thrusters now when it has taken damage, so I think it might have problem straightening itself out when it's kind of maneuvering. Because look at that, we're going so oh, that's so scary. It just can't roll straight. Man. Maybe it gets some help from the Vigoletta turret here, just peeling off blocks and making it lighter. It also gets help with getting rid of engine power, which isn't very good. Look at that, we actually had a frag explosion. It seems like a damaged cram got through. I'm staying here with the Rollo a little bit, because I do believe that we want to be here for when it reaches the water, because if the thrusters start working, I think the Gimleys will win very fast. It still manages to dodge a lot of the cram shots, however. That's pretty impressive. The Gimli is down to 79. They are still equal in material, that's very impressive. The Rollo she's putting up a really good fight. Oh, no. It's fighting hard to not get under that waterline. Well, I guess this takes a lot more time than I would anticipate. And the Gimli is actually below in materials now. The Rollo has succeeded to get in the lead. Whoa, look at that. The Gimle's AI compartment definitely has a scratch. It's not dead, of course, but man, that's some serious damage. And here we have a little auxiliary AI thing. Oh, I see. The Gimli would really want to not spend any energy on the lambs and instead shoot the lasers at the Rollo. But I do think that the Gimli laser system, I think they are kind of damaged in a way. I don't think they can reach it. Whoa! The battle has reached 15 minutes. To secure a place in the winner's bracket, the design sent in will need to win over the Gimli within 15 minutes, so that it doesn't take too long. The Rollo has not succeeded to win over the Gimli in 15 minutes, so we are going to count this first battle as a loss for the Rollo. We can let it run a little bit longer, but we'll need to get and start another battle to see how it performs, if the Rollo is able to win within 15 minutes or not. If it can't do that, well, it's getting a loser's bracket and gets another chance, of course, there with the other ones that did not quite succeed to win over Gimli. Even though we will need to count this first battle as a loss for the Rollo due to the time limitation we have set up. And the reason why we're doing that is that we don't want to allow people to send in designs that win by prolonging the battle as long as possible and making the enemy use up its materials. And, you know, it's basically the same reason why we have a max range limit. So it's the same here with this time limit. If you can't beat the Gimli in 15 minutes, well, it's gonna be too slow to watch at. You obviously need to work a little bit on having a more strong offensive strategy. And that's you know, you might think rules are fair or not fair, but you are very welcome to do your own challenges and tournaments too. Since I'm hosting this, I get to decide if you think I'm unreasonable. But in any case, that's how we do it. We set up some rules to make the battles not boring, basically. Oh, I think it's just, this battle is just so tense. Even though it won't affect the real results, it's just so interesting to see this, the end of this battle here, where it just gets closer and closer to the water. And the Gimli is out of materials. Are you kidding me? Yeah, the Gimli is kind of designed to use a lot of its materials. Not too quickly, but quick. And it's obviously not built to last hours of in-game time. Nobody should build for that. But look at that. It actually lost... Oh man. It's just lagging so hard. Ooh, the Gimli is actually despawning here. Well, poor Rollo, only if it had been able to do this 2.5 minutes early. This almost feels a little bit evil, but rules are rules. If we stop sticking to the Ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the second battle. We're starting out this battle in the slowest speed possible, because I want to watch that. Look at that, isn't that quite beautiful? Actually, we'll pause the game right there, and we're going to dive in. Excuse me, by the way. We're going to dive in and check whatever these pierces are doing. Look at that. Okay, okay. They went through here. Pierce, pierce, pierce. Pierce. Oh, there. Pierce, pierce, pierce. Alright. Didn't hit anything important. Very surface level. But whatever. Let's get back to full speed. Ooh, what a cloud of incoming fire there. And it's bobbing up and down a little bit there. Alright. Dodging the crams. Will be very interesting to see if we get any other results during this battle. Got some real explosive stuff here. Look at that. Bam! Look at that. We can see it just penetrates here, right? It comes in here. Oh yeah. And it explodes. Where did it explode? Well, probably somewhere important, right? And I do believe we're not going to hit those crams, because it is bobbing up and down and avoiding it a pretty cool way. Lots of crams are targeting. Ooh, that is kind of close to AI territory, I believe. Close but no cigar, of course. And the laser is... Oh, I do think we might have some decoys there in the front, possibly. Our lasers are engaged with being lambs. It is very important for the game that the damage laser is active during this session for it to be able to win/survive this thing. And there we see the surface layer here is getting slowly peeled off, but whoa. Gimli is at 94.5% and the Rollo is by 94. I wonder what did that big damage. More packs popping in there. And I do... Let's see here. There we had the Arquebalista. Got stuck at the heavy armor pieces. Alright. Packs coming at the Gimli. It's very equal indeed. It has mortars as well. Well, it's mostly up to the... Oh, well, of course the Gimli caps, the Gimli packs help a little bit, but it's mostly up to the laser, the Arquebalistas, and the Vigoletta turret. Which is this yellow shots popping in here. Anyways, we're gonna fly towards the Gimli using a piece of cram. Bam! The lasers got that one. And I didn't update you recently. This is the Vigoletta Marksman. It's one of my accidentally better turret. It's a sabot head, narrow fragmentation shell. And you might think that pure sabot would be better. Theoretically, it should be. I tested the pure sabot and the fragmentation narrow frag extra, and this is better. So that's what we're going with. But theoretically, the pure sabot one should be better. So it's basically a little bit like a sandblaster. It's a pretty cheap turret. I do believe it's pure gunpowder. Don't quote me on that, but anyways, every commissioned officer in the army of GMODIST, that is patron supporters, have access to all of my downloadable files. You can get all the templates, all the prefabs, and anything I have. Yeah, you can just download that as a package, which is very nice. And I try to update it monthly or bi-monthly, depending on how much I've added. And yeah, the entry cadet level in the army of GMODIST is $1 a month. So basically, all of a cup of coffee, if you would be so inclined. Then you can also support the channel, of course, on the ECCLESIARCHY of GMODIST, which is YouTube memberships, which you'll see some glorious elevated GMODISTs in the comment section. Oh lord, what's happening here? Ooh, that's so close. What I was saying is that, well, there are badges for the YouTube members, so you'll see them. But anyways, that was so close. It dived into the water, almost sunk down there. The Rollo is not doing better in this round. It's doing a lot worse. It's at 85% just now. Poor thing. And now it has weaker engine power. I don't believe it will be able to escape the Gimli's crams as easily now. We'll see if they pop in and deal damage. It was so close that it kind of sunk down there. Scary indeed. Well, now it's launching a lot of crams. The Rollo is at 84, but the Gimli is now at 89. It did a lot of successful damage towards the Gimli now. Oh, look at that. Check out this AI. It got hurt, even though it's of course okay, but still. Ooh, one of the laser turrets are completely gone here. Oh, this laser turret are also gone. Are you kidding me? That's two very lucky shots. They are so protected by heavy armor. Then we only have this auxiliary laser output here. Glad I added that. The Rollo is, as said, struggling a little bit with keeping out of the water. You can see it clearly has lost some power. The heavy armor shield behind here, it's still pretty okay. It's actually not that damaged. But stuff has gone through. Presumably crams. And dealt some damage inside of there. Look at that. We're so struggling here. Wonder if the Gimli will get out of material like last time. Well, it's fighting valiantly. That has to be said. More cram shots incoming. We'll see what happens with this. Oh yeah. That's a miss. But hey, it looks cool. Bam, that is not a miss. That's two very good hits on the Arqueballista turrets. Look at that. Very, very good luck with the AI targeting there. This cannon seems to be fried. It's evening out again. Looks like we're heading for a potentially long battle again. Oh, I do hope that's not the only detection. Oh, it stopped targeting it. So now it's digging through the front board here. But it's not staying too focused. It starts small fires all over the place here. But the heavy armor behind of here is so thick. Oh, now the Vigolettas are coming in there. The Vigoletta is dealing pretty well with... Oh, that's a chunk. Alright. The Vigoletta can deal with heavy armor pretty well. Takes some time, of course. It's not a big gun. It's pretty small. It's actually... I think it costs like 13,000 materials or something. Don't quote me on that either. I don't remember exactly, but it's not expensive. Looks like we're indeed having some power issues. It's kind of tilting upwards a little bit, so the laser can potentially burn the underside. I'm not sure I've seen... I haven't thought about this system very much. That's a very tiny little turret. Ooh, we're so close to the water here. Oh, well, it can climb. I wonder, it's like it's going up and down, but it's getting weaker, so it's getting harder to get out of the water when it's there. Things can happen so quickly with hovercraft, so I'm checking it out so much more than the Gimli because I want to see how it handles this. Especially since the construction of the sheriff for the constabulary of GMODISM. I want to see some airships in action because, of course, as you've seen on this channel with the Draconia and the Gimle, and also the broadsword. Before that, we built mostly water displacement vessels when we build big. So the and of course the Ryujin Super. Oh yeah, we have more. The Ryujin Super Battle Carrier, of course, that's huge. 6 million. That's so large. Man, that lags so much. And we of course have the Super Davidos Super Battleship. That's a big one too. They are all water displacement vessels, so the Sheriff is the first big airship I've constructed. So I want to see some other airships in action to kind of gauge the effectiveness of the Sheriff. Anyways, the laser is really burning through here. And the Rollo's ship is technically in the lead. The Imp's ship, Rollo, she's technically in the lead. The Gimle is behind, but I do think the Gimle has better chances of winning this, because I can just see how close this thing is to just drop dead in the water. If it sinks, I think it dies. Alright. That's a miss. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. Poor Gimle. It's so damaged. Wow. Rollo is truly impressive design, really punching upwards. That's so cool. All right. Oh. Is it going down? We started to rain again here. No, it's going